Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning to everyone who is here online and who is here on site as well. We'll have a day filled with different panels and sessions. Unfortunately, this is our last day. Come on, the last day of our big festival. Come on, we should have more days for the big.
O dia de hoje. Vocês podem conferir atrás de mim a programação do palco 2, inclusive até sair um pouquinho da frente para vocês poderem.
Make videos so that you have our program. However, our program is also available at the bigfestival.com.br website. Alright, so let's get started with our last day. This is kind of a sunny Sunday, and it is a pity that this is the last day, but we do have a lot of content ahead of us. We have 3 stages here with exclusive content, and we have the enemy stage with a lot of content as well. We have so many people in the audience this year. I was here last year. I was also a moderator, but this year we have a lot more people in our trade show. We have a bunch of games for you to play in the big festival, the biggest gaming festival in Latin America. So today, for our first topic of the day, we're going to discuss something that we approached yesterday in one of our sessions. We're going to talk about inclusion in gaming. In regard to this topic, what we'll be discussing more specifically is diversity and inclusion in this market, a positive perspective of what we've got nowadays. We're going to have Barbara Gutierrez, Andresa, Carol, and Ana Kojo. These ladies will be here discussing inclusion in our industry. We came up with this conversation because we want to give you food for thought. We want to discuss what we have right now in this industry so that we're able to do more business. And you know, whenever we're talking about diversity, I always brace myself because I know there's great content coming to us. As you saw, we have a number of sessions today, so let's get started. Please feel free to come on stage as I mention your name. All right, everyone is approaching the stage already. Let's give them a round of applause, please. This is the start of our day, and they do deserve a round of applause. Hello, Barbara. You're always wonderful, so please take it away. Hi, thank you. Thank you, and welcome, everyone. Welcome to this conversation. My name is Barbara Gutierrez, and I would like to thank everyone who is here with us today because today we'll be discussing a very special topic. We'll be discussing diversity and inclusion. We know this is key. Some people have not yet understood how important it is to have a diverse team and to foster a company that truly cherishes diversity. So today we have true experts here, actual experts here, and they will be talking about this issue. So let me give you some time for quick introductions. To my left, we have the wonderful Andresa. Good morning, Andresa. Please tell people who don't know you about your work and your story, and please mention your work in diversity and inclusion more specifically. Thank you, Barbara. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm really happy for being here on a Sunday, our last day at the big festival. My name is Andresa Delgado. I'm the creator of Perifacon, and Perifacon focuses on nerd culture for people in the outskirts of the city, in underprivileged communities. We wanted to have better, more democratic access to these things, to these people. So we've been here for 4 days discussing opportunities in the gaming industry, but actually we have to add a lot of people to our group and to this roundtable, to this panel actually. So at Perifacon, we want to be more democratic, and we also want to foster a conversation on employability. It's our 3rd time in São Paulo. We hold this conference once a year, and this year will be at the neighborhood of Cidade Tiradentes. We expect 15,000 people. Also, this event is free of charge. This is really special because even if you ask people for 1 BRL, this is already an obstacle for some people. So we're promoting an event which discusses things that happen in big conferences as well. Sometimes people wonder if this is only for people in underprivileged communities, but it's not. Of course, this event was created by people in underprivileged communities because we want, to have this for us, but everyone is invited to it. And for us, for example, we had a panel with Marcus right from the get-go because we want to have big streamers. Of course, we can't invite everyone at once because there's money involved, but we're striving for that. We've been around for 4 to 5 years, and we want more democratic access and better employability for these people. We want people from these communities to be a part of conversations not only about comic books, but also gaming. Since our first year, we've been talking with game devs from the slums in São Paulo, because we see that this is happening out there. People in underprivileged communities make games, and they need to be a part of the conversation. Purificon was created to really, really provoke people. This is what we want to do. Anna? Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm so happy to be here with you, Barbara, Andresa, and Carol, who's a friend of mine. Now, if you're listening to us, I'm a white woman. I'm around 5'7". I'm wearing jeans, washed jeans, and a white t-shirt. I work at the Odds Network. We have a few different companies from Ronaldo or by Ronaldo. So today we want to share some of what we've been doing on diversity and inclusion for our group and the results that we've been looking for. We truly believe in diversity in every facet it has. We believe it is important to talk about the results and outputs that we've been achieving and to talk about not only diversity but inclusion as well. This is non-negotiable for us. We've achieved good figures. We've achieved good outcomes. We're still far from what we want because we want to portray the country where we live, but we are on the right path. Carol? Hi, thank you for having me. Hello, Barbara, Andresa, and Anna. My name is Carolina Ignara, and you can call me Carol. I have an acquired disability. I'm 34 and I've been using my wheelchair for 22 years. I founded an advisory firm called Talento Incluir. We work on employing people with disabilities. We've helped people hire over 8,000 people who have disabilities. We also work on culture. We want to make sure that people with disabilities naturally stay in their jobs. For me, it is very unusual to be in a trade show like this. I only know games from smartphone games and from, Just Dance or those dancing games. And I never scored well in the street dance game because they didn't have any characters in a wheelchair. But I just heard that, yes, now they have a character in a wheelchair. I just need to get the new version from Xbox. So that's wonderful. Now, I noticed that in the labor industry, and I've been around for 15 years with my advisory firm, and everywhere else in the world, we're not as present. Whenever we're occupying spaces, people get used to us. They adapt to us. And I'd like to share an anecdote. Tabata works with me. She's also in a wheelchair. We met right after we started using a wheelchair. She has a 6-year-old son, Francisco. Francisco was watching Extraordinary with her, the movie Extraordinary, where there's a boy with a facial deformity. And he asked, "Mommy, why is his face so weird?" And her reply was, "Because you're not used to it." And that's wonderful, isn't it? We're just not used to it. So I'm here, I'm gonna stay here, and I want the world to get used to me. I want people to get used to disabilities, and I think the world of gaming can help us be in more places. That's incredible, isn't it? We're here today talking about games, about electronic sports, we're talking about entertainment, but we're also talking about companies. Now, in the corporate world, would you say it's important to have diversity? Why would companies need to raise this flag more and more? So let's delve into that. Let's hear it from Andresa, Carol, and Anna. Well, this is a tricky subject. We actually figured it out, and we understood that the labor industry needs to include people because our population expects it. I'll be talking about Blackhood because I'm Black, but most of our population is Black. Except for Africa, we are the country with the biggest number of Black people in our population. In the last few years, we've seen a lot of pressure for better representation. And of course, the labor industry looks at that and says, well, there's money to be gained here, so we do need to make the most out of it. And finally, this industry understood that. Some movies are sometimes the target of a boycott, but they are very, very successful in the movies. For example, Wakanda. And we still face a lot of problems. For example, I have open funding. I have a company working with events with 4,000 people. Then after the pandemic, we had 10,000 people. And now I expect 15,000 people for the third year of Perificon. But companies still don't want to look into our event. And we're not only talking about an event with talks, we're talking about trade. We're talking about selling merch in this event. Not to mention awareness, right? Yes, of course. So why can't companies support and foster initiatives that take care of people in the outskirts of our society, people in underprivileged communities? Sometimes I have to go to meetings and say, hey, in the slums, people drink Coke. You know, they drink premium beer. So yes, I'm saying and I'm raising the flag of representation, but we have very limited representation right now. I'm sometimes under the impression that companies prefer to start a representation hub led by white males than to support initiatives led by people from underprivileged communities who live and breathe that. Perificon is different because it was created by people who are in it. We have a few things that we do at Perificon that we only do it because we're a part of it. You know, I've been to a number of events and I've been the target of racism. So we brief our security team in a very specific way because me, as the organizer, know what racism looks like. We approach and we take care of our audience in a very specific way. And these things may sound obvious, but they are not. Again, I'm talking about the third year of this event, and I'm relying on crowdfunding so that I can really make it happen and put everything that I want in this event. And we're talking about the neighborhood in the east of São Paulo called Cidade Tiradentes. And everyone thinks that São Paulo is all about the commercial street called Faria Lima. And that's not the case at all. Depending on who you're approaching, and I approach people from the outskirts of the city, it's very hard to get access to funding. So sometimes we take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. But that's okay. You know, there's no looking back. I can't just look at the people who go to Perifacon and say that we're going to cancel it. We're working with a range of people, with a range of professionals, not only from gaming, but also from pop culture. And I can't just tell them that I'm tired and I'm going to drop it. I am tired, but let's get this going. Let's make this happen. We're having this conversation here, and I think this shows that we can make progress.
And it's very symbolic to see that the diversity group at a company will never be a true diversity group, because there's just going to be one Black person, one person with disability. And that's not enough, is it, Anna? No, it's not. And, having white women in companies, that doesn't mean that the company is inclusive or diverse. No. Whenever we talk about diversity, there is always a white woman with a committee of 5 or 6 people. We are in 2023 after all. So it's high time that we need to have diverse groups, and that's not a favor. It's not just a cause, it's business. We are not minority groups. When we talk about people with disabilities, we have that alphabet mafia, right? When we talk about Black women, we are talking about over 50% of our population. 56% of our population is Black women. It's 52% of our population. And I was talking to Carol about people with disabilities and the alphabet guys, the LGBTQ plus guys. Sometimes surveys don't give us exact numbers, so it's kind of hard for us to get that information. But we know that we are not an actual minority, but we are in a minority of power in the society. So we need to, steer clear from the cause and get closer to business. We consume, we spend money, we have our kids in schools, we buy cars. So I believe that we are out there, we are spending our money. That's very important to bear in mind. At odds in February 2020, when we took our commitment with diversity and established targets, we changed our structure and policies and our recruitment process, and we got some good positive numbers. We were able to evolve in some parts that we wanted to evolve, and we got more customers. So, being inclusive brings money. And even the game industry, I was just talking to Barbara before our panel. Games are like sports. They can change the world. Games and sports, they can transform the world around us, and they can be inclusive for people with disabilities and bust myths about LGBTQ plus people and Black women, Black men, and also fat women. They don't need to be the villains in the movies or games. So this industry can be a means for us to raise awareness and educate people, and also to make these groups normal. I know that we're not reaching the end of the panel, but I would like to take this chance to thank Eliana for opening this space for us. And we're here at a game trade show, at a panel with a person in a wheelchair and a Black woman. And I'm also here trying to tell you some details about what we are doing inside the companies, inside the business world. Well, Andresa, I started talking about diversity and inclusion in the corporate world, where we didn't have diversity professionals or consulting firms for that purpose. So what we learned was really from experience. It was not really from studies or surveys. We didn't have time for that. And then racial matters became more present, and we have now a group of Black women that are conceptualizing that issue. Jamila Ribeiro wrote a book about representation, and it's a collection. It's called Falas Plurais, and they are very instructional books. In a matter of one weekend, you can learn so much from them. And I was just reviewing one of those books because I participated in a panel in which we talked about representation of different groups of our populations in the world of ESG and innovation. And I was reading the books and I said, yeah, that's so right. Sometimes we mix concepts up. We say that we need to, speak from the place from where we are inside our groups, but that's just about having a person that can represent that entire group. That person needs just to be able to represent a group of people like Andresa is doing right now. She's here representing the underprivileged communities, the marginalized communities, and that's why she is here representing that group from within that group. So I believe it is very important for us to understand the concept so that we are not just here diversity washing the events and our companies, And for us who work in the corporate world, when there's one person or two people there, they are only there to, show up in pictures. Because when they try to get their positions and raise their voices, they are not heard. As a consulting firm, many times I have to do what the market needs to do to survive and not really what the market needs. When I start a conversation with a client and they say, well, I want to prepare and train my mid-level leadership. And I always tell them that they need to prepare the senior leadership first. And then they tell me that they don't have time for that. Well, they do have time. They just don't think this is a priority. And if we don't do that, we are going to, just walk in circles. So that's why it is so important for us to talk about representation with actual representation. There's something that I will never forget. It happened in the 2020 Big Festival. There was an European professor. I think, I can't remember his name, but he said something that I always think about. Diversity means that you will have a diverse team and therefore you will have a creative team. That's what we want in our workplaces. That's what we want so that we can have different projects. We want different ideas that will contribute to the creation of something that's much larger, much greater than just 5 straight white men could do. And considering that, how can we recruit diverse and professionals in our companies? Do you think there are other things that we should bear in mind when we try to recruit that type of team? Well, I think it's a structural issue. As you were speaking, I was thinking about the big festival. Nobody asked me for that, but I'm going to give you my opinion, my diagnostic analysis. I talked to many game developers, and it's amazing to see how strong Brazil is in the gaming industry. And there was something that really caught my attention. I saw many white people. And I was thinking, what can we do to solve that problem? Because, I just can't come here and state the obvious. When I look at the indie market in Brazil, I can see that small studios struggle a lot. I cannot tell them that we need more Black people because we need to support studios, Brazilian indie studios in general. But I was thinking about how can we bring more Black people to this market? And that takes me back to my experience at PerifaCon. PerifaCon is so important precisely because we have a space there for indie games made by people from underprivileged communities. And of course, that means that social classes and race are very much related. So at PerifaCon, we are going to have a majority.
Tem mais desenvolvedores de jogos negros, mas e aí a gente olha para o mercado e não tem. Porque às vezes a não contratação ela é porque não quer, mas também porque não tem. Mas aí a gente não pode ficar, não tem, então não vou colocar. Que aí eu acho que eu volto para a experiência da PerifaCon e o trabalho que a gente tem feito, que a gente tem agora o projeto que a gente iniciou, que é o PerifaCon nas escolas. Então eu já falei com mais de 1.000 alunos, e aí toda vez que a gente vai falar nas escolas públicas, e nas iniciativas com pegada social, galera, você pode trabalhar com quadrinhos, aí traz a experiência de um jovem quadrinista. Você pode trabalhar com games, que aí a gente traz a experiência da Suderil, que é um estúdio assim incrível, um estúdio de pessoas de favela, pessoas negras que trazem narrativas negras da diáspora para os games. E aí, enfim, eles têm 3, 4 jogos que trabalham a perspectiva negra, né? E aí apresenta a experiência da Suderil. E aí você apresenta essa possibilidade. E aí você fala, lá no Instituto Criar tem um curso para desenvolvedores de jogos. E aí precisa se criar mais cursos, socializar a bolsa, porque aí eu vou lá e na base, eu corrijo esse problema de eu não ter desenvolvedores de jogos negros, periféricos. Por quê? Porque eu fui lá e trabalhei a perspectiva da base de dar acesso a essas pessoas para entenderem que elas podem trabalhar com isso. Gente, a gente está falando de um lugar ainda que as pessoas elas nem sabem que elas podem trabalhar com jogos, né? Então eu tenho que socializar as oportunidades, né? Eu acho que essa perspectiva ela é importante de falar, porque são correções. No mercado de quadrinhos acontece a mesma coisa. Vai fazer uns 3 anos que a gente, junto com a editora Mino e a Chiara Escuro Studios, criou narrativas periféricas. Uma vez por ano a gente insere 7 novos quadrinistas de favela. Ai, gente, desculpa. A gente insere 7 novos quadrinistas de favela no mercado. Mas insere não é assim, vou publicar seu quadrinho. Não, é 6 meses de aula. É tipo aula com Grampá, que é tipo um cara foda, que tá na DC, na Marvel, vai fazer Batman agora. É aula com os melhores do mercado nacional e quem tá lá no exterior. É aula, é formação. Então eu vou só corrigir essa parte desse déficit que eu tenho de profissionais periféricos. Nem sei se eu respondi sua pergunta, respondi. É isso, né? Super. Porque às vezes eu dou uma viajada, fico empolgada. Eu olhar para o mercado e falar, cara, tá faltando, vou me alinhar, vou aqui chamar a galera, vou criar novos cursos, vou socializar a oportunidade, porque aí na hora de fazer contratação, e eu tô falando em todas as áreas, tá? Na hora de fazer contratação, eu vou ter esses profissionais qualificados, porque é sempre as mesmas desculpas. Não é qualificado, não tem. Então vamos formar essa galera, gente. Vamos se alinhar a projetos e novas perspectivas que olha para a formação e joga para o mercado pessoas diversas e bem qualificadas.
Arrasou, respondeu sim. É muito fácil, né, colocar a culpa nos grupos marginalizados e falar, né? Olha só, não tem, né? Não, que pena, vou continuar aqui
na minha bolha, né? Eu queria puxar o gancho da Andressa, porque eu acho que são alguns dos fatores, eu concordo muito com ela. E nesse primeiro cara, às vezes não tem mesmo, eu queria dividir uma história bem rapidinho. Eu, quando fiz o curso de especialista em diversidade pela PUC, eu conheci o caso de uma menina trans que tinha lá seus 13, 14 anos, né? A população trans, não sei se todo mundo sabe, mas é uma população que normalmente é expulsa de casa, abandona a escola, bem mais marginalizada, normalmente vive na rua, enfim. E aí, dentro da realidade dela, o ponto dela qual era o grande sonho dela? Carteira assinada, né? Só que ela achava que isso não era para ela. Nunca vou ter carteira assinada, né? Não tenho nem documentação, quanto mais a carteira assinada. E aí ela estava se candidatando para um curso de cabeleireiro. E, obviamente, queria se entender por que esse era o sonho dela. Ela falou assim, cara, porque a outra opção, que é ser garota de programa, não é o que eu gostaria de fazer. Então, como eu não gostaria de ser garota de programa, eu queria muito tentar essa outra opção, que é ser cabeleireira. Ou seja, no imaginário dela, ela tinha 2 opções. Ou ela ia para a noite, ou ela virava cabeleireira. Nunca passou pela cabeça dela que a gente tem um mercado gigantesco de dev, né, que ela pode, de repente, que existem projetos, a própria Transemprego tem incentivo e faz meio, né, com empresas que dão curso, treinamento de 1 ano, depois inserem no mercado de trabalho. Nunca passou. Na cabeça dela nunca passou que ela pudesse ser publicitária, caixa de supermercado, vendedora da Zara. Absolutamente nada. Na cabeça dela, ela tinha 2 únicas opções. Então, assim, eu acho que sim, tem essa primeira questão de que realmente não existe, e a gente tem que formar, a gente tem que contar para essas pessoas que ela pode sim, que ela pode ser o que ela quiser, que ela pode ser quem ela é e trabalhar com as 1000 possibilidades de profissões que ainda estão surgindo. Então, assim, vamos sim ficar antenadas nisso, mas eu queria hoje falar do segundo motivo que eu acho que é, de fato, eu não quero sair da minha bolha, eu prefiro trabalhar com iguais a mim, eu vou abrir uma vaga para uma agência de publicidade, eu vou andar lá no grupinho da SPM. Gente, sou apaixonadíssima na SPM, fiquei realizadíssima quando eu pude fazer um curso lá de pós, foi, assim, praticamente a realização de um sonho. Mas a gente precisa furar essa bolha. Existe gente boa. Existe muita gente boa, a gente só não chega nelas. Se a gente vive num país onde 56% da população é negra, você olhar em volta, não tiver metade de pessoas negras, se incomodem. Perguntem aonde estão essas pessoas. Lembra da indicação que você deu? Ela era uma pessoa igual a você ou ela era uma pessoa de um outro recorte? Você ajudou a fazer a inclusão dessa pessoa? Você olhou em volta, gente, está numa sala de reunião, entrou no seu andar da empresa, não tem uma pessoa com deficiência? Se incomode.
For jobs, when you have affirmative recruitment programs, you should know that there are people out there and they are available to work in your company. I don't really know any people in the marketing area who have disabilities, but I can talk to people that can help me find those people. I think that we shouldn't just, we shouldn't just be a different person when we go to work. We should change our minds. We should consume content produced by these people and really foster their work, what they do, and only then can we burst our bubbles. And I'll be able to recommend different profiles to odds. For example, I can bring different profiles of clients and suppliers, for example, or service providers. So I think that we need to provide training to these groups, of course, but I think that we should also burst our bubbles and change the way in which we recruit people.
What about you, Carol? You have direct experience with this. What kind of things should we be thinking about whenever we're trying to hire more diverse people? Well, Andressa had a question. And Andressa, this concept is called affirmative action in the corporate world. For example, sometimes we have racial quotas. So companies need to hire people who have disabilities. Sometimes universities need to have spots for people who are from underprivileged communities. We can only understand the concept of affirmative action when we understand that we coexist with other people. Look, I'm extremely privileged as a woman with a disability. I'm straight, I'm white, I had already graduated from college. Before I was put in a wheelchair, I was called back to work very soon after my recovery. I was in the best hospital for this kind of recovery in Latin America, which is free of charge, but still the best one out there. I have a very stable family. My family was never embarrassed about me, was never patronizing. So what Andressa was saying is that our foundation as a person is health, family, education, and work. So when I heard about the Quota Act to employ people with disabilities, I actually felt offended right off the bat because I didn't need an act to benefit me as someone with a disability. However, we start understanding the importance of affirmative action when we understand that we coexist with other people and when we are able to see ourselves as an exception. I'm an exception among people with disabilities. And Andressa, we just met, so if I say something wrong, please let me know. But you give off the impression of being a person with a lot of agency. You probably have someone who pushed you forward. Oh, my friend, I was thrusted into this. I do love my story, but I don't want people to have my story. I want them to have a better structure. I was actually tossed into this situation and I had to learn the ropes by myself. And maybe it's imposter syndrome, but I wish that I had had access to mentors. Yes, I know, but I'm talking about our personal lives. Maybe our moms, our dads, teachers. I think I met people, and this has to do with what you were saying about your place to speak. They gave me access to things, and this made a world of difference. And people always ask, "Hey, Andresa, how can I help?" Well, if you know how to speak English, you can teach people. If you know how to come up with a slide deck, great. Teach people how to do that. If you are good with requests for proposals, wonderful. Teach people how to fill them out. I had people in my life who took me by the hand and who helped me make the most out of these opportunities. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. We have people who made a difference in our lives. And when I look at people who came from the same background as me, many of them didn't have this kind of support. So in addition to technical support, for example, learning how to speak English or learning how to fill out a request for proposals, people need to feel like they're worthy. They need to know that they're valuable. And I also said that it's comfortable to be among your peers, and that's a bias as well. It's the similarity bias. Everyone who is here feels this bias. We get closer to people unconsciously whenever we notice that we have something in common. For example, here, backstage, I saw Machadinho, and of course we smiled at each other because we're both in wheelchairs, so we feel close to each other. As Andresa was saying, we don't see black people here. And when we don't see people like us around us, we feel alone. And this is a part of oppression. If I'm in Japan and I see someone from Brazil, we feel excited because we have someone who speaks the same language as us. So I started talking about affirmative action as the right path forward. And in an advisory firm, you don't have off-the-shelf products. We need to understand each company's business. So for example, here for the big festival, we need to figure out what to do based on information, for example, that black people are more followed by security than white people when they go into one of the shops that you have here. We need this information. And if something works out here, maybe we can use the same recipe for similar events, but someone has to get started with this. And it's not about treating them differently, because we are treating people differently because we're following them around in different ways. But when we have a ramp to come on stage, everyone's going to use it. But if they had a set of stairs, I wouldn't be able to use it. So it's about equity. And it's about equity in very specific arenas. So whenever we have advisory services, there's no recipe. You need to work in a very customized way. But for example, the big festival should be doing its marketing at Perifacon. It should talk to more people with disabilities. It should hire Machadinho as an influencer for this event so that next year, more people with disabilities hear about the big festival. Startups start with problems so that they can solve them. And we don't need to be perfect. We don't need to have, Brazilian Sign Language interpreters everywhere. We should have them because there's a law about it. But that's okay. If you can have some sign language interpreters, great. Let's have them. And then we can expand it. So we need to bring people in, and we need to be at least a little bit prepared to receive these people, like Andresa does for Perifacon. Wonderful. So you've mentioned the things that need to be adjusted. Shall we now discuss very successful cases? On stage, we have 3 incredible professionals, and each one of them has their own projects. This includes projects that are not here, for example, Able Gamers or Afrogamers. These are groups, these are projects that are now helping a lot of people who feel marginalized in our world in gaming. But what has worked out? Can you mention successes? What have you been doing that was a success and that other people could replicate? You know, in my opinion, diversity is an outcome. A few days ago, I was working on our program, and every speaker is black. And, you know, it wasn't even on purpose. And I find this insane. When I look at it, I think that people don't even notice that on certain stages, in certain events, every single speaker is white. And nobody even notices that. I think diversity is an outcome. It is born in projects when we understand that we need to give access to people. And people who need access are not white. They are people of color. Because again, social class and race go hand in hand. We're talking about being underemployed, etc., etc. So with Perificon, we're bringing diversity in and we're creating dialogue. This is cool too. We not only talk about things from underprivileged communities, but we have sessions by the Global TV channel, we had sessions by Netflix, the same panel that we have for Monica and Friends at CCXP was also at Perificon, because we want to give people an opportunity to be a part of these experiences. For example, with Monica and Friends, we're talking about a country where people go through literacy programs with Monica and Friends. This is always in my head. Why not? Why can't we? We have an invisible barrier. Nobody's going to tell me that I can't have access to these things. But I know that if I go to a grocery store and my hand is in my purse, somebody's going to follow me around. It is what it is. It's very violent. The way you feel institutional racism or structural racism on your skin starts in childhood. So at Perificon, we're in a way trying to recover the notion that a person who is in an underprivileged community could be more. We could be more. We are more than what we sell abroad, showing that at these places, violence is all there is. No, we need to see ourselves as a cultural production, but we also should leave aside the notion that we're only about samba or rap music. We also love games. We also make games. We want to be a part of it. And by the way, labeling people is very, very biased. Exactly. What I always say at Perificon is that from the get-go, when we started thinking about our brand, because some of the creators created our brand, we said that we were not going to use graffiti art. We were not going to add tennis shoes to lampposts. Because every time people talk about the outskirts of a city, of course they show graffiti art. And of course there's graffiti art in the outskirts of the city, but it's an event about geek culture. Why would we showcase graffiti art? So even at a subconscious level, we always add these kinds of elements to our brands, and we never discuss people from underprivileged community at their fullest. It's very important to discuss this here so that we can starve off stereotypes. I sometimes feel paralyzed because it feels like Black people can only get to a certain point.
You were talking about successful cases, and I really love what we have at Octagon. We're not diverse and inclusive yet, but we have been making strides to get there. But there are some figures that are very exciting to us. When we started in 2020, we only had 20% women in our staff. Today we are at 52%, and 45% of them are in leadership positions. That is fantastic, and that shows us that it can be done. I wanted to show these figures to you because we are in Pride Month, And when we started, we only had 4.5%, and now we are at 22% of LGBTQ plus people in our teams. And we're not even including here people who are scared of coming out. Yes, and that's a very important too. And when I say that we went from 4.5 to 22%, I keep thinking and asking myself, is this because we hired more LGBTQ people? And, or that isn't the case at all, that maybe I remember that when we were, creating our profiles and we wanted to establish what we wanted to do, and we said that we wanted to hire Black people and lesbians, or maybe not. Maybe that happens because we work together with our leaders and our board, and we made our company safe for people to come out. So I don't know, maybe that happened too. These figures, as I said, are very exciting. And I have some examples of what needs to be done for things to work out. We need to face figures head on. For example, 86% of our businesses come from sports, and these issues are taboos in sports. So we should take a closer look to our numbers and create targets that are realistic. We know that in just 1 year, our company won't be an accurate portrait of Brazil, but we can change our recruitment policies, for example. We need to work on inclusion at the same time as we work on diversity, and two are different. The two are different. Having 50% of Black people working in our company is good, but they need to be prepared. They need to be in top positions too. We need them to take powerful positions and leadership positions because they can be role models and they can help us attract more talent to companies. Once we had women in leadership positions at our company, more women were interested in working with us. Right now, unfortunately, we don't have any Black executives, but we know that once we do that, we are going to attract more Black people. People with disabilities, we are very weak on that front still. We need to work on it. And as my takeaway message, we need to understand what works, and having a true purpose works. Engaging the leaders and the partners works. You can have bottom to top actions, but they don't really work. We need to have a top-down approach. We need to train the leaders and then the managers and then the other layers. And by doing so, we can have everybody working for the same goal, towards the same direction. We can change the world by, doing our dishes and recommending a Black person to a position in your work, in your company, and you can help your LGBTQ plus friend get a job at a company that is inclusive. You can also help your friend who has a disability, and that person, doesn't feel like she is capable, but she is, and that. So we can do our bit at our neighborhoods, at our companies, and we are going to walk together towards a fairer country. And before I turn it over to Carol, I really like diversity events, and I always notice that we are always in the first panels of the day. We are not really prime time, right? But I have some friends from Odds here in the audience, and I would like to thank them for being here. Well, I know that we don't have much time left, so I'm going to be brief in my takeaway message. When we think about successful cases, it's hard to find a perfect one. I don't think there is a perfect case because we are still building a world that doesn't really exist. Considering what Anna said, we have to do our part. We have been working consistently for 15 years, but I believe that people need to change so that we can change corporate cultures and our society's culture. Change starts with ourselves. And it means that we need to understand that we can be evil too. Humanity is like a skill now, Being humane is a behavior that we can develop, and shouldn't that come by design since we are human beings? But we are coming from a culture that dehumanized us. So for all of us who want to work with diversity, we should take a look at ourselves. We all have our own prejudice, and it is a consequence of our human brain. And it helps us survive. If you don't have your prejudice, you cannot protect yourself against other people or animals, for example. So you can't have that quick reaction. But those reactions are based on our experience. If you're not used to being around Black people or LGBTQ people, you are not able to have that quick reaction that is according to reality. You are going to have mistaken reactions that are based on stereotypes. So if you believe, if you understand that you are also prejudiced, if you admit that, if you admit that you can be racist and that you can be, you can have your prejudice against people with disabilities, and some people say that they are going woke, in terms of racism, and they are trying to find information and they are trying to change their experiences in their everyday lives. I believe that in order for us to do that, we need to take action. We need to change our environment. We need to overcome obstacles. And I know it is very challenging to be an ally for people who don't look like us. And, sometimes we say things that reveal our prejudice, and sometimes we have to change the way we say things, the way we express ourselves. And, I'd rather be the person that is always trying to remind people of those issues than side up with the oppressor. Sometimes we need to change those behaviors because they can lead to problems in your presence in society. And when we start with ourselves, the consequence is going to be better inclusion. And we have to go bit by bit. There's no other way to do it. Well, thank you so much for being here, for your time, your words. And now let's let people know how they can follow us on social media, just so everybody keeps up to date with all the things that you are doing and the wonderful experiences you shared with us. You can find me as Andresa Delgado and PerifaCon. And our trade show is going to take place on July 30th. Starting at 10 a.m. at Cidade Tiradentes neighborhood in São Paulo. Oh yes, and I brought this video for you to take a look. My name is Ana Kojo. You can find me on Instagram and LinkedIn as Ana Kojo. And Odds Network can also be found on Instagram. And Octagon can also be found on Instagram and LinkedIn. My name is Carolina Ignara on LinkedIn and Instagram, and Talento Incluir. And I would also like to inform you that I wrote a book, and I don't have any copies with me to give away. I had only 150 copies, but I managed to get free shipping for all of you. So you can DM me on Instagram, and I'm going to send you the QR code for free shipping. Thank you. All right, everybody, let's give them a hand of applause. You said something that's very interesting. When we are right, we are not, the annoying guy in the group trying to remind people that they shouldn't say some things, Thank you so much for being here, and I think that you saw the video about PerifaCon. It's going to take place on July 30th. It is 100% free of charge. And now we are going to move on with our second session in stage 2. I would like to take this chance to thank our sponsors and supporters. Without them, we wouldn't be able to have such a wonderful event. And also, without your presence, we wouldn't be able to make this happen. We are going to take a 2-minute break for you to grab some water, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm here with Andresa Delgado. Andresa, are we gonna have Perifacon 2023? Yes, we will, in a month. Where and when? July 30th, Cidade de Tiradentes. Can you give us spoilers? Have you confirmed any talents? Any highlights? Well, last Thursday I was at the big festival and I got a session that I can't believe we're gonna have. I hear that we're gonna have international attractions. And how can you be a part of it? Yes, you just have to go to our fair and you can get your ticket in advance at our website. Great. Can you please tell people at home 3 very good reasons for them to go to Perifacon this year? Hi everyone, Perifacon is the biggest nerd convention in the underprivileged communities in São Paulo. We have a wonderful cosplay competition and we're gonna have beautiful gifts for people attending. So you're not gonna regret it. We were there last year and there was a lot about games and comic books. Are we gonna have the same this year? Yes, and I heard from the grapevine that we're gonna get a gaming arena and we're gonna have a space for devs this year. We have a bigger facility this year. We're expecting 15,000 people and I worked really hard on our sessions. Wonderful. So tell us about the experience at the big festival. How was this talk? Well, I love the big festival. I think big is extremely important for game developers and also for us, people who like the Brazilian gaming industry. It's great to talk to developers, to get to know their work, to see the games, to work on diversity. This is something we were discussing today on stage. So this is a place for you to meet people and to do networking. It's my second time here and I'm always happy when I'm here because the big festival is extremely important for the gaming industry in Brazil. It is a cultural heritage at this point. Sounds great. Thank you for being here again, Andresa. Thank you for this beautiful collaboration with Perifacon. Long live Perifacon. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. And I hope to see you there on July 30th. Thanks. Wonderful. Thank you again, Andresa. Thank you to Lou as well for the interview. Lou is also working with us backstage. So let's go to our next session. We were discussing diversity and inclusion, and we're gonna keep talking about the same topic. As we were saying yesterday, this is a very important topic, and we need to keep on discussing it. So our next talk right now is related to accessibility in the gaming industry for people with disabilities. We're going to talk about adapting controllers and hardware for PWDs and everything that this community faces. Now, the best person to talk about it is a personal friend of mine, Machadinho. Machadinho is already here. Please come on stage, Machadinho. A round of applause, everyone. Machadinho is a wonderful person. I'm very fortunate that I got to meet him because of gaming. Bruna is also with him. Bruna, I think you have like 4 badges by this point. She's the gatekeeper. Machadinho, the floor is yours. Please take it away. Hi everyone, how's it going? My name is Gabriel Machado Cabral. I'm here to talk about accessibility in gaming. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gabriel Machado Cabral. I'm 23 and I make content online. I've been making it since 2017. Now, before that, I worked with Adapted Sports. With money from my tournaments, I was able to purchase my first computer to make content online. Video games were always a part of my life. I'm really passionate about it. I have spinal muscular atrophy. It is very common for people who have someone in their family with it to also have it, because this is hereditary. In my case, we have a very rare case because my disease came from recessive genes from my mom and my dad. I don't play the lottery because I know I'm gonna win, because I was really, one in a million. Now, in my career, I always looked for people like me, people with disabilities. And after a while, I ended up finding this NGO called Able Gamers. Able Gamers approaches social impact through gaming. They talk about how games can be helpful to fight social isolation. It also helps with development and accessibility. I could really relate to that and to their philosophy. Able Gamers is also active in Brazil. They do very important work. I'm now one of their members in Brazil. Every year, we do fundraising on the 24th of September. That's when we hold an event for fundraising so that we can have adapted controllers and adapted peripherals. They've been in Brazil for a few years. I'm also here to talk about how these adapted controllers work. Deep down, we're talking about accessibility in practice. A great example is the one from Xbox. The Xbox controller was developed with Able Gamers. They did very practical research and they went to NGOs with people with disabilities so that they could do general research on accessibility. They needed to understand how controllers for people with disabilities could be accessible for everyone. So they did do a lot of research. So deep down, here we have the possibility of creating our own controllers. With the Xbox controller, you can use a P2 port, and you can use different commands for every button compared to a typical or default controller. I have a keyboard, I have a mouse, I have this controller, and I can just play normally nowadays. I also use different motor options for accessibility. Another very famous controller is the quad stick. This controller is for people who can't move their upper limbs. So you can control this controller with your mouth. If anyone is unable to use their arms, they can use this controller. The person on this picture is Nato. He was in a motorcycle accident, but nowadays he's able to make content online because of this controller. Also, whenever we talk about accessibility in gaming, it's about social impact. We even got to the Game Awards. We have innovation in accessibility as a category. So for the last 3 years, they had this category, innovation in accessibility. For 2022, we had The Last of Us Part 2, 2021 Forza Horizon 5, and 2021 and 2022, we had God of War Ragnarok. They have many different adjustments for people who have partial vision with Forza Horizon, so that's for The Last of Us. With Forza Horizon 5, they have different changes related to the US. And with God of War, they worked on a lot of accessibility for motor issues. Now, unfortunately, we see people questioning the importance of all of these initiatives. Well, in Brazil, according to our census, 24% of the Brazilian population has some kind of disability. I did some research on my social media to see how many people with disabilities made content online or played video games. I started a survey, and I ended up meeting a lot more folks in this situation because of this survey. I met people with hearing disabilities, cognitive disabilities, physical disabilities, intellectual disabilities, motor disabilities, visual disabilities, and each one of them used video games either as a way to let steam off or to make content. And I've been on both sides of this. This is why video games are so important and accessibility matters so much nowadays. We may not be able to show this video. Maybe people in the AV team can help me. Can you please play this video? So this is my friend Belle. Hi, I'm Belle. I have low visual ability. This is a physical impairment, and I work with accessibility on a daily basis, making products more accessible to people. I'm also a researcher on UX. On my social media, you see content on accessibility, geek culture, and I also have accessible lives on Twitch with descriptions and subtitles. And you may be wondering, how can someone with a visual disability play video games? Well, this is only possible by using some tools and resources. For example, I use assistive technologies. For example, I use this headband. There's an arm in front of my forehead and lens on top of my eyes. I also have a digital tool so that I can expand on details in the game. I also use accessibility resources that some games have in them. For example, I have a reader, I can increase the font size, I can use high contrast, and I can make other adjustments that help people with disabilities be able to play. I do hope my story is an inspiration to devs who are watching this video so that they make their games more accessible so that everyone can play them. I also want to encourage people with disabilities to really travel the world of games and enjoy it. Alright, this is what I wanted to share. And before we wrap this up, I'd love to hear your questions. Should you have any questions regarding anything, please let me know. I'd love to take them. Thank you. I can't hear this person. Hi, Gabriel. How's it going? It's very nice to meet you. Can you please give us a tip of what we could do as gamers or as people working in gaming to foster accessibility in games? How can we shed some more light on it? I have ADHD and I work with people with autism. We often talk about it. So in your opinion, what can we as users do to bring light to this topic? You see, when it comes to gaming and making content, we have media kits, just like the one that I showed to you. I would highly recommend working on your specificities and what you think is necessary to then share this with different brands. They need to know what you need so that they can add it to their products. So this is something actionable that I would like to share with you. Do we have any other questions? Hi, good morning, Gabriel. Gabriel, we have an online shop. And we'd love to hear more about these accessories. You talked about the Xbox controller and the quad stick, but what about keyboards and mouses? Can you please repeat your question? Of course. When it comes to keyboards and mouses, do we also need adapted hardware? How does that work for gaming? You see, there's a lot of progress right now with gaming. We now see smaller keyboards with fewer buttons. These are for people who have reduced levels of disability. I've tried to use regular keyboards. We have smaller keyboards, and we also have keyboards that could be used with one single hand. And then the other hand could be used for the mouse. Razer has this kind of hardware. They have the one-hand keyboard. I think the name of their line is Turtle. It's a very small keyboard. You can check it out. See if this works for you. That's my tip. That's what I'd recommend. Any more questions? Hi, Gabriel. Here's my question. You know a lot about this type of hardware. Can you mention a few companies that offer these adapted controllers? What is available right now in Brazil for people with disabilities? Well, I know more regarding Microsoft because they worked with able gamers. We also have PlayStation creating an adapted controller, and we still don't have a date of launch, but they've announced it. We have the quad stick, and for gaming, these are the three that I've heard about. We have a trade show in Brazil for people with disabilities. So they have a very good niche for accessibility, and I do recommend this trade show called Reattach. It usually happens mid-year. Okay, thank you.
Do you have any more questions? No? So thank you so much. I would like to thank my managers. They helped me put together the presentation. I wrote the script and they put together the slide deck. I would also like to take this chance to thank bigfestival guys for giving me the opportunity to be here talking to you about such a critical topic that has been gaining more and more visibility in Brazil and other countries too. And thank you all so much for being here. I know it's very early, so thank you so much. I'm very grateful. And enjoy the trade show. And let's give our organizers a hand of applause. Thank you. All right, Machadinho, thank you so much once again for being here. And I'm going to interview you in a few minutes. But before that, we are going to take a very quick break. We're going to take a 2-minute break so that you can grab some water. And we're going to talk some more with Machadinho. We'll be right back. All right, we're here with Machadinho at stage 2. And now, Machadinho, we're going to have a quick chat. And my question for you is, what is your position in the game industry right now? I know your history, I know your background, but let's tell our viewers a little bit more about that. Well, I have been working in this industry since 2017, as I said in my talk. And there are a lot of great people out there with a great potential, but I think that I gain a lot of attention, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of my work. Well, someone needs to be the trailblazer, right? Someone needs to be the pioneer. But I'm just a pioneer in the game industry, okay? Yes, and how important it is for you to bring that topic, to cast light on that topic here at Big Festival. Well, it's critical because I had some experiences in my life, and I know that other people go through that as well. So it is an honor for me to talk about something that's very important and to talk about my everyday challenges. Now, in terms of games, what are your favorite ones right now? And which ones are highlights in terms of accessibility? Well, I'm playing The Last of Us 2 right now. It's my favorite. And actually, it won many accessibility awards. So I'm very excited to explore those features. All right. And Machadinho, thank you so much once again for being here. And we are going to talk a lot more throughout the event. And I'll be right at stage 2 in a few moments. Alright everybody, so we're back here at stage 2. And I'm here to let you know that this is the last day of the big festival, and for those who have not joined us in person, please, we would love to welcome you here at Big Festival. And for those of you who are watching us online, you can check out our program and everything that's going on at bigfestival.com.br so that you don't miss out on anything. And for those of you who are here with us in person, there's a screen back there where you can check out everything that's going on here at the festival. We are, getting everything ready for our next speaker, but I can tell you right now what the next panel is going to be about. The title is Welcome to the Meridian, Discover the World of Synced. Our next talk will be about the game Synced with Kevin Short, the narrative director. It is a brand new looter shooter game that puts you as a runner against the hordes of nanos in a post-collapse world where the nanites technology has ravaged humanity. Kevin will present the journey of the game's development from early concept into full-blown PvP, PvE adventure. We are just getting our technical elements ready for our next panel, our next talk, and he's going to come on screen. He will not be here in person with us. He is joining us remotely. So please bear with us for a few moments until we get everything ready for our next talk. Yeah, we just need a few more moments. And in the meantime, I would like to take this chance to thank our sponsors and supporters and partners. Big Festival wouldn't be possible without them. We know that the festival is growing every year, and we need to be thankful to everybody that helps us and everybody that comes to join us and see the wonderful exclusive content that we bring to our audience. And I am one of you. I always put on my headset and watch the exclusive content that we have here. And you can take one headset and, see the 3 tracks as you change channels. And it works perfectly. You don't need to walk from one stage to the next. You can just grab a seat and watch everything from where you are. And you can find what's going on at the festival on bigfestival.com.br. All right? And we have some breaks in between talks so that you can grab some water. And we just need a few more moments to start our next talk here at stage 2. And for those of you watching us from home, if you live in São Paulo, please come join us in person. We have our last day. It is a full day. We have many exclusive games that you can play here. Of course, our trade show is very much focused on indie game development. And if you are in São Paulo, it's very easy to get here. There's public transportation that can take you here. And you are invited to join us in person. Projection, are we ready to start the next panel? So we are going to take a quick break to get some things ready, and I'll be right back to introduce our next guest, Kevin Short. We'll be right back.
Agora a música do jogo, mas se vocês tivessem, vocês iam estar maravilhados, porque essa trilha sonora, cara, ela cola na cabeça de um jeito que você fica cantarolando nos dias seguintes. Já estou em primeiro colocado, estou profissional, apesar de ser aqui, a minha primeira vez, e vocês estão acompanhando aqui comigo, Final Lap. Será que alguém vai me passar? Lógico que não vai me passar, e se vocês repararem, tem alguns indicativos que às vezes o jogo ele dá aqui pra mim, dizendo, dá uma freadinha aí que você vai bater. Não, vai retão, é agora. Turbão, vou meter o turbão. Não, caraca, cara, não devia ter feito isso agora. Agora sim, meteu o turbão, chegando lá, vou pegar o retardatário, passei dele, nossa, que eu tô indo muito bem aqui nessa corrida. Passei o carinha ali que nem imaginou, já são 2 retardatários. Isso aqui é profissional dos games. First place, bati recorde. Será que eu bati o recorde de alguém? Ô, louco, bati mesmo. Olha lá, os outros segundos lugares estavam jogando nesse tablet aqui, ó, ao longo do evento. 1,31, 1,31, 1,32. Eu bati o 1,26, cara. Ó, vamos ver o recorde global aqui. Tá fazendo load, não sei se está conectado aqui na internet, mas não tem problema. Vou deixar aqui, colocar next. Já nem quero ver o ranking global, porque eu perco meus créditos, né? Quero continuar tendo aqui a minha moralzona. Ó, primeiro lugar, ganhei as Blue Coins, ganhei 50 créditos para eu poder customizar o meu carro depois. E tem vários outros games que eu quero apresentar para vocês aqui. Daqui a pouquinho eu volto, vou deixar um beijo para vocês, vou deixar devolver o palco e a gente se vê daqui a pouquinho aqui no Big. Beijos!
Acabou? Acabou? Acabou?
Estamos de volta aqui no palco.
Eu achei que era o carro do Horizon.
O carro do Horizon que estava chegando? Não, senhoras e senhores, ladies and gentlemen e todos aqueles in between. Eu sou Afonso Solano.
You know, get some things ready to start the next presentation. And the title of the next talk is Welcome to the Meridian, Discover the World of Synced. Kevin Short will share with us the steps since the very early concept phase until the full-blown PvP PvE adventure, and he's going to join us remotely. And production, if we have everything ready, we are ready to start. Kevin, hi. Seja bem-vindo.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I'm very happy to be invited along today. It's a great honor to be with you. I wish I could join you in person. I'm talking to you from Montreal, Canada, so a little north of you. Today, I'm going to talk about our experiences in developing Synced, a new multiplayer game from Next Studios, with a focus on some of the work within the narrative team, as I am the narrative director. This is a short talk, so really it's a primer for the game. So let's get started. Next slide, please. Okay, so I am Kevin Short. That's me, the narrative director for Next Studios. I've worked in video games for over 16 years. I spent some of my time with, most of that time with Ubisoft Montreal, had a few short detours, and eventually found myself with Next Studios in 2021. I joined Next to work alongside Clark Yang, the game's creative director. He and I collaborated a lot at Ubisoft Montreal, and I love the opportunity to work with him again. Next slide, please. So Next Studios is the youngest studio within the Tencent Games family. It provides an innovative environment for developers with its core value of pursuing new experiences and technology, hence Next. It's based in Shanghai, China. We've made several games, with Synced being our biggest venture into multiplayer games. And so, yeah, there's our next slide. So, but first, let me show you, give you a look at our latest trailer on the game for those who may not know anything about it. So please play the video. So there you have it. Lots of nasties to take on. Next slide, please. So Synced is a match-based looter shooter with PvP and PvE modes. You can play solo or team-based matches. The game is being translated into 12 languages, including, of course, Brazilian Portuguese. The game is set in the near future of our world, where nanite technology has become the backbone of civilization, serving as human brain-computer interfaces, otherwise called BCIs. In the wake of a cataclysm known as the Collapse, the nanites propagate and consume billions of humans, forming themselves into feral, predatory nanite creatures that we call nanos, and they roam the wastelands. If you could click the next slide. So they look something like this. They're born from tiny nanite particles that you can see on the bottom there that cluster together into billions of nanites, looking like this ugly guy right there. Next slide, please. So in this post-apocalypse world, fortune seekers have converged on Washington state to an exclusion zone known as the Meridian. It's ground zero for the collapse, and they're in search of a valuable nano-energy substance known as Nerva. Next slide, please. So they're called runners, and some of these fortune seekers have come for the sake of greed, others for the sake of glory, but all runners come with the hope of turning the tide against a nano-infested world. Now, in our game, a key weapon against the nanos relies on sinking, hence the title of our game. As runners venture into the Meridian, they must immediately face off against some of the largest nanos in the field, known as prime nanos. Next slide, please. So using a runner's high-tech armband, players can subdue these creatures and sink them. You essentially tame the nano, make it serve your needs, and you weaponize it against your enemies. And these are 4 examples of the types of companion nanos that you can get in the game who will serve you in different ways throughout the game. Next slide, please. So it looks something like this. So you can go ahead and click to play that. There you go. So you subdue the prime nano, you move up to it and sync with it. So you connect with it using your armband. This is a core feature of our game. These companions become essential. Next slide, please. Yeah, there you go. So every companion has unique abilities that can be upgraded during a match. You can send them out to attack or distract. You can also send them out for radar to identify enemies, or you can dock them onto your arm, and from there a player gains additional buffs, like a faster reload or a built-in defense shield. Next slide, please. A companion gives you fun advantages during a match, like our nano leap here, allowing you to escape jeopardy, which is all I play. I'm one of those players who just constantly runs away from from the trouble. Or you can use it to create a rush attack on your enemies. Next slide, please. So our game has 3 key areas we call the dead sectors, Nerva runs, and then there's the player's forward base, Haven. Could you click the next slide? A large portion of our game takes place in regions known as the dead sectors. Next slide, please. So these are PvE matches where players can go in with a team of 3, or you can run a match solo. A dead sector is a region that is overrun with thick, corrupted nano byproduct that we call surge. Next slide, please. A runner goes into these regions to find the source. Where is the surge coming from? It's always coming from a tyrant boss. And the surge is those spindly things that are coming up from the sky. You can also, from the ground, you can also see almost a cloud-like effect, like starlings. That's also part of the surge. And so a PvE run in the dead sectors means that players battle their way through nanos, through the surge. Next slide, please. You eventually find your way to a tyrant like that guy, and you take them down. At launch, we have about 5 unique tyrant bosses that you'll end up encountering. Next slide, please. So then we have the Nerva runs. These are small PvP arenas that pit squads of players against rival players. The goal is simple. Enter these regions, score the largest haul of Nerva for you and your team, and get out victorious. Next slide, please. And finally, we have the Players Hub called Haven. Next slide, please. Your hub is made from the destroyed husk of an old research vessel that crashed during the collapse. Now, this is a safe zone for players where they can plan their next match. Next slide. Players can unlock new mods they've collected during matches, mods that will help to boost their power rating. They can manage and customize their weapons, their runner outfits, and upgrades for their armbands and their companion nanos. Next slide, please. So there's the core of the game, and the game works. It's fun, it's addictive and challenging. Now, we are a live game that's going to deliver seasonal content every 3 months. On the narrative side, we needed to find the compelling stories and puzzles that will draw players along in this strange dystopian world. Next slide, please. So earlier, we'd already established some core pillars that the game as a whole needed to keep to. Our game had to be believable, meaning whatever choices we made had to make sense within this world. It didn't need to be true to life, but it needed to fit our universe. So next slide. For example, feral nano machines are a pure invention of ours, but it's believable because ours is a world of nanite technology. However, we can't drop dinosaurs into our world. Next slide. There's no reason or logic for this in the universe. Next slide, please. Collaborative and personal were going to be key to our game. We were a match-based multiplayer game. Players' teams were key. Creating their own stories and moments would be key to the gameplay. And next slide, please. And finally, we had our last pillar, mysterious. We needed something within our world that would tug at the imagination, something that players could argue and debate over, a long-term puzzle that we could build on with each new season of Synced that had enough legs to carry us into year 2 and beyond. Next slide, please. So the game was originally called Synced Off-Planet. The core feature has always been the same. Tame the nanos, sync with them, and turn them against your enemies. This is strong. It's a fun feature of the game. It's what makes us stand out. Next slide, please. The original narrative wrapper for the game was a fantasy of escape. Find a way to leave this planet and get to a safe orbiter in the sky. Escape now sounds good on paper. There are inherent stakes in that situation. The key problem was the gameplay didn't support the stakes. Players would never escape the planet. They would never see the orbiter. We didn't even build any off-planet locations to visit. Even more so, players themselves had no interest in getting off-planet. The fun and adventure was on the ground. Next slide, please. So we dropped off-planet. That wasn't part of our game. Next slide. Now we looked at what we had for our game. And next slide again. We had nanos on the loose in the world. We had a shady corporation known as Shinar who caused all this mess. And we had a vast location in the Pacific Northwest of America. Next slide, please. And our heroes were all converging on this location. Now, for players, they're coming for one key reason. This was ground zero for a new kind of world currency called Nerva. With this, players can upgrade and customize their heroes, but still we needed something more, that long-term goal I spoke of. Next slide. Like Mount Doom in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the Fellowship marches their way from one end of Middle-earth toward Mount Doom. Through that long march, they encounter all sorts of trials and misadventures that become the heart of this journey. And through it all, they've got the mysteries of Mount Doom looming in the distance. And so we needed our Mount Doom. Next slide, please. Now, with nanite technology, we have a mystery with long-term opportunities. This nanite technology was a presence born of the corruption, awakened within this sealed-off zone that we call the Meridian. The mysteries of this presence give us and the players food for the many seasons that lay ahead. Now, this isn't a sharp linear narrative. The condensed nature of match-based games can't delve into the rich storytelling that you get in single-player experiences like Last of Us or God of War. Players are engaging with the same maps over and over, and they're not necessarily coming in search of a single-player story. They're coming to engage with other players, to rank up, and to customize for personal expression. Every 3 minutes, our game will launch a new season where we refresh the content, offer new gameplay, new heroes a few times per year, and add another chapter to the mysteries of our world. It's within these seasonal chapters that we will tease players with fresh stories of the Meridian. To make sure we had rich opportunities for these stories, we needed heroes with rich stories. Next slide, please. This was a post-apocalyptic world where our band of heroes converge on ground zero of the collapse. It was a global collapse. The entire world had fallen apart. Next slide. Our heroes have all come to fight for what's left of humanity. So we needed a cross-section of heroes from all over the world, all of them drawn to the Meridian for their own reasons. Next slide. There was Glory, a young Chinese woman who left her family and crossed the Pacific with an unshakable faith in the goodness of humanity, determined to restore the world she knows and loves. Hakun Park from South Korea, once a titan of industry and big game hunter, now he's come to the Meridian, chasing the biggest game on the planet with a drive to rebuild his lost empire. We have Deadcut, a gambler from the American South whose debts were wiped clean following the collapse, along with his family and his friends. And so he finds his way to the Meridian, still hungry to put everything on the line. Now, this character had an interesting journey during our playtest, and so we'll talk about him in a second. Every runner comes for what seems a clear reason, but they each have their own demons that they must confront, demons that will gradually reveal themselves across our seasons. And so it was important for us that we had strong, distinct voices supporting our characters. In crafting heroes for our games, you're crafting the world. You want to welcome players into your world. You want them to embrace the fantasy. There are many ways to do this. Of course, there's environmental storytelling, music, gameplay. All these things play a part. The voices of the heroes are going to follow the player at every step of their match. And so we need voices that belong to our world. They don't need to reflect the player's personality, but they can't get in the way either. Now, I'll show you some brief snippets of our actors who helped bring life to our runners. These recording sessions were all done in London, England. We found a wide range of talent and voices there that helped us establish our global team of runners. We would record their dialogue and any efforts they have to make. When they get hit by a bullet, for example, or they run far and they get out of breath, all those sounds need to be created by the actors to match the voice. We always start our sessions with lines that we'd consider signature heroes, the lines that reflect their personalities in the strongest way. After 30 minutes, sometimes less, we've usually landed where we want them. You cast these people for a reason. They've succeeded in the audition. You need to trust it in the choice you've made, and also trust in the actor that they'll find the character. And invariably, if you've done your job right, invariably they do. So next slide, please. So we had Rania, the dead woman from Colombia, who needed this haunted voice with contained emotion. Please play the video.
We kill that Goliath and take his Nerva. Vale.
Next slide. there was Glory from China, who sees joy and hope in every corner of the Meridian. Go ahead and play her video. Oh, her video didn't play. That's all right. She has a lovely voice. It was amazing. Let's see if it plays again.
I love the sunsets here.
There we go.
In the mountains, the sunbeams are so strong. They reach out like a last goodnight stretch, a brilliant goodbye to the day. It's quite different from the sunset I saw back home in my village. But I know when I look west to the twilight, I'm looking towards my family.
There you go. And next slide, please. And then we had the country doctor from the north of England, Montgomery Stone. You can play his video, please.
Look, it doesn't matter. The point is that the dogs are playing poker. I thought you might find that interesting, given your proclivities.
And next slide. So earlier I had mentioned that one of our heroes was a challenge for us. We had a playtest last year, a little longer than last year, actually, and this was the first time players would meet our heroes. Now, the response was great. Players loved the characters, they loved the looks, the abilities, and the voices, all but Brother Abel, this guy right here. Now, this surprised us, as he was a really well-written character. He had a dark, complicated past. He was a preacher who'd found his calling after the collapse, who was driven to find himself in the Meridian and save any and all. Now, our actor was top-notch, and he performed admirably. So what exactly went wrong? If you could click to the next slide, please. So let's have a listen to his clip here. This is a clip of the actor's original audition. The audio is a bit low grade, but let's have a listen.
You see, Shinar has taken salvation upon themselves, created a false heaven for those they deem worthy.
So he spoke of gospel, of salvation, a lot of heavenly preacher language. Now, we got a lot of feedback from players who balked at the idea of playing a preacher, even if he's toting a shotgun. That was a personality that clashed with the players. Now, if he were a character that you met in the game, if he were, for example, a vendor who's selling weapons, he would have been fine. The difference for players was that we were asking them to control this character, to let this spiritual voice accompany them in every moment of their match. And that didn't work for a lot of players. So what to do? We loved the actor. We loved the model. The character looked great. So we kept all of that and we rewrote his bio from the ground up. A complete rewrite front to back of him, of his dialogue, everything. Next slide, please. He became Deadcut, a gambler who comes to Haven in search of community and ready to test fate in the Meridian. Please play his audio clip.
Cards
there.
on the table, Rusher. Let's see what you got.
So, same actor who embraced this gambler, injected him with a heavy dose of thrill, living on the edge, and this lust for life. It required one minor change to remove a crucifix that he was wearing on the model. Otherwise, everything stayed the same. And Deadcut is indeed one of the favorite heroes in the game. Incidentally, you may recognize this actor. He is now playing one of the key characters in the new House of Dragon TV series. And of course, as always happens, invariably, we have had some fans from early playtests come back. They've done a new playtest, and they're not happy that Brother Abel has been removed. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. Okay, then we have memory fragments. So these are essentially found lore in our game. I haven't talked a lot about this, but I'll touch on it briefly. In these kinds of match-based games, there's a challenge to get story and lore in the player's hands. Some players just have no interest. They don't come for your backstories or journals, and they don't want to force, we don't want to force it on them either. You want the environment and audio ambience to do the job for that group. But you always have players who want to dive into every mystery and puzzle the world has to offer. And you want to make sure you're feeding that crowd. They will scour the world for your hidden stories. Sometimes, if you're lucky, they'll create rich online compilations and theories around everything you provide them. You want to give them the tools to speculate, to puzzle over and debate the mysteries of your world. So we do that through memory fragments, that kind of floating strange symbol that you see there. They aren't simply notes left in convenient locations. We want the existence of these fragments to be believable, back to that idea of believable. They're a part of our world because the nanite corruption scattered digital memories and recordings of the dead. They're short, they're standalone, designed to fit within a player's fast-paced play style. So go ahead and please play the audio there.
Security chased me half a mile off the road. Those crazy bastards. They were supposed to protect us. Now I'm stalled out of gas. God. My ankle's broken. Oh God, I can hear those things coming. Nanos. This is it for me. I don't know if anyone will ever hear this, but you have to believe me. We were trying to change the world, but not like this. Not like this.
I've always thought of the Meridian as this haunted house. All the buildings are abandoned, destroyed, and these memory fragments represent the ghost stories left behind. You can hear the visceral terror of these moments, and like in that example I just played, or sometimes you're hearing pure joy, a moment of pure joy, emotional moments from the dead that place you in the world and place you in the moment and give you a snapshot of the history. And so players can wander the world and pick up these memory fragments that give a snapshot of life before, during, and after the collapse. These will be ongoing fragments to discover and catalog across the seasons of the game. Next slide, please. So across this last year, we've moved quickly. At times, it sometimes felt too fast, but never impossible. At times, it would have been nice to have the luxury of stepping back with fresh eyes. But we're now in the closing stages of our game, and we're very excited to get this game out to you and to the players and join everyone inside the Meridian. So it was a quick little introduction to Synced. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your attention, and please get out there and try our game. It's coming very soon, and I do hope we're very proud of it, and I hope you love it.
É isso, minha gente, é isso. A gente teve papo legal. Pena que
All right, such an interesting conversation. It's just a pity that this was a shorter session. You see, our production crew could expand this conversation next time, because we'd love to be here with him for longer. I'm just joking, of course, but thank you so much for being here, guys. And if you're just getting here, thank you. Thank you for attending. Luisa is here with us, right? Can we cut to Luisa if she's ready? Alright, so if you're here at stage 2 with me, we're gonna have more sessions soon. We are getting closer and closer to our next panel because, yes, we have another panel right after this one. We have a lot of exclusive content. So up next, we have a panel called From Player to Playtester, Making an Impact on Game Development. This is going to be another international conversation, and we'll have G Round here with us. This is a playtesting platform directed by our community to help game devs take their games to the next level. Our speaker will be Agni Vitkuti. It's very hard to pronounce her name, but she's here, we can see her on the screen, and she was preparing for her presentation backstage. She's going to talk about how the passion displayed by gamers could be a catalyzer for positive changes in the way we make games. She's also going to talk about how to give feedback regarding games and how to help their development. We know that games are always changing, and if Agnes is ready, the stage will be hers right now. All right, Agni is ready. Round of applause, please. Oi, pessoal. Obrigada pela presença. Eu tô super animada de estar aqui no Brasil e de ver como vocês têm um setor de jogos incrível aqui. O meu nome é Agne Vitgude. Eu sou a diretora de relacionamentos da G-Round. A gente é uma plataforma de teste de jogos de PC e o meu trabalho é conectar jogadores incríveis com os devs para que os devs consigam criar jogos melhores. Quantos de vocês já jogaram um jogo que não foi lançado ainda, ou que não tinha sido lançado ainda? Pode ser uma demo, pode ser um jogo aqui. Levanta a mão, por favor. Ah, legal. É um número muito bom. Então vocês já jogaram esse tipo de jogo. Só que hoje a gente vai aprender a valorizar um pouquinho mais os devs quando a gente joga esses jogos. Hoje, então, eu vou falar sobre o que é o playtesting. Eu vou explicar por que a opinião de vocês é importante, o que é um feedback construtivo. Eu também vou falar o que a gente deve e não deve falar na hora de dar o feedback. E eu vou falar sobre como encontrar oportunidades de playtesting. Em resumo, o playtesting é quando os desenvolvedores pegam um jogo que não foi lançado ainda, entregam na mão dos jogadores e pedem feedback. Isso bem em resumo, eles podiam pedir isso para os colegas, mas geralmente a opinião deles é muito enviesada. Ou podem pedir a opinião da mãe também, só que a opinião da mãe costuma ser suspeita, né? Pode ser ou crítica de mais ou crítica de menos. Então o ideal é fazer o playtesting com os jogadores. Jogadores ou que queiram muito jogar e que já sejam na comunidade, ou jogadores que nunca tenham ouvido falar daquele jogo, porque aí eles vão conseguir feedback de um público mais amplo. Essas pessoas vão testar diferentes coisas. Pode ser, por exemplo, o design do jogo. Será que a experiência de gameplay está batendo com o que eles queriam fazer? Será que está funcionando? Será que dá para entender os quebra-cabeças? Pode ser também um teste de mecânicas. Será que o controle é intuitivo? Será que o combate está divertido? Pode ser também um teste de diferentes elementos, porque antes de um dev investir muito dinheiro, talvez ele queira saber se os jogadores têm interesse em customização do personagem, em modos específicos ou no editor de fase. E por fim, claro, a gente tem a experiência do usuário. Será que esse jogo é divertido? Por que ele é divertido? Essas são as principais perguntas que os desenvolvedores querem fazer. Agora, por que a opinião de vocês faz diferença? Olha, sem nenhum feedback dos jogadores, o que acontece é isto aqui, isto aqui, e isto aqui. A gente vê um monte de review negativo, ou porque o dev não ouviu o feedback do jogador, ou porque o dev não pediu esse feedback. O Division é um ótimo exemplo, lá de 2016. Essa aqui foi a classificação, foi bastante negativa. E agora, em 2023, ela é basicamente positiva. Bem positiva, o que significa que eles melhoraram o jogo ao longo dos anos de uma forma muito boa. No entanto, muitos jogadores que teriam jogado em 2016 não vão jogar agora, muito embora a experiência esteja muito melhor. Então, cada um de nós traz uma perspectiva muito única ao desenvolvimento de jogos. É por isso que é tão importante compartilhar o que vocês acham do jogo, para que o dev possa melhorar o jogo. Vocês também podem ajudar o dev a se concentrar no que importa. Quanto mais feedback o dev recebe, mais dado ele vai ter para se concentrar no que a maioria dos jogadores quer. Também é possível ajudar a deixar o jogo da forma como a gente quer que ele seja. E a gente pode ajudar o jogo a melhorar depois de um lançamento muito ruim também. Isso, por sua vez, ajuda outros jogadores a jogarem o seu dinheiro em jogos que valham a pena. Vamos ver então o estudo de caso. Esse daqui é de um desenvolvedor chamado Afnareld, da Suécia. O jogo é o Meridian. É um jogo indie que ainda não foi lançado e é um RPG muito legal com mudança de forma. Eu pedi para eles um exemplo de playtest, do feedback que eles receberam e de ações que eles tomaram para deixar o jogo melhor. E foi isso que eles falaram, olha, os usuários achavam que o jogo era ou fácil demais ou difícil demais, então eles decidiram trabalhar com diferentes níveis de dificuldade, com 4. Eles também não perceberam que estavam trabalhando com um público pequeno. Para que mais pessoas gostassem do jogo, eles deixaram o jogo mais acessível a pessoas que gostam dos jogos ou mais fáceis ou mais difíceis. Eles também receberam muito feedback de interface do usuário, de experiência do usuário, que a navegação do mundo não estava clara, que as melhorias dos personagens não estavam claras, que não dava para ler direito. Foram exemplos muito específicos e feedbacks muito específicos que eles conseguiram transformar em iniciativas. Isso significou que eles não precisavam melhorar o jogo de uma forma geral ou generalizada. Eles tinham coisas específicas para melhorar o jogo. Então, se vocês quiserem ajudar os developers a melhorar os jogos, o feedback tem que ser construtivo. Eu vou dar alguns exemplos de como a gente pode estruturar o nosso feedback. Em primeiro lugar, eu sugiro separar o seu feedback em diferentes categorias. Por exemplo, a ideia do jogo. Vocês podem falar assim: olha, eu gostei dessa ideia de jogo por causa disso, ou não gostei por causa daquilo, e dá para comparar. Você pode falar, por exemplo, olha, eu achei que houve um uso inovador de cartas e de um planejamento estratégico, o que é diferente de outros jogos. Não ajuda quando a gente fala, a ideia do jogo é ótima, porque assim os devs não conseguem saber quais são seus pontos fortes e fracos. Além disso, quando a gente fala da gameplay, é importante falar sobre como é fácil entrar no jogo, se é. Por exemplo, olha, foi fácil de entender como é que jogava, ou foi difícil entender os controles. É ótimo mencionar esse tipo de coisa. Esse jogador específico falou que...
A little bit about yourself. I mean, what games do you play and everything? I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy. I'm live streaming that. I couldn't really live stream this last week because I was prepping up for this event. Now, just out of curiosity, can you tell us about how long it takes for you to wear the costume? Yeah, it's a very time-consuming process. I was wearing a wig yesterday, and it's very time-consuming. It took me like 2 days to get ready for that. Yes, I mean, you have to get the wig ready in order to do that. You guys use softener, is that right? Yes, yes. Here's something amazing for wigs. I mean, I use softener, the same thing that people use to do their laundry, and I also use an iron to get my wig ready. And how long have you been wearing costumes? Well, I started out during the pandemic. I started generating content. I joined TikTok, and I was invited to be part of CCXP, and I started to become a costume artist, to go to festivals and fairs. And right now, that's what you do, right? You guys go to events like this. Well, here's my Instagram and TikTok. Evelyn with an Y, Evelyn Agenda. That's my TikTok. I work mostly on Instagram and TikTok. Okay, guys. We're going to have our next talk shortly, talking about games and mental health. This conversation will be very important. We're going to talk about games, mental health, and decolonialization. And it might seem that those things do not have any relationship, but we are going to show what the relationship is between those topics. And this is important. We take the stage to talk about different subjects. It's very important to raise awareness of different themes like decolonial globalization. I mean, gaming is not only about being in your bedroom playing your games. I mean, we have to mention different subjects and start talking about those subjects. And this, an event like this, it would be very important to start talking about these themes. That's right, yeah. So I heard about those guys, that studio that actually came up with a VR game for hospital treatment. Yeah, that's right. Okay, guys, we had different people talking about fascinating content here. I actually watched several of the presentations. I don't know if you were here yesterday, Evelyn, but we had Chris Silva yesterday on stage. And I'm sorry if I'm being very repetitive, talking about this all the time, but this is amazing. This guy came up with a virtual reality glasses to help children during the hospital treatment. They're doing cancer treatment, and this helps children. Yeah, it's amazing to see how technology can help people in different environments, right? Yes, it's fascinating. Well, Evelyn, thank you very much for joining us on stage. I really hope you make the best out of this fair. Maybe when you wear the armor of your character, you can drop by to show us the other costumes. So thank you very much. Now, okay, thank you. Now I would like to invite Renata Moraes, Lucas Machado, Julio Santi, and Poliana Notargiacomo. Please, round of applause to our guests. Welcome to the stage, guys. Welcome. I think I'll be the moderator. Sure, sounds good. Yeah, you can take up the stage. Yeah, feel free. I really need to have the security guy, you know, my bodyguard. Hello, everyone. How are you guys? The big festival audience. We have lots of people over here and lots of people online. I know that lots of people are watching this session. Games for Change, Latin America. Welcome, everyone. We have amazing people to talk about this very hot subject, games and mental health in decolonial globalization. This is the most important theme for the year chosen by us, Games for Change. We actually came up with games addressing this issue, and we're going to launch that in the ELA Festival. We're going to have the Games for Change Latin America Festival, and in 1 week, we're going to have a very special event in New York, the 20th edition of Games for Change Latin America. 12 years in the US, 12 years in Brazil. In the US, that's the benchmark event for the impact of games on society, on culture, and health. And the 20th edition of this festival will take place in the United Nations office. I would like to ask the guys to put up the presentation just to show you what this festival is all about. We have a strong presence in the US, in Latin America, Central America, Africa, Europe, and Middle East. So we are expanding our global footprint. The Latin America was the second market, the first one outside the US, and we had a very important event in 2010. So we have a total of 12 festivals where we discuss the roles of game in and the impact of games in people's lives, in society. And then we can talk about different topics. And it's no coincidence that we're going to host this event at the United Nations office, and we're going to talk about how games can actually accelerate the SDGs, the UN's SDGs. There are several opportunities. We can talk about health and food, human rights, environment. How can games streamline the path for us to become more sustainable in the world? So this is going to be the 20th edition of this festival. We're going to talk about virtual reality, artificial intelligence, but the focus is on the transformative impact of games. Here in Latin America, we're going to have the 12th edition, and the topic of this year is mental health. Everyone involved in the gaming industry, both directly and indirectly, knows that this is a pivotal topic. As a matter of fact, 2 or 3 weeks ago, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, issued a staggering report on the impact of society on children and adolescents. Mental health is a touchy subject. To talk about mental health, we need to have psychiatrists, psychologists, and psychoanalysts. So you see how complex it is. It's a very complex topic. But anyway, we also talk to neuroscientists that will not really focus on the psychological side of it, but they're going to talk about the neurology. I mean, the impact on the brain, the human brain. So these are things that will actually affect your diet, actually how your body works. You keep playing for hours and hours, and this will have an effect on your brain. You don't eat, or you just eat pizza or fast food, and the result can be bad for your health. You can have food issues, and this will have a problem on both your brain and on your mind. So these are the hot topics of the day. And today we are fortunate enough to have people from all different backgrounds, and they're going to talk from different standpoints.
Besides that, we have intangible matters as well. For example, what is the ideology behind the game? Is it a capitalist, Western culture, or is it a more Eastern or indigenous culture? And are we used to playing games that connect our brain circuit to a standard of civilization that is self-destructing, that does not accept the other, violence in different forms? So this is the topic today amongst these extraordinary professionals. Besides researching it, they do amazing things about it. So a brief round of introduction for me to introduce you these amazing people who are partners of us for a long time. Renata Moraes is based in Brasilia. She's one of those who thinks and does. She has traveled the world in high acknowledged research centers. Even in Dubai, she has been in User Experience Project Council. We all know about the investment that the Middle East is doing in order to become a world hub of gaming. And Renata is a partner of Games for Change in a project named Lumens. That is, I can say, a big investment in this box of mental health, but not only mental health, because the tagline is Decolonial Globalization. Do you want to change the world? Okay, so you need to have a decolonial globe and mind frame. Is it a world that is promoting a first-person shooter, an FPS, compared to a game in which people try and find the meaning of untranslatable words? Is it the best choice? So Renata is spearheading that, and also Tapuya, another advanced immersive project entirely linked to the generation of revenue and the preservation of the indigenous assets. She will be telling us about that, to find a way out in this ancestral world may impact the mindsets of the companies, the players, and the collaborators. We want to be global. Tapuya wants to be global. Macunaíma is global. So with narrative designs and strategies that may express values, causes, and indeed a passion for transforming the world in something better. And then comes master level. And here we have Julio De Santos representing it, the first startup that has as the main idea to take that to the world, to increase self-esteem. And every gamer knows that to increase one's self-esteem means also being more comfortable doing what you like, learning languages, doing what you're good at. So we are going to talk about Master Lemon. We are going to go together to New York to the 20th festival, and this is the very first time that a Brazilian game will be launched at the UN inside the Games for Change festival. We are very excited, and he'll tell us all about. Then we have Poliana Notargiacomo. She is a partner and a fighter for the game's cause for many years. She has coordinated the SP Games in São Paulo. For a long time, she's been bridging game design and engineering at the Mackenzie University. She did a lot there. And today she will be telling us about her new passion, psychology. All of the size, she will tell us all about it because, my understanding of it is point something, is not even 1%. I'm going to call her Polly, okay? So Professor Polly will tell us all about it. Then we have Lucas. Lucas is a philosophy professor. And besides his academic pursuits in philosophy, he's also a game lover. So his passions for philosophy and games are now part of the core of Games for Change Latin America. He is the curator of our call for papers with the topic Mental Health in Decolonial Globalization. Besides being a PhD in philosophy, he also leads another network on non-Western philosophies. So again, if you want to be decolonial, then where do you place your avatar, right? We'll be talking about that. And I would like to thank the presence of my bodyguard here. So at the end, we are going to reveal his identity, should he allow us, because he does have superpowers. But we will have our lives assured by this amazing bodyguard. Now, Renata, thank you so much. I would like to thank all of the Big Festival organization for allowing us to be together, sharing ideas.
Renata, Tapuya and Lumen's life express your design view. You are the chief designer. You are envisioning this interface design that can also be an interior face design, allowing for decolonization. Tell us a little bit about the project so everyone can understand how this abstract idea of building games that are good for mental health is being led. How are you doing that? Well, I would like to start by talking about the first virtual reality that we have in our experience as humans in the world when we go to sleep at night and then we step into immersive environments that are absolutely connected to our psychology. The expression of our psyche comes via dreams. And in the originary peoples, the dreams are as real as their daily experience. So that experience is just as important for the originary people as the physical reality. So that's where it all starts. So when we think about an immersive environment, from the perspective that comes out of the axis, we can then understand the experience that can bring us a new perspective on everything that us as human beings, how is our relationship on a more profound perspective. And all of that means that when we are searching for dreams, all of these projects, Tapuya as well as Lumens.life, they come from my research with dreams. So we were back in Dubai trying to envision dreams, trying to record small visual references, words that were being repeated in the dreams, trying to create an interface in which people could create a continuity so that everything that is common in the dreams would not be lost. From that work, we started researching ways of seeing the myths. Myths are very rich. For example, the originary peoples myths, that they are amazing, and from that we think about a whole new means of organization stepping out of contemporary science. We know its bias is quantitative, so there is not a lot of room for qualitative, right? For the embodied, visceral, the gutty experience of these environments. Then we thought, maybe we can use VR, metaverse, and everything that technology is bringing us to create these expressions, these environments in which we can educate people on all of this wealth that we already have around the immersive environments. And that's how the Lumens.life came to be. It is more focused on the dialogue experience itself, this vertical dialogue between ancestral knowledge, and Tapuya more focused on blockchain cultural preservation, but always focused in originary people. Perfect. So we are talking about connecting future and ancestrality. That is a building of something that is quite abstract, but which is also at the reach of science and technology. So we use all of that to simplify and massify, dequalify, and treat people as cattle? Or do we use that to make people be even more interesting, with more self-knowledge? I think today we face that difficulty. Let me ask Polly about it. We are seeing a lot of depression, anxiety, self-simulation, problems with body image. Lula, the president, said that games cause violence. Then he corrected himself. It's not that the games cause violence, it is a series of things. But indeed, mental health indicators are getting worse. So how do you see that? Please, tell us a little bit. How did you start your work in psychology, and how do you bring that together with the analysis of formal coding? Okay, let me piggyback on what Renata said. I am a psychanalyst, besides being a game designer, as you said very well, and a structural designer. So my dream was to bring it all together for this new area, my core, which is the instructional design. So we're talking about the oniric, the dream. Well, the game in itself is an experience. In any situation, we will experiment that, experience that, for the best or the worst. So indeed, we should promote games that allow us to interpret, because psychoanalysis is based on archetypes, and they come from ancestry, from the collective consciousness, and then Jung brings us all of that repertoire to explain that throughout life we purpose different archetypes in our hero's journey, and we can embody that in the games. This is one of the most relevant things that the game can bring us. Help people to know themselves better and express themselves better as well. Statistics have shown that, for example, during the pandemic, we had a significant increase in the online gamers, and we know that we have some red flags. So we need to understand where fun turns into addiction. We know that the entertainment industry is the biggest one. Till 2030, we will reach 350 billion. It is a lot of money. And we do everything for people to stay playing. So one of the instances that we have to work with is, well, people should know their own limits. They should know them so well in order to say, okay, this is the limit of what I can use or not. How much I can use it or not. Okay, well, for the very first time, we are going to announce that our festival will be hybrid, not only because it will be held remotely and in person, but also because the activities will happen places that favor the contact with nature and this limit self-knowledge. Everybody would like to go over the limit, but if you do that without that being part of your purpose, then you're going to find it difficult to grab your bearings, you know. So it is about knowing your limit. And in terms of games, we would like to have the gamer experience to be side of side with the reality. If I can bridge that, then the game itself can be an intervention for the physical reality. For example, caring for plants or other people. Yes, and the game has another trait, the masks, right? That's what we call in psychology the masks. Charlie Charcoal used to talk about that in the 90s. So we all represent different roles. At every window that we will open a new holograph of our being. Games can reflect that. What is missing, as Renata said very well, is the idea of playing not just out of entertainment, but to reflect about oneself and to better know who came before us, wherever they are, because we are all part of a whole. Yes, and now you touched upon a subject that is really important, and personally, it is very close to my heart. So, besides debating something in theory, we should always give examples. Games for Changes, they follow that saying, you need to walk the talk. Renata does it. She already talked about Tapuya and her other project, Partners of Games for Change, America Latina, and there is another example, Master Lemon. Precisely what you just said. We are also, due to other people, we exist in function of other people and other inspirations. It can be a tribe, the core of the Amazon, but it can be your best friend. Maybe a best friend who is now gone, so he is now in the past. But these are connections that are not lost. My question is, can we transform this feeling? Wow, that guy was my best friend. How can I transform that longing, that missing him, in an experience that can even be in a tribute to the time when he was with us, so that this legacy of those who came before may be part of it? There is a game named Dead Dragon Cancer. It is the story of a couple who lost their son at the age of 3 years old, and as a self-healing process, they developed a game for people to have this experience. Yes. So, Master Lemon, just to give you a context, how did we find each other? Here at the big festival. There are so many partnerships that happen here, right? So it is an honor for us to find projects that translate the essence of this worldwide movement. And Master Lemon speaks directly to that. So I've asked Julio to tell us about the Master Lemon story. And he's developing this game that is at the same time a celebration of life and memory. But he can better explain it because he is the creator of the game. So how is it going? And also to talk about the Pepita Digital. That is a transmedia company. It does a lot. And yeah, so he is spearheading the games umbrella of Pepita, but I know that you also have other projects that we want to take to New York. Can you also tell us about Rebirth, Master Lemon, and Rebirth? Julio, over to you. Thank you, Jilson. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your kind words. Yes, Pepita exists since 2017, but up to 2021, we've been focused on B2B. So we designed different experiences for brands and companies using virtual reality, but a lot of my background in audio visual. So I've started my career in the languages. So I have a BA in Chinese language. I do understand the non-Western reasoning, and my master's also encompassed the Chinese thinking from the linguistic point of view. Maybe I'm gonna step away from Master Lemon in itself, just because it is really close to what I've been experiencing as a creator. So yes, Master Lemon is Pepita's first project, and it is my first project as a game producer. I'm now investing in the game. Pepita is investing in content. It is a bit stressful for me that inside a creative space, I see a lot of similarity between theater. I have directed theater plays, I directed movies, and now I'm directing a game, right? I've been studying a lot systems theory, and I believe that when we develop a systemic view for reality, then we start to understand that our own life is part of a system. We put ourselves inside a system that encompasses our family world. So I've been studying a lot of the family constellation. And from the creator point of view, I believe that everything that I create, I consume. When I think about mental health, well, maybe you can say that I'm like paying a tribute, but just to give you a context, André was a polyglot. He self-educated himself. He learned 10 languages. His dream was to live in Iceland, speaking English. He got there, but a few months later, he passed away, and he's the one who taught me all of that. I've also studied more than 10 languages. Well, we can say that this person, first of all, they have a lot of self-esteem, right? A person that is able to self-teach. We use that word as well a lot, right? A self-taught person, blah, 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 but that is all about self-belief as well, right? Yes. So after André passed away, it just came to me. It was not a conscious plan. It was an unconscious plan. And today I understand that I am in a systemic quest for self-discovery that encompasses mental health. When you invited me to talk about mental health, I thought, I'm trying to get there myself. So I don't feel fully entitled to talk about that, if not from my personal perspective. So the brain will not understand what is reality and what is virtual. The images that we face are very important. And André, he was a person with whom I could talk about that, not in an academic level, but in the sense of understanding that not only the languages, but self-teaching frees you. It brings you that. It frees you from escape your own system. So being an autodidact or a self-taught person for you is the style of life. Yes, it is a life principle, I would say. It's like a purpose, right? Because I think it is a north for many people from the gaming universe. Polly was just talking about the importance of masks, the masking, right? In psychology, in this festival, we can see many people in cosplays. So what is that? It is self-knowledge as well, right? Look at my bodyguard. He's a Mandalorian. So we have a fat bodyguard, it's not any bodyguard. So the mask and the different means of building an identity for yourself that is faithful to who you are. This is extremely difficult. And the games industry is full of people that do that. They play not only because they are addicts, but because that is a learning process for them. Maybe for an idiom, maybe it is a social learning experience. So unlike being something that promotes violence and ignorance, this playful ludic universe, it actually helps you to know who you are, to be more aware of who you are. Yeah, there is a scientist that talks a lot about biocentric. There's no center of the universe. So what is in the center of the universe is the awareness. Yes, it has to do with the psychic universe. You see, it's entirely different. We have psychiatry, psychology, psychoanalysis. And where does philosophy fit in all of that? We're talking about methodology. We are talking about thinking, Western and Eastern. Now we are talking about the being and the being's awareness of the universe. Buddy, this is a philosophy class, so nobody better than Machado to tell us about it. And he's been part of the Games for Change American Latina for a long time. Do you know what Lucas was saying about those talks that you can have with your best friend? It's not a class, a lecture. It is an experience, and it needs to be playful. What is the relation that you see as a PhD in German philosophy, as a professor of philosophy who writes fluently in German? What puts you in this position of how do you see the playful and the philosophy? Morning, good afternoon, pardon everyone. It is great to be here having this chat with all of you. Yes, I think that what really drove me from day one to be part of the first Games for Change events where we met and we started to organize some things together is that even before getting to know this type of initiative that we understand today as gamification or serious gaming, games that somehow envision a social impact. Before all of that, my experience of playing different types of games would bring me many philosophical reflections. Whoever plays a well-written RPG game will be faced with some controversial matters now and again. It is an immersive experience. You get to face different cultures, imaginary cultures. So for me, there was a full, rich, cognitive universe in games, both from the form and the content that was worth to explore. So when we talk about the fact that the games are addictive, that reminds me of that experiment that people did with mice in a lab. They were in a cage. In one cage, they had only some droplets of a drug, and they would get addicted to that. And then they were put in a sort of a Disney for mice. They had that droplets of drug, but a lot of things to do. And because they had other things, they would barely go to the drug. So we get addicted to something when that is the only thing in our lives able to produce meaning.
So if this keeps happening, we should ask ourselves, what kind of freedom are games supplying to people? I mean, what function, what role do games play in people's lives that reality does not? Yeah, and you have to also consider that game is part of culture. Games can actually cause you to be more engaged with the environment and also the mental health. I mean, games can raise awareness about the environment. The health of people is connected to the health of the planet, after all. Yeah, that's right. I self-taught myself in philosophy, and I was very interested into this decolonial globalization subject. The last event, Games for Change, held last year with Renata, I got to know about Renata's projects and other people who did the PON game, the politics of nature. All of that got me thinking that games could get us to think about those classical subjects on philosophy like freedom and the role of mind, but also to the decolonial theme. How do we look ourselves in the mirror, and what kind of identity do we see? I think it's a joke to call Brazil part of the Western society. We are Brazilian. Yeah, I mean, there are several ways of thinking about decolonization, workforce and other things, but it is also about identity too. Gender issues, racial issues. We have to bring the game universe to talk about those subjects. We want to have games that will actually enable people to overcome racism or sexual bias or terrorism or other things. So there are several stages, there are several steps we need to work on to make sure we can decolonize things. When you talk about the decolonial issue, we're talking about identity, basically, and there are several layers to it. Okay, so let's ask Renata now to contribute to the theme. Yeah, here's an input. As we talk about decolonializing, that's particularly interesting when you're talking about game designing. It is not only about content, but also the processes used to create the thing. Yeah, how you create these games, right? That's right. The principles of game designing, of use of technology, this is all based on a set of Western principles. So this needs to be discussed. There is this amazing effort called Indigenous AI. It's a project. They actually just released a white paper. They addressed the importance of bringing indigenous community perspective into the game designing and actually in the AI perspective. So they want to come up with an AI perspective coming from their point of view. So they actually got 10 million Canadian dollars to start training AI algorithms based on their traditional knowledge. This is also part of our scope. This kind of project is what we're trying to do here. You know, the timing of technology development, you know, people put a lot of stress on, you know, doing things very quickly, being efficient, you know, know fast and break things. I mean, move fast and break things. This is, we saw where this led us to, right? Yes, and by the way, it's important to say that we are going to have Decolonial Game Jams starting, beginning in the fall. So anyone who wants to try out an experience where they're going to design games, doing a different process, this is going to be done. This is what we're going to do. You're going to use the Paulo Freire method to come up with games. You will work with people who use education as a freeing methodology. We're going to invite people to think about game designing through a Paulo Freire perspective. So this is more than a workshop. This is game jam. We have to do it. Finland is one of the top countries in the game industry, and they have a lot of diversity. And game jam is something really common for them. It's actually more important than going to college. So it doesn't matter if you attend a course to learn how to work with the engine, if you don't know how to do it. I mean, what kind of intelligence are you applying that? Are you using collective principles? Are you using eco-friendly principles to do that? Are you including any spiritual aspects into that? I mean, we keep talking about AI, but we have to get our hands dirty into this practice. Feel free to please make sure to log on our website, latam.gameforchange.org. We want to put together a festival where we're going to have a very hands-on approach to that. So whoever is watching us right now, this year we really want to go all over the place. We are going to have a in-person festival, but we're going to have a global game jam. We're going to have global game jams for Global for Change. We are going to have in-person experiences, but we're also going to have online activities. We're going to have camping opportunities in Brotas, which is the national capital of extreme sports. We don't want to expand our online presence. We just want to make sure we can grant people the opportunity to dive in the real world. And we need to transform this real world to make sure people have access to better food and better environment, to have a better health. Oh my God, we're running on the last seconds. My bodyguard is not going to reveal his identity. Well, I'm going to reveal his identity. And you guys can talk to him. This is Pedro Schwartz. He's my son. And he's been looking forward to having this costume for a long time, since he was 8. And now he's our Mandalorian. So feel free to talk to him. I don't think he's going to take off his helmet, because this is part of his character. But anyway, thank you very much, guys, for sticking around. We're on the countdown. Thank you very much for joining us for this discussion. Thank you. Thanks for talked about that on Friday. We talked about cosplaying. You guys were here yesterday. All right, now everyone can hear me. Okay, now we all can hear him. Can you tell us about yesterday? I mean, what did you guys do yesterday? Well, we had a surreal experience yesterday. There was so much energy. People were approaching us every minute. People were taking pictures, making movies and videos from us. It was a lot of fun. Can you tell us what character you were yesterday? Well, yesterday I had the Judgment armor of the World of Warcraft. Huge production, I had a huge helmet, very heavy equipment. Yeah, and Evelyn was wearing the Jinx costume, right? Yes. We were just like 2 Christmas trees walking around the festival yesterday, you have to say. Yeah, on Friday, those guys were wearing X-Men costumes, the Cyclops and the Rogue. So, those guys are amazing. Now, I talked to Evelyn earlier today, and I asked her, what is it like to have the opportunity to be here as a cosplay artist? And I would like to ask you the same question. Well, it's great. This is such a great opportunity for game developers and game studios to talk to their audience. And it's the same for us. The cosplay artists are living proof of how successful their characters and everything is. So the companies, the brands, they can use us for marketing purposes. So cosplay is becoming increasingly more and more important for the geek culture, for the nerd culture. Yeah, cosplay is not only about entertainment. I mean, of course, people would want to take pictures with you guys, but there's a lot of art behind it, right? I mean, there's people who work on that. Just like the gaming industry, as you're playing the game, you don't even imagine how much effort is put on the backstage. You guys have the same costume designer, right? Yes, it's a great friend of mine. I mean, he's almost my family. I usually joke that he's my older brother. And most of our costumes will take a long time to be ready. I mean, I have some costumes that took 7 months in production, in the making. I think the Loki costumes, it took the designer 7 months to do that. Can I hold your weapon, your lightsaber? Oh my god, this is heavy, guys. And there are lots of details, and it makes some noises, right? Can you guys hear it? Oh my god. It makes noises. Yes, when you use it, yeah, I mean, whenever you swing your saber, you can hear some sounds. Can you please turn around and show us the details of your costumes? Oh my god, guys, this is amazing. That's such an amazing costume. Wonderful, it's just amazing. How long did it take to make this costume? 2 months. Well, 2 months, that's reasonable, right? Yeah. It's made of, fabric, so it's just easier. The detail here that took a lot of time was the droid, the BT-1, Yeah, he's my loyal friend. He's with me all the time, right? Yeah, I mean, that would be good to have some music to it, right? Oh yes, we're going to update this costume. This is going to be amazing. We're going to have some movement to it. It's going to move. Now, let me ask you about the Loki costume. On Friday, Highlander told me that he actually got an award, a cosplay award. Can you tell us about that a little bit? Yes. I actually got some awards in Brasilia. I participated in the CCXP costume parade, but the costume that got me the many awards was the Ant-Man, actually. And I also got an online contest called Marvel Stars. This is a Marvel cosplay page. They actually chose me as the best Ant-Man cosplay in the world for 2 years in a row. Alright, can you now tell me about your future plans in cosplay? Sure. I have some ideas for the second semester, and I'm going to show them in the CCXP experience. The first one is the blue beetle. And the second one is a bit of a surprise. I'm not going to let you know about this. No spoilers. Oh yeah, so people will know all about that if they follow you on social media, right? That's right. I'm going to show the step-by-step process. And I'm going to show you that. Now, you guys are on Instagram and TikTok, right? Yes, you can find me at Highlander Cosplay. Highlander, just like the 80s movie, right? Yeah. Highlander Cosplay. You can find me both on Instagram and on TikTok. Yes, feel free to follow this guy on the social media. Yes, you guys can send my pictures. There are so many people taking pictures of us. You can share your pictures. Guys, do you guys have business cards? Yes, I have the QR code business card. So whenever people take pictures of me, I show them my QR code so that they can share their pictures with me. Okay, now, we were talking about social media, and I just want to tell you that the next talk will be about myths and truths about creating content on TikTok. Do you do TikTok content? Yes, I have recently started doing this. I'm still learning my way around it, but I'm doing that. Yeah, this is something we need to do, right? I mean, even the barber parlors need to create content, right? Yes, everyone needs to be on social media. This is where it's at. This is the only marketing that gets to everyone. Okay, so here you have your lightsaber. I would love to keep it, but I know this is very precious for you, and you guys have to use that for the pictures. Thank you so much for joining us on stage once again, and I really hope to see you guys in the next events and maybe in the next year, in the next big festival. Sure, we'll be here. Guys, round of applause to Highlander, please. Now, I'm going to tell you something you already know. TikTok is a global trend, and it has allowed lots of people to create content. We have everyone on TikTok trying to reach new audiences. Everyone wants to reach out to a broader audience. And here on the stage, you will be able to check out some best practices for video production on TikTok. And you'll be able to refine your content with 2 gaming experts from the platform. This is quite an opportunity. Let's have Rodrigo Brunera and Vinicius Pinheiro. Welcome to the stage, guys. Hello, everyone. We're here to talk about the TikTok world to you guys, especially on the gaming area. Let's set up a presentation. There you go. I am Rodrigo, and I am Vinicius. We are the part of the TikTok sports and games team. We are partners, and we're talking about the games as a vertical. And our goal today is to talk about, some myths and some truths about making content on TikTok. We're going to debunk some of the myths, and we're going to explain to you guys how it really works. And we also want to share some best practices for video production. So we're going to say whether the hearsay is actually true. So we're going to explore the FAQ about producing videos on TikTok. Now, the first frequently asked question is, using the FY hashtag will make a video go viral? Of course, no. That's the answer. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Of course not. Whenever you talk about the For You hashtag, this hashtag will actually adapt your feed based on your preferences. So there's 2 sides of it. The video creator on the one side and the audience on the other side. So whenever you say something like this, well, I like pets, I like making food, and I like technology. If you tell that to the platform will bring you this kind of content. And the algorithm will actually refine their choices based on your browsing history. So it doesn't matter the hashtags you use, but actually the content of the movie. So if you talk about the For You hashtag, let me tell you why it doesn't happen to make videos go viral. Well, first of all, this is not the purpose of this hashtag. We're going to give you more details about hashtags, but what this hashtag basically does is it will basically say that this content is suitable for this For You hashtag audience. And this is something that everyone follows. So there is no specific audience to that. So whenever you use this hashtag, this video will be delivered to people who will not necessarily be interested in your video. So this can actually be a problem for you. All right, now the second frequently asked question. Should I use several hashtags in my video? If I use them, will I be able to deliver my content to more people? Will I have more chances to go viral? The answer is no. If you want to use hashtags, you need to understand that once you put a hashtag on your video, you're joining a conversation. You're not just labeling your video. You have some frequently used hashtags for the gaming industry, and those are the most frequently used. So if my video is talking about PlayStation 5, you're going to use this hashtag because that's the main theme of a video. But if you're talking about The Last of Us, I can include The Last of Us Brazil, and other hashtags related to that game. And you just want to do that because you want to reach their specific audience. So you should target your audience, and you have to do that by using your hashtags. And it's also important to use the hashtag games on TikTok. That's one of the main hashtags we use. Oh, and by the way, about that hashtag, Rodrigo mentioned something very important. Whenever you use a hashtag, you're joining a conversation. So games on TikTok, that's the official channel where we talk about games. So you don't have to use both hashtags, games and games on TikTok. You can just use games on TikTok because that's a long-running conversation, so you should just use it. All right, now a controversial question. If my content flops, should I delete it and repost it? Never. You should never do that. And there's a very simple explanation to that. Once you post something on social media, it's there. When you delete it and post it again, this can be considered to be a copy. So we never recommend you guys to repost this kind of content. The thing is, if this content wasn't delivered the way you expected, you need to make adjustments to it. So the right approach would be, okay, if it didn't work, just try to make a new video about that content. Maybe you can make some adjustments to it. Maybe you're not able to retain your audience, or maybe you're not using the right hashtag. So you can make adjustments for the next videos to come. Here's an interesting thing. Let's say you post a video and 10 hours later you decide it's a flop and it's not really performing well and you delete it. That's bad. You don't even know if it's how well it's performing because a video will take 72 hours to show you the results. So just leave it there and it will eventually get to the people. Oh guys, let's now talk about some of the important metrics to see if your videos made it or not. Well, if you want to know that, TikTok Analytics is your best friend. That's the tool you use to see if you are over-delivering or under-delivering your videos. So you will see how people engage with the content, the performance of your content. You will understand what you need to do in order to move to the next level. The TikTok approach is trial and error, and that's fine with it. This platform is really friendly with flops because that means that you will be able to learn from the process and deliver your content to a broader audience later. Several content makers, they say, well, I got a great view, I've got a great video, but I got few views. I'm going to screw my page, and I say, no, not really. You should just take a look at the metrics and see what the indicators are. And you can see that there are some other things to be considered when we want to have a better performance. And guys, you have to consider that each profile will perform differently. Something happened to a colleague's video does not mean that something will happen to my video too. So here's another important question. Is there a magic formula to have a better performance? So the question is, it really depends. And this answer is applicable to several questions on TikTok. It really depends on your audience, the type of business you have, if you're a brand. So when we say it depends, what we want to say is that we have 4 different components. Let me put all of them on screen. The first one is recommendations. This is when you are a field expert and you want to share some recommendations for people. This will actually be good for your audience, right? I mean, people will want to follow you if you give good recommendations. The second piece of criteria is identification. I mean, you can say, well, this has happened to me, this has happened to a person I know, so you send this to a person. Now, factor number 3 is trivia. This might look like identify, but when you talk about this factor of being curious, we're talking about you show people something that they didn't even know they wanted to see. And finally, the last component is feelings. What kind of feelings your content will bring about in people. So this is what TikTok is all about. So that's why it really depends if your video is going to go viral. But the trick is you're trying to come up with 2 out of those 4 creative components to have a better performance.
Yes, exactly. You need to understand that your content needs to move, to trigger something in whoever is absorbing it. So those that we mentioned are precisely the factors that will make people to comment, to forward your content. If it's a curiosity, then people will go, oh my, I didn't know that. So many examples, all the way from you finding one content funny or moving. All of these are triggers that will make the person send that to someone, be part of the conversation. So it's really important that your content is not limited to the content itself, but that it continues to reverberate. So just to share with you some strategic matters regarding how can you have a great performance, how can your video perform well? Well, first you need a format. Now when we say format, we are talking about a language that we use, be it for edition, for speaking, if it's going to be dubbed or not. All of that depends on what is the content that you are trying to work with, be it games or another thing. Another thing that we always say is you need to position yourself as an authority. What does that mean? Let's say that I'm great to talk about peripherals. I'm going to talk about the keyboard, headsets. When I start narrowing down to a niche, then I start to become an authority. That brings you more confidence, more authority, and you can also better direct your content. We have dozens of examples of creators that go for that strategy, and it usually works well because indeed you become the KOL for that matter. It does take time, but it pays off usually. Perfect. A third tip is to really plan your content, that it is not a silver bullet. There is no cookie recipe. It depends on your type of account, your type of content. You can use analytics to see if you're performing well for 3 following days, or if it's more space to really wait for that 72 hours of a content. So planning is very important. But besides quantity, quality is more important, okay? And then study your results. Again, it seems repetitive, but it's important to be repetitive in that regard. Analytics are that precisely for you to analyze how you are performing. I won't explain again how it works, but do pay attention because that's what will inform you why it is delivering or not and what to do about it. Yes, and it's not because in the neighbor platform it works that it will work on TikTok. It really depends on what is the type of public that you're aiming for. So do not compare platforms. Last but not least, keep tuned to the trends. And I'm not only talking about the TikTok dancing routines. It is about what type of content can I offer. Can you remember any gaming trend? Oh man, on the spot right now. Yeah, for example, that green screen format for you to categorize scans. Yes, absolutely. That is a trend. You can say, for example, I'm gonna do that categorize for horror games, you know? So you can put that trend, you can bring it into your specialty. Yes, even trends inside a specific niches in code, you have the open mic, Free Fire, you have the edits. That game has a specificity. In that way, Valorant, you have from the highlights to the ones that teach smoking, pixels, etc. So each game has their own trends that the community identifies and replicates. Okay, and to wrap up, still talking about the content strategy. Again, there is no silver bullet, as we said, but there are 4 great tips to take into account to have a more assertive content. Well, first, make the most of your first seconds. Do not start with, hey guys, how are you doing? No, you need to start hooking them so they know what to expect. That is the dynamic, you know. This is the TikTok language, that no beating around the bush. This is the first contact of the user with your content, you know. So it is really important at that point for you to be able to incite curiosity, because then you will be able to keep people hooked for longer. Yeah, and we are talking about new people as well, right? It won't be only your own followers. Yes. Rhythm as well. You gave a great example. Let's not start with, hey, I am Vinicius. That's what I do. Yeah, that's 10 seconds. People are gone. And rhythm is for the whole video. You know, when we talk about long tail content, I'm going to put a blooper in the middle of the video because it's going to work. Well, TikTok, that usually doesn't work. So you need to keep that person's focused, because it is precisely at those moments that they skip ahead to the new video. So it is important to be very cohesive. Doesn't matter if it is a 1 minute or a 10-minute video that you are doing. You know, you need to keep that line so that you keep people with you till the end. Yes, it's also important to understand that this edition language is really important. So it doesn't need to be Premiere, it can be anything else, but you need to work with that to give your content rhythm. Tip number 3, shareable content. You need to bring something extra for people to stay in your content. It is important to say that the longer they stay with you, be saving it or sharing it with someone, then TikTok will understand that your video is relevant and will deliver it to more people. Last but not least, it does seem obvious, but it's always good to mention, vertical, always. It's always been a vertical platform, even if you do have the option of keeping the video on a horizontal position. People tend to interact with videos that have the platform face, you know. If it is a 16:9, then the user experience won't be that great, and it conveys the feeling that it was not made for that platform, you know. That is very important, because a lot of people say, okay, so I'm gonna put, you know, one art at the bottom and then one above, and I'm gonna put that in the middle. No, it's as bad as the video being horizontal. So the more it fits the screen, the better will be your user experience and your results. Also important to highlight that TikTok, more than a short video platform, is an entertainment platform. People choose to be there to entertain themselves, be it at the beginning or the end of the day. So content itself needs to be highly relevant, much more than about the cuts and editing. You know, you can offer tips for games. You can talk about your experience with games. It doesn't need to be only playing. Yeah, maybe you can do an unboxing. You can bring your highlights. What is important is that you should know TikTok is the place for all kinds of content. They come in all sizes and shapes. So following everything that we are doing, I would say it is a facilitator for you to perform better, to better grasp the platform, and in consequence, to have a better contact with your public. Yes, always important to get your references right. Inside TikTok, we have brands and people who are good influences and references. Count on us for that. Thank you very much. You know, I'm dying to take these headsets home with me. So different, right? Silent rooms. In a minute, we are going to hear about another speaker with more content for you. Today is the very last day, but we are going to go till 8 p.m. with a lot of content just for you. I will ask my assistant to give me the information about the next talk, but I'd like to take a moment to chat with you. Who's here for the very first time? Yeah, the majority, great. This is my first time as well. This trade show used to be B2B, more focused on business and people who are in this industry, but it is growing and growing. This is the very first time that we have such a nice big public enjoying all of the booths, enjoying the talks. If you check the Big Festival Instagram, we already have the confirmed dates for the coming year. So you can check our website, what's going to happen. Keep tuned because we have 3 simultaneous talks and you're probably dying to follow all of them. Loads of great people. But maybe in the future, the big festival can encompass more days. So we have more time and we don't need to have simultaneous talks. I need to be honest with you. I didn't used to watch a lot of talks. They do remind us of what happens on podcasts, but with the differential, because here you can follow all of these lights. So people that come here, they really prepare for this moment to convey the best for us, and it is so interesting to hear from them and to understanding everything that they have to share with us. I'm loving how the content is varying. There is a range of content. We just had the cosplayers on the stage, and they teach us about thinking about these small details. But it is precisely the small details that we can find those eureka moments. I would like to share with you that this event has been a game changer literally in my life. I've been working as a presenter for a while now, but it was in this event, connecting with people, that I realized 100% this is what I want to do. Sometimes our parents or grandparents, they don't get that excited when we say that we want to make a career in gaming, but it does have a humongous potential. And here we can see firsthand how many paths we can have in gaming. How huge it is. Even if you're not working in an area, maybe you can help, you can be part of an initiative, just as the Alok Institute showed us. Also the Goblin Studio, you can check it on Instagram, you can check their booth. I didn't have a lot of time to tell you about it, but I'll tell you more about. Yesterday we had the interview, so we could delve into it. Today I was just mentioning it to you, but thing is, they came to us last minute. It was really a last minute situation, and I had no clue what it was about. But this project really surprised me. And maybe that's why it became my favorite. We have some people behind this project that are from the gaming industry. They are game developers, and they have developed a virtual reality game. In this VR game, people who are under medical treatment have a means to escape reality, to explore a different galaxy while they are being shot the anesthesia, while they are receiving their cancer treatment. These are patients with cancer. So during the game simulates what is happening with them in space, but in reality, it is the nurses and physicians that are working with them, prepping them for the OR. It was really, really interesting. I think maybe half of the people here today, just as I shared with you, also had no idea that it existed. And it's so important, isn't it, to take this opportunity of coming to an event that was created thinking on the B2B in order to learn from other professions. And also to learn about personal matters. A knowledge that will stay with us for a lifetime. So enjoy the trade show, but most of all, enjoy the stage, the talks, and everything that you can take from it. Guys, in a minute, we will receive another cosplayer on our stage. And also, in a minute, we will bring you more talks. Throughout the talks, we ask the participants to leave some time for your questions. And if you have a question, you just need to raise your hand so we know that you want to ask a question or maybe make a comment, chat with them about a professional or personal tip around what you can do so you can get personal guidance. But now it's time for a new cosplayer. Today this stage is gorgeous. It is truly gorgeous. Welcome. Okay, everyone is going to help us in a minute. Your mic will be working. Can I hold your sword? Can I help you with the sword? What is it made of? Glass fiber? Oh, okay, so it's not so heavy. I understand. Can you hear me now? Yes, so it's fully made of glass fiber, as I've told you, and so is the shield. Oh, yeah, go along. Yeah, I've been working as a cosplayer. Actually, I don't work with it. It is a hobby, but I've been doing the cosplayers for a while now, and yeah, whenever I can, I create and develop my cosplays. That's amazing. Thank you so much for coming. I hadn't seen you around. Can you please introduce yourself to everyone? Tell us your name and where do you come from? My name is Di Carlos and I come from Guarulhos. And I've been doing cosplayers for 6 or 7 years. Nice. And I always try to innovate it. So Nintendo is here today, so I wanted to pay an homage to their booth. Did you come with Nintendo? No. I came on my own accord. But we are open for all of the opportunities. And did you beat the game already? No. I didn't beat it yet because I am trying to savor every moment of it. It is really extensive. There is a lot to do. Cool. What is your favorite console? Well, from Nintendo and PlayStation, yeah. Okay. Yeah. For Nintendo, you really need to love it, right? Do you still have the 69 or 64? I still have the 64, but just as a collector, I have the Switch. I have the OLED version, and we are now waiting for the new console to come along. And what are you thinking about the game? Yeah, it is amazing. There's a lot to explore, right? Yeah, it is huge. It is humongous. The sheer size of it. There's a lot to be done. Yes, and you said that you've been doing cosplay for a long time. Do you have, like, the apple of your eyes, your favorite one? Well, I think this one is my favorite. I love the character. So I do put a lot of effort in it. Do you think about doing any other in the future? This is not from the new game. The Tears of the Kingdom. It is from the previous one. But maybe, in the next one, I'll bring a new one. Well, we have some cosplayers that say that they hire their friends or they hire someone to create their cosplays. What about you? Do you create your own cosplay? Well, mine, I don't create from scratch, but I do admire people who do so. And do you go to many game shows? Whenever I can. And will you be coming to Big next year? Yes, absolutely. This is the first time that I come, but I can see that it has a very nice infrastructure. So, do you work with games? No, it's just my hobby. My work has nothing to do with that. I work with safety and security. But gaming is my favorite leisure activity. Yes, many of us have a game as a hobby and as a profession. And I think it's really interesting how this big festival is able to bring together so many different people who are interested in it. Yes, I think it's amazing because it does bring together everybody who likes it. And it's a nice feeling because it feels like, you know, you don't feel lost. You don't feel alone. Many people come here to accept themselves and to make new friendships. That's true. Many friends that I met around the festival. And did you come by yourself? I came with my girlfriend. Where is your girlfriend? I can't see her because I wear glasses. She's probably recording you, yeah. So also there is a friend of ours and his nephew. So she always helps me to dress. It's really good. That's amazing. I wish you a great festival. Thank you for your participation. And I hope to see you again next year. Yes, absolutely. Your sword, so you don't come after me. Thank you so much. So now we are moving on to our next talk. More content for you. Olá, pessoal. Muito obrigado por participarem aqui da minha palestra. Então, é um grande pitch para pitches menores. Então, eu sou o Dan Stern.
I'm the COO of Dangan Entertainment. I've been in Japan for 16 years. I've been in publishing for 9 years. And these days, I would say we review about 400 pitches a year. That's in combination from trade shows and emails. But we do get a lot of them in emails, about 1 to 2 per day, 365 days a year, so it adds up. I'm a huge Bloodborne fanatic. I'm an absolute crazy person. If you want to talk about Bloodborne, let's do that. And I've been fortunate enough to work on some really excellent games. So I'd like to preface this talk by saying that all publishers are different, and even at Dangan, things change and our viewpoint changes, our approach changes. So how we evaluate games and how we think about the market is different now from how it was before. Some companies are very objective. They care about data. Some companies are more emotional and think about things subjectively. We tend towards more of the subjective side, but we look at data too. Some companies, it's important to have a champion. We call them champions inside the company for each game. Somebody who's going to push for resources and are highly motivated. Some companies vote by committee. This too, we do a bit of both. But as you can see, there are tons of ways that publishers can differ, from priorities to resources or how they prefer the games that they work on. Now, there are 3 points I want to talk about primarily, and the first one is email. This talk will mostly address email pitches and not in-person pitches. I think that's a different approach entirely. And in email pitches, when you send the email, I think it's very important to differentiate, to understand the value of knowing who you're pitching and not just relying on lists or who is famous. Because you want your game to fit in their portfolio, you want them to be motivated as well, you want to have an efficient exchange and a clear path to signing a deal. You want to pitch the right publishers first. It's going to save you a lot of time if you meet somebody, and this way you don't have to exit negotiations awkwardly with somebody who was interested, but you find out you have a better fit with somebody that you want to sign with. Now, I recommend doing this in rounds. I would not pitch one at a time. It's good to have different conversations with publishers and be able to compare what are they offering, how do they feel, how do they talk about games, and how well do they understand your game. I would recommend customizing pitches. If you can know who you are pitching to, the individual person, if it's a scout, or if not, then maybe a producer, an ops person, and if not, then just address the studio. But never BCC. I have an example over here of a BCC email that I got. I feel like those are very impersonal, and it kind of takes the heart out of all of this. It's supposed to be like a human exchange between us. And it's also worth noting that in this one, there's no information, there are no clear hooks, and we'll get into that. But BCC is just a bad idea. Don't do it. And so for the second round, I recommend smart group emails, whether you're using MailChimp or some other service. That's totally fine. Also, don't BCC. But customized variables can help you be efficient. Make a database of the people that you want to reach out to, emails, person you're addressing, use the variables. It's going to be maybe not as perfect as customized, but it's better. And follow up. If you don't, then you can't know. If somebody didn't reply, it's possible that maybe they didn't give it any attention or it was a rude thing. But it's also possible that they were just busy at the time, or they composed an email in their head and then they thought they sent it, but it's in their drafts still. Or maybe they had some life stuff going on. Like there's another person at the other end, and it might just be just one person. So if life has them distracted or distraught, then that might have interfered with no negative implications for your game. When I follow up personally, I have a system. I write an email. 2 weeks later, I follow up. 2 weeks later, I follow up again. And then if I haven't got a response, I'll follow up just one more time, 1 month later. I don't think everybody has a system for this, but I think it helps because I've done enough follow-up to feel like I have some closure for myself, but I've also not annoyed them, and that's better long run. Now, I want to give an example of an excellent email pitch that I received. This is from Yakov Butazov. He created a game called Loretta, and very quickly we wanted to sign this game. Because at the top of the email and on page 1, he had excellent visuals. I liked this art image. I had no idea what is going on. It gives me an idea of the genre, but it's intriguing and gives me an idea of art direction, genre, and some element of mystery. There's a clear tone and visual style. And the hook is first. He quickly introduces himself, but in the very first line here, it's a bit small here. He basically introduces that Loretta is a psychological thriller that would make the player an accessory to the heroine's crimes and would lead her through a self-created nightmare. That just sounds awesome. And when I heard that, I mean, brevity is the soul of wit, right? So when I heard that, I was like, this guy's probably a really good writer. I can't wait to see what this is like in the build. It has context. This is a story in the 1940s about a woman killing her husband. And that's fascinating for the time period. There's not a lot of games that use a setting like that. But it's also fascinating in 2023 where there's still lots of injustices, and it's fascinating to see somebody do something terrible to a terrible person, but still have to live with the consequences. It creates a highly conflicting like moral context. And it's brief. This email looks a bit long, but all of the information is succinct, and it has clear links to everything that I would want to have. Now, the second piece that I want to talk about is the actual pitch itself, and this is largely about the deck or a presentation, PowerPoint, what have you. So I think and again, this is about my perspective. I think it's great to show excellent art immediately. This is the pitch deck from Loretta. This is the first page after the title image. And thumbnail right there, intriguing art. Video is right there on the first page. It's got the hook as well. And it facilitates a flow to the essential materials that I want. And I think maybe other publishers have a different process for this. But I wanted to give an idea of like what is my process as a publisher for reviewing a pitch, because they get so many of these, and many of them have very long decks, sometimes 30 to 50 pages. So my process starts with a static image, and I'll look at that first. And that gives me a quick idea of genre or art direction or tone or something like that. And it gives me an idea of like, what can the art be like? Then I look at the trailer next. I click around a little bit in the trailer to get an idea for like, what is the gameplay? And then I start at the beginning and I watch the whole thing. If what I see is interesting, I mean, even if not, then I still look at the deck, but I've already got a clear idea of like, what am I starting to expect? And I'll look at the deck now. And in the deck, what I'm trying to do is fill in gaps, because usually, like, after reviewing so many of these for 9 years, usually by the time I've seen the trailer, I have a good idea already of what the game is going to be like. That's not always the case. Some games are not as clear in a trailer, but usually I've got a pretty good idea. And in the deck, I just want to fill in the gaps. And the next thing I want to know is budget, because that's efficient. I can identify clearly, like, is this a fit for us financially? If not, then I can identify that with the developer, give some feedback, and everybody can save a lot of time. And that can help them focus on other opportunities with publishers that might be a fit. And the next thing I want to do is I want to play the build. I'll often still play the build anyway for games if it's not in our budget range, and it's obviously not. I might still play the build anyway so that I can give some useful feedback. That's a helpful exchange for the developer. But depending on the time of the year, like, and especially if we're getting a lot of pitches like right before Gamescom, maybe that's difficult. But these are the key pieces for me, and I can usually come to a good like understanding of the game and project from just these. I think a deck at like 5 to 10 pages is totally fine for my process. I know that Rami has suggested a 12-page deck, and it has a different approach, and I like that approach. But I feel like for my process, this works. I feel like most decks do have too much information, but I think the decks should ideally focus on what the game is really about. If that's story like Loretta, then it focused on the story, and that told me what I wanted to know. If that's gameplay, then focus on that, and so on. The secondary points, I think, can be summarized. If your game is about story, Yakov summarized the mini-games, the point-and-click puzzles, and that was enough information for me, at least. I already knew what I needed to know. And it takes up a lot less space in the deck that way. I would recommend make sure that the budget that you're requesting is clear. Sometimes I see a deck with a bunch of different totals, and I don't know which was the one that I would need to pay. Or sometimes I see like burn rate and number of months with no total. I mean, obviously I could do the math, but like it's just easier and more clear if you just have a big obvious number. And I recommend linking to the detailed budget to save space. There's a lot of other documentation that I think can be given with a deck so that you can have that complete like picture of the game. But it's important to know that publishers will ask questions, and it's okay if they don't have all of the information in the first pitch. You want to have a conversation started if this is an interesting fit for you in the game. And sales forecasts, I recommend to scale your budget to ROI. But what by that I mean, look at how many units it's going to take for the publisher to recoup the development costs. Then look at 50% ROI, 100% ROI, and 200% ROI, or some other numbers that you prefer. I recommend like realistic numbers so that even on the lower end, I think high numbers, like sometimes maybe developers want to convey confidence, but I think a publisher, they may feel like some pressure from that, or they may also, they might just simply disagree that maybe they feel like that's too optimistic. But the thing that they want to know most is first, will I get this investment back? And two, will we get into profitability? But you can take those ranges, the break-even point, and then the sort of the break points that you want for ROI, and compare those to games that have done something like that. And then use those as your examples for sales forecasts instead of like ideal situations that are, I think, unrealistic, like Hades. So that can help you say, like, this game made as much money as it would take for us to reach break even. And look, our game is more compelling than that for these reasons. And that can make an interesting business case. I find this better than the highly optimistic or looking at only market leaders approach. Now, as an example for the pitch, I'd like to show Lost Ruins. We also wanted to sign this very quickly after we saw it. It had actually no pitch deck. All of the information was in the email. The team does not speak English. They were using Google Translate to communicate with us. They're from South Korea. But their approach was much like a pitch deck in the way that I like to review these. Excellent poster art and screenshots were front and center. They had a video, which was not a trailer, but a walkthrough video. That worked perfectly for me because it skipped straight to gameplay. And none of the experience is obfuscated. It was very clear. The build was representative of the player experience. It was basically the beginning of the game, and it quickly showcases excellent parts of the experience. In the email, they summarized things about equipment customization and the genre. Those are important aspects of the design, but the things that I needed to experience to understand were right there in the build and very quick to understand. The other things I can imagine very easily because just experience in video games. Now, the last piece that I want to talk about is the build itself. And the example, I have an image here from Lost Ruins because it exhibits what the game is about very quickly. And I think this is the most important aspect of the build itself. I want to know what is exciting about the game, and I want to feel that quickly. I want to play it, start having fun, and imagining like what else is in the game, and just wanting to play more. It's good to understand what to expect from the game. These two images show that this zombie has puked some kind of poison acid stuff on the ground, and there's a brazier here. You can hit this, and it sets everything on fire. And it set the stage for environmental effects that would be fun and unique for games in this genre. Not as much of a central focus as something like Noita, but fun and different and compelling within the context of this genre. And it's okay if they have to use their imagination for some stuff. Clarity and focus, I think, are very important. Getting to the main premise quickly, which the Lost Ruins build did. If in starting the build, it's great to just get into things and kind of get to the point. But I've also played roguelike demos where it takes a lot of time to jump back into the game when you die. And they were hard games, so when you die, then you have to start over again, and you're listening to VO and waiting for it to finish, and I couldn't skip it. So I want to just jump back in and try again. It was fun, but some of the convenient things about the systems were making that a little difficult. If possible, tutorialization is great for a publisher playing something for the first time. I want to cover some basics too, because a lot of builds do not cover these. So even though I consider them basic, maybe it's surprising for some teams that haven't pitched a lot. Controller support. I try to play everything with the controller first, always, especially action platformers. It makes my hands hurt to play an action platform on a keyboard. Saves, if they're necessary. Publishers may get messages that are important in the middle of trying to review a build. If they have to answer that, if they need to close the game for some reason, then it can be like unfortunate for the first impression of the game if they have to restart over again later. Camera y-axis inversion. I'm old. It's nice to have this. If I don't, then it can make me feel a little dizzy. Skipping text and voiceover, that kind of thing. Now, as an example, I want to talk about Dungeon Drafters, another game that we wanted to sign very quickly after seeing it. And I think Dungeon Drafters did some things beautifully, because when I played it, the demo focused on essentials and on which are the card combos. And that's where it would be difficult to communicate in words or in a GDD, like how exciting is this going to be and how's it going to feel? Because immediately in the demo, there weren't that many cards. I think it's something like 8 to 10 or something like that. But within that selection, there were things that I could do that felt pretty powerful. And it made me feel cleverer than I am. And at the same time, there was a lot there that I could easily imagine if I just have the information. There's enough experience for me in playing games like this that, okay, explore the dungeon, like, either die or kill the boss, whatever. And then when you get back to the town, talk to NPCs, collect quests, buy cards, customize my deck, fix my build, and go back into a new dungeon. Like that stuff, I can imagine that part of the loop very easily. So it was smart of them to use their resources to develop the things that are hard to imagine and focus on that experience. You can see over here that they had summarized those aspects of the game, which I thought was really smart. This is from the deck. And they just saved a lot of space and a lot of time for both teams. And they were brief, the features. So, in closing, I'd like to point out a couple of different points. I feel I've talked a lot about hooks and USPs over the years. And especially, I think Ryan Clark's writing about hooks has been, I think, instrumental for a lot of people in how they approach the market and the industry. I still think hooks and USPs are very important, but I don't think that uniqueness is a guarantee of success, and it's possible for uniqueness to make it difficult to reach the right audience. There's just too many damn games coming out. So, It can I think distract from the focus of the game and what it's really about. If somebody's trying too hard to focus on those, I personally recommend staying away from popular games as inspiration for in a flavor of the month kind of sense. I can't count the number of like Slay the Spire, Vampire Survivors, or Hades games that we've been pitched, and those are often used as like market leader sales projections examples, but the number of games that can sell that many units is like it's really like a handful of games per year, less than 1% of 15,000 games per year. So especially like for a new studio making a brand new IP with no starting audience, like it would literally take a miracle for that to happen, and it's happened like I think a handful of times in the industry. So. I would recommend staying away from that kind of thing. Following in the footsteps of specific art styles like Hollow Knight or Undertale, there's a lot of that in the industry. But a studio is, I think, best off focusing on what their strengths are and what they're inspired by to create an art direction that will be like powerful and expresses what means the most to them. And macro genres like Comfy and Souls-like, these things, they have phases of popularity with players, with developers. Sometimes it comes, sometimes it goes. Like, it works sometimes, but it's very difficult, I think, with all of these different things to follow fast enough and be agile enough to keep up with the market. Some teams can make a Vampire Survivors game right after Vampire Survivors and like get it out there in like 3 weeks, and then you can kind of ride on the trend and make a lot of money. If just doing that and making something quick but like not compelling is their prerogative, then more power to them. But I think it's difficult to make a really compelling experience so fast that you can catch on to that wave. And we can skip this point, but I think what's really most important is something that I saw that I thought meant a lot to me was Koji Igarashi was on a panel one time that I was attending in Japan, and somebody asked the panel, should Japanese developers make games for the West? And his answer was no. Like, yes, that's an important market, but Japanese developers should make games that they want to make. They should follow their heart because they're going to make the best thing that they understand. They're going to do their best work, and if they love and understand what they're doing, that's just going to make for the best game. And so if there's one thing that I can stress most, well, I mean, first of all, we have to make great games. These days, there's so much competition. It's literally the most competitive entertainment industry in the world. And we compete at a worldwide scale, which isn't fair at all. It sucks. But making a great game is essential. And that's not about the pitch. That's about game development. But making a clear, succinct pitch can show to a publisher who might be a great partner for you that your game is great and that it is compelling. And it's going to be an exciting couple of years of their lives to be a part of that and to work on it with you. So if you show that to them, then hopefully they're going to get it. If they don't, then they're probably not the right partner. But the goal here, I think, is to show them that, not to convince them. And for me, that's what all of this is about. So thank you very much for attending my talk. Thank you. I have time after this talk to take questions. I'll stand around like the wall back there or something. So we only have like 20 seconds, but I'll walk over there. And if anybody wants to talk, I'll be over there. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Is there time for that?
Yes,
Okay,
you have time.
Okay.
I want to. You can sit if you want, or your preference.
Thank you.
Okay. It's your first time here in Brazil, or
This is my third time.
your first time?
Third.
What?
3.
Oh, nice. And your first time in Big, or not?
My third time in Big too.
Nice. So when you come to Brazil, you come ever to lecture in Big?
I gave a talk last year online, and it was about the difference between publishing and self-publishing.
Nice.
And how that's mainly where you put the risk in finances, either on the front for the studio paying salaries, or on the back for the publisher taking care of these and then earning on the revenue share.
Nice. You can tell for us about your experience with games, your personal. How is your relation with games? Your preference? What you like to play in your house with your friends?
I'm playing Diablo 4 right now.
Nice.
I like co-op online games, but I also love strategy games. Like I have like 100 hours in The Last Spell. I have like 400 hours in Darkest Dungeon.
Nice. I will see if we can. We have opportunity to people ask with you too. I will see if they can ask with you. If they can ask something for you, okay?
That sounds great.
1 minute.
Okay.
Tem microfone para ver se eles têm alguma pergunta. Alguém? Someone can... Okay. We have one ask for you. There. Okay.
With regard to, sorry.
But you need a headphone to hear. 1 minute.
Oh.
Thank you. Obrigada. Here.
Hi.
Do you ask in English or Portuguese?
Oh, I can ask in English.
Portuguese or in English?
I can do it in English.
He will ask you for you in English or Portuguese? In English.
Yeah. Good afternoon. So with regards to like when people are pitching a game based off like, oh, this game is kind of similar to a hit game. If someone is pitching a game that is similar to,
so I can hear for you. Okay. I will hear and I tell for you.
Okay, so if someone is
Não tô
pitching,
ouvindo ele.
eu posso. Ah, ok.
Pode falar.
Ah, falar em português mesmo? Ou
Eu não consigo ouvir a pergunta dele.
Peraí, não tá. Não tá. Peraí, não tá ouvindo? Peraí, posso falar. A pergunta era se eu tô fazendo o pitch de um jogo baseado em um jogo anterior, mas não é um jogo tipo assim, esse jogo lançou agora. É tipo assim, é baseado em algo tipo Fallout New Vegas. Ou algo mais próximo era o Decolonial, que era lá de 2019, 2020, né? Será que isso melhora ou piora a situação para um jogo poder ser publicado? Ou pelo menos pro pitch, né?
Eu perdi a parte inicial da sua pergunta. Você pode repetir, por favor? Não estava indo.
Quando a pessoa está fazendo um pitch de um jogo e ela usa outros jogos como referência, né? Se em vez de mencionar um jogo que é tipo, tá hype, tá tipo tá bem popular na hora, é um jogo que deu sucesso antes, mas é um jogo mais antigo de alguns anos atrás. Aquilo ajuda ou complica a situação?
If you boa.
So that if it's about the design and helping me to understand by reference or example, that's very helpful. I've played lots of different games, if I haven't played it, then I'm aware. So that helps me understand what is the design approach or inspirations. If it's about the marketing angle or how they think the game will perform, then usually that's not that helpful. If somebody is making a game that's kind of like Fallout, then referencing Fallout sales numbers for the sake of like comparison, there's no way to compare a new indie game to Fallout. Even, I can't even expect a new game to sell 10% of Fallout because that would be an incredible amount of money, and it's just not likely to happen. So, not for sales projections, but for understanding designs, yes. And I think that works better maybe for some teams than others because Bug Fables is like Paper Mario. We don't present that in the marketing of our games. It just doesn't feel that classy. But internally, it helps to give a reference point to understand what is the design philosophy.
I see. Thank you so much.
Okay. I was someone want to ask more something for you, okay? Okay. Mais alguém?
Hello?
Minuto, preciso trocar o...
Hello. So, let's suppose we already have a game.
You can hear?
And we are looking for the right kind of publisher for our game. So, how do we go about finding out the right publisher and contacting them? Well, that's it.
Sure. Gosh, if I was trying to do this, like, as a fan, I'm going to know some publishers, and I'm going to have an idea of what is their portfolio like. The first thing I would look at is the portfolio. That might help you to cross some of them off your list anyway. If I'm making like an action RPG, I'm not going to pitch that to Paradox. They just never do those games, so that doesn't make sense. But if I'm making like a pixel art RPG, then I would pitch a Humble Bundle, or I would talk to Raw Fury or Dangan. Like, I think any of those teams might be interested in it, and it's going to depend on the game itself and what their impression of it is. So you can start with the ones that you know, but there are resources out there. I would just Google and try to find a list of publishers, but don't just like blind fire. I think with those lists, like start off by like put some time in. It's going to take some hours, maybe a lot of hours. It's like thousands of publishers, but go through the list and click on them all and see like who are these guys and what do they publish on Steam? How are the user reviews? Go look at the community forums and see like how are they handling community management. I mean, you could go deep in this rabbit hole and investigate a lot. I think it's a really good idea, at least for maybe your top 10. That would be an efficient way to start. But yeah, definitely like you could identify a quick top 10 by looking at portfolio first, and then go to their websites and try to find the information. A lot of us have an about page that says like who is doing what in the team. We've got that on our page. So I think somebody could identify in there, okay, I mean, my title is goofy. Scholar of the First Deal is really silly, but somebody might think, okay, that seems like BizDevi or something, and they might think to write to our contact at email and be like, hey, Dan, I've got this game, I want to show it to you. If it's something's more personalized like that, and you found the name that you were looking for, that's a lot better, I think. So yeah, Google, Steam, website, you'll find the information that you're looking for.
Nice. Thank you. Maybe in LinkedIn they can contact.
Estamos de volta, galera. Eu falei que a gente voltava e a gente continua na nossa sequência de
It's going to be a quick break, and we are going to continue talking about esports. As I said earlier, and as I said on other days, you can take a look at our program at bigfestival.com.br. In the previous panel, we were talking about esports, and that's going to be the subject of our next panel too. We're going to talk about commercial actions in esports. We're going to talk about the secret sauce for commercial actions in esports, and to do that, we invited big players in this field. I'm going to introduce the guests for our next panel. We're going to have with us Thiago and Hugo, the commercial directors of some of the biggest e-games out there, and Eric Teixeira, the founder of the MySports portal, will moderate the talk. How's it going, guys? Welcome. The floor is all yours. Hello, everybody. Can you all hear us? Yes? All right. How's it going, guys? It's all great. It is an honor to share this panel with you. Before we started, we were talking and I was telling you that I wanted to know more about your perspective. I know that you've been working in this market for quite a while, and we know that this market is growing so much. Esports are growing fast. So I think that we should talk a little bit more about the changes, about where we were and where we are right now. I think that would be a great point to start. If you look back 10 years ago and you compare it now and then, what do you think has changed? Well, I think that one of the major differences is that 10 years ago, we didn't even know how to sell our stuff on esports, and we didn't know what to sell. 10 years ago, I worked at App and Game, and we were just starting to learn about media kits and the best format to develop, if we should invest in television or maybe we should invest in soccer games. And now, at Cage, in our commercial team, we have more people than Penn had 10 years ago. And now we have a structure focusing on sales funnel and also remarketing strategies. We also have AI working on our social media, checking everything that we do to extract metrics and results. I think we're doing that as well as other players. I think the market as a whole is much more professional now than it was 10 years ago. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. I was here last year. Well, thinking about the evolution of esports, I'm going to talk about what I did back then. I worked with mobile esports. We saw that movement start 4 or 5 years later than other sports such as CS and League of Legends. And I thought it was very curious, to watch games and see how people could be so good at a game that they would make money out of it. I was never a good player. I tried to create entertainment content, and I saw tournaments paying $1 million in other countries, and in China, for example. And I thought that wouldn't happen here in Brazil ever. But, my vision in Brazil about the brands here working with esports, I remember that people said that these games were too violent and that they could cause a negative impact on people's lives. It was actually even a political discussion, an institutional discussion for sure. And they didn't want to sponsor traditional esports like CS. And now they understand that these games are sports. They are high-performance sports. And you can actually develop social and cognitive skills in these games. And the same brands that criticized the games in the past now want to have those sports as the main communication vertical. When I look back and think about our challenges at that time, I see a major change because esports are now priorities for some brands, and it makes me very hopeful for the future. Well, I actually come from professional soccer. I worked with that for over 10 years. And of course, I don't have the same baggage for such a long time as our friend PH here. So my vision is of an outsider's. It shows me how e-games make sense and how the consumption has increasing, especially with the new fans and new interactions. I'm sure that you were the guy that criticized these sports back then, right? No, actually not. I wanted to, create an interaction between esports and soccer. I started about 5 years ago, a little bit more than that. And as Paulo Henrique said, it is increasingly a part of people's lives and the strategy of brands that look at our market and see the need of creating deep relationships with this new generation of fans, who are the new consumers. This is a generation and a market that is relatively new in comparison with soccer. So my opinion about this platform was completely different at that time. The market is much more mature now. But in my opinion, it has such a huge potential for interaction, which soccer does not have. And that's what really caught my attention in this world, in this universe. And I think that can only improve, that can only grow. As Bruno said, the brands used to look at us from afar 5 or 10 years ago, and now they're getting closer to us, and they feel like there is a need for them to get closer to us because we are a good strategy for them to create a good storytelling for their consumers. I think that's the path that we are treading. And soccer has been around for 100 years. It matured, it developed over the years, and we are just starting with esports. So I think we've gone a long way as technology evolves and as people understand and become more familiar with the devices that they can use to connect with the community. I think we have a major potential to grow even further. And also, it's not just about technology. When we look at soccer or any other sport, brands relate with the fans, for example, soccer fans. That only happens during moments where we are not where we do not have any content going on. And that happens in a very organic way in esports. It is very easy to bring brands into the content that we consume in our everyday lives. For example, for Cage fans and BBR fans, in order for them to interact with the brands, they don't need a commercial break, for example, to pay attention to that message, that brand message. We have the freedom to interact with fans at other moments when fans are more prone to pay attention to that message, when they are consuming entertainment content, for example, or talking to friends about the games. I think that's a major advantage that esports have over traditional sports. And also we can see much smarter activations. It's no longer like just putting your brand or your logo on jerseys or t-shirts, or just posts with an image for the new sponsor. No, now we see teams with a much more creative campaign style. And there are many good cases that show exactly that. I don't know if you have any example of a partner that you think you should mention that activated more immersive campaigns. Yes, there are many cases actually. Like you said, we can create new opportunities and open new doors for traditional brands that didn't exist before. For example, the idols in markets such as soccer, they are not good communicators. For a brand that sponsors the team, they're not really used to communicating and talking to a camera. They don't have that charisma, and that usually seems very artificial when they try to do that. For esports, on the other hand, that's very easy to do. You can change the message, you can tweak the medium that you use. For example, you can use assets in the metaverse and other types of assets to build immersive experiences. And that's where we are headed right now in terms of content. Content used to be very passive. You just read a newspaper, or you heard that on the radio, or you watched it on the TV. But now consumers take the key role. They are watching a Travis Scott concert while they play Fortnite and things like that, or on Roblox or Grand Theft Auto. So at the same time as the new idols in these generations are main characters, they are very charismatic and they have a one-to-one relationship with fans. So young people and the young audiences can see that as very tangible. If you have a friend that used to play the game with you and now they are big influencers or streamers, that really motivates people to engage more in this market.
For instance, there was a very interesting case study where Burger King wanted to communicate with this audience. So that means that they brought not just the favorite sandwiches or the favorite foods of the different influencers, but we also had activations in person at the physical stores. We brought people to Burger King Lounge. We had we launched a combo called the Loud Combo too. And all that is used to understand how the audience behaves and what kinds of values they support. So there's some very interesting activations. Another one, we have a long-standing partnership with Itaú Bank. And I think this one's really cool because they've long been considered one of the most traditional banks in Latin America. So jumping into a territory that's as mystic as games is very interesting, is very delicate. And they were able to do that by using the right wording, the right terminology. So what they wanted to do, what they proposed was to talk directly to the gamers and say, look, Itaú is a big brand, a major brand, and we're going to change people's lives. That includes people who live in favelas, people who have lower income levels, and everyone likes to play Free Fire across all types of income levels. And a brand as traditional as Itaú was able to bring a lot of very solid activations, and they're very interesting cases too. Yeah, I also work with Itaú. And it's exactly what PH here just said. Itaú talked to us, and they found in MBR an opportunity to create experiences for a community that's very traditional. And we've been in this industry for many years now. So the partnership between Itaú and MBR, which has so much engagement, makes it possible for brands like Itaú to build very long-lasting and very profound experiences. For instance, we made a play on words with the audiences who identify as female and turned the M upside down into a W. They're not just present in the traditional market. Itaú also, when it comes into the platform, it also it brings new opportunities to help women get more visibility. There are other cases too, going back to the experiences aspect. It's all about understanding your consumer, understanding your audience's journey, and figuring out how you can turn those into story points. We bring many different elements that are true for the brand. They're actually true. And to give another example with Senac, we bring the professional gaming world into classrooms, and that gives lots of youth the option or even the ability to develop themselves professionally, and so that at some point in the not too distant future, they can join our market, because our market needs support. It needs to be fostered. And other potential partners can also have projects developed in the same sense, in the same vein. So I think that's basically the message that I want to give, that we are developing projects with our partners. Yes, and I think for us, the most iconic story is our story with Vivo. I think next year we're going to celebrate 10 years with them. So, you know, certainly if you look around, you will find a few cases of brands that have been working for 10 years on a sponsorship, but they're very rare. And our aim is to bring not just knowledge, but we also do a lot of work behind the scenes. Vivo is a huge brand in the market. They have dozens of employees dedicated specifically to these types of interventions. So we ask them, how do you think you can tie this into the gamer universe? And we engage with them. They're interested in talking to us about this. And we always say that gaming is very easy, but it only seems easy for us because we are really in it. So if you're not, then how can you... the way through which you enter the market is not very clear, is not obvious. I mean, there's sports sponsorships that can also be mirrored in the world of games. So sometimes it comes down to defining budgets. And so I can say, listen, man, I can help you. Let me help you navigate this huge universe. Because the latest Brazilian census was just released, and it has the latest census from Uzu says that there are 100 million gamers in Brazil, and of those 100 million, 50 million consume video game content, and that includes eSports championships, YouTube videos, or watching something on Amazon Prime. There was that League of Legends documentary there. So I think a great portion of our challenge is in saying, look, it may seem difficult to navigate the world of games, but unlike 10 years ago, now we have lots of people who are very well prepared to help brands navigate this market. And not just in an ad hoc manner, because we have people with market experience. We have AI platforms that can measure results. We can run A/B testing and see what works and what doesn't. We can look with a long-term perspective. So as we increasingly break down barriers and bring to the market non-endemic brands, we are showing brands that this is not temporary. You don't need to think in a 6-month or 1-year horizon, because the market is very resilient. It's very safe, a safe place for you to invest. So things are never going to be exactly how you planned in the beginning, but the important thing is that we are ready to navigate whatever changes may occur. Just to add to what Hugo said, he mentioned something that's very important. It's the medium to long-term view. The longer view you can help your partner take in working with you, the better your results will be. There are still very many decision makers who, unlike 5 to 10 years ago, today gaming is truly the target of daily discussions among major brands. But there's still a lot of distrust and ignorance in the sense of not knowing. We have some cases, for instance, the Loud case. We've been building a medium to long-term view, and it's undeniable that when you have a constant investment, progressive investment, this brings better results for brands. And the more you can fit the brands and the different worlds, you'll help the brands reinforce their positioning in this industry, which is still very flexible with regard to letting brands come into this market. I also want to say that since it's something that is fully digital, it's digitally native, that certainly helps to measure everything. You can run more tests, you can accelerate or measure, and so that's something else that's very helpful. The fact that everything is digital certainly helps. And so for my next question, I want to ask you, what do you view as the biggest challenges, and where do you think we're headed? What do you envision for the future? Do you think, we're going to have esports arenas? Like, are we going to have a Loud arena, a giant stadium-sized arena? What can we imagine for the next 2 years? Absolutely. Well, I think the comment you made before certainly adds to my answer here. The analogy made with soccer. We don't need to limit ourselves to physical arenas, because digital arenas are going to be the next step in team communications. And that includes delivering content, sales, marketplaces, brand activations, tie-ins, and to help everything be more immersive, we can work with digital as well. We can see that when a game sells out at an arena or at Ibirapuera Park, they do publicize the fact that people leave their homes to get involved, and lots of people's eyes start gleaming when they see that. It certainly is a great look. But there are other topics too, such as Web3 and AI, to name a few, that really help us rethink the very idea of teams. Because for those of us in the esports field, we know that sponsorships, which are what feeds esports today, it's going to have some kind of ceiling. So the company is not going to be able to raise that kind of budget every year. So for esports, our question is, how can we get this giant audience that it connects online, connects digitally, and they do truly love the brand? So how can we bring them to the reality of soccer today, where you pay tickets to watch a game, where you buy jerseys that are seriously expensive? So as we move into this new reality, I think the organizations are really going to see more results. Yeah, I definitely agree with PH. I think in 2018, I saw a report by the NBA that said that the average ticket for an NBA fan is $90 a year. But in 2018, an eSports fan spent on average $1.90 a year. So if we compare those two numbers, I certainly don't think we're going to have an equal footing within the next 10 years, but there's certainly a large playing field for us to tap into. There are benefits too. The online distribution channel is countrywide, but that doesn't mean that we can't have regional cores, regional centers. So let's say I have a fan from the state of Amazonas. It's not true that they'll never be able to connect with a fan of Cade from São Paulo, because this is digital we're talking about. And so we're increasingly going to have more sources of revenue and more products focused on consumers. And increasingly, we're going to see more assertive interventions. Absolutely. I agree 100% with both answers. I just want to say that the crucial thing is to be creative. That will help you diversify for the different players in the games market. That's certainly the biggest challenge today. We live today in a world where sponsorships are a huge part of the model. So until we can find real diversity in revenue sources, we're not going to have a good time trying to escape from this model. But as we include Web3 and other technologies, we need to start asking ourselves, how can we create games and game worlds in a way that allows our partners to explore this market, for instance, in terms of revenue? And how can we generate revenue so that the brands and partners really live up to the expectations when it comes to the results? So in 5 to 10 years, I think we will be in a different world. And certainly consumers will be more interested in spending more money, such as buying jerseys or getting tickets to a major event. But that's still, the groundwork for that still needs to be created. And I think it's going to be true in a not too distant future. Definitely. And when we look at the expenses, the expenditure from gamers, you know, the games are free to play, but every month they buy new skins, new battle passes, new games as well. And that's a major element of our relationship with the developers, because we know that the budgets are in the millions, but many of these teams are really engaged in helping to create something that's, above all, fun, and that keeps their attention in the long term. That will help increase the game's life cycle. So we work with many developers, we compete with them, and we want to share that piece of the pie with them. It's definitely cool to have a loud MBR or VK skin, or maybe even more than one. How about one per season? Because the most successful models we've seen to really create sustainability, they're all based on that. So I think skins have a really good future ahead of them. Something else that maybe you haven't thought of, it's been for a while now, we're starting to see the birth of kids whose parents are esports fans. So now we've got young babies being born and their parents are fans of Loud and MBR. So there's going to be a big result, a big reflection of that in the near future. For instance, my dad cheers for Cruzeiro, so I cheer for Cruzeiro. Yeah, you know, lots of people say that. Not just the fans, but also the sponsors, the developers, and they start really becoming huge generational fans of esports. So it's very common to see children now sitting on their parents' laps and watching esports with their parents. And conversely, we see that the entrance of these new fans also reshapes the world of marketing and brands. I've talked to brand directors who said, oh, okay, great, you explained it to me. Yeah, I talked to the business people, but I'm only really going to believe it when I come home and ask my child or my nephew who's 10 or 15, and I ask them, hey, have you heard of Loud? And they're like, yeah, absolutely. That really drives the point home for me. So I'm very anxious to see that reality. Yeah, today if you ask someone who really likes soccer, you can say, oh, why did you start cheering for Palmeiras, for instance? No one knows the answer, and usually it's because, oh, my dad cheered for Palmeiras. So I think in 10 to 15 years from now, we're going to start seeing these answers more effectively. Oh, why do you support VK or Loud? Well, because my dad did. So that also adds value. That creates value, not just for supporting the team, but because it really breaks through that last barrier. It's not about confidence, but it's bigger than that, because the decision makers will have been born into the culture. I remember when I was a kid, I only had dial-up internet, and it was very cool when you got to listen to a song at the end of the day because you were able to find that game on LimeWire somewhere. So, now when you talk to a young kid and explain that, they're like, what? What do you mean you don't just press play on Spotify? So this new phase that we're moving into is really going to give us good results down the road. I have an example at home. I have 3 daughters. The oldest one is 7, and I'm a good fan of Palmeiras, so I raise her to be a fan of MBR. She knows more about MBR than I do. Sometimes she'll ask me, Daddy, what happened to MBR today? So I'm very anxious for what's going to happen 10 to 15 years from now. Increasingly, kids live with games. They live and breathe games every day. That includes at school. We see lots of talk about this. Influencers are more and more present in the lives of this new generation. So certainly they're going to have a good perspective. Something else I notice pretty often, I have many friends who are in their 30s. This is my case. I'm in my 30s. And they don't have time to play anymore. And they can't devote too much time for that. But what we see is that maybe they don't like to watch soccer, generally speaking, but they do like to support whatever given team. So we often have an audience who isn't really engaged, they're just watching. And as people age, they also get more purchasing power. This is another movement that we can see today. Absolutely. And to what Bruno said, this is the great benefit of esports. When we look at non-endemic brands as potential sponsors, they are very, very interested in that, because you can connect with a fan whether they are playing or just talking socially about a game or in a championship. But when you go to the other side of the coin and look at the publishers, in terms of revenue, in game sales alone, they responded for over 12 billion reals. So esports are an amazing tool to help people, ex-gamers, get involved. So if you ask someone, hey, you stopped playing League of Legends, do you still watch it? And if the answer is yes, you're much more likely to be able to rekindle that connection, as opposed to someone who not only stopped playing, but also stopped consuming that type of content. So if you look at not the world, but the user journey within the gaming universe, you see that esports can be a solution. And a solution not just for one part of the chain or the network, but for the whole network. For a brand or a publisher who needs to increase their game's life cycle, or who needs to reactivate a user who is not currently active today, I think esports today can really help with all of that.
I agree. And adding to the last point that Ugo mentioned, you have to know your fans. You have to know your supporters, your audience. That's what's going to make you either succeed or fail in your business strategy. So at IBR, we try to be there, understanding them, developing processes to learn about our supporters, understanding how they consume games, not only when they're watching competitions, but when they're watching streamers or content, or, what did they like to purchase? What do they like to do when they're not necessarily there consuming a game? And how do you create strategies as an organization to be present in your consumer's life? That's what's going to make you stand out. And that's how you can create business opportunities for brands and partners that want to use your knowledge as a way of creating narratives in that scenario. Yeah, I was going to ask another thing that I think is very interesting. Since we're talking about the digital world as well, in esports, you also have an opportunity of not only being in Brazil. You can also connect to foreign fans because your team might be playing a championship abroad and so on. So we see some European and American organizations trying to have a more global footprint. And what's your take on that? I can talk a little bit about that because now we're in the American Valorant League. So we're starting to have an international experience that's similar to Free Fire and League of Legends when we play international championships. Since Loud is a Brazilian organization, since we started in Brazil, therein lies a challenge because getting a good position in relevant markets, especially the ones that are warmer and have higher revenue like the US and Europe, you're seen as a Latin team. So it's very difficult to build a brand there unless you can reach Brazilian fans who live there. And you need to be as relevant and as impactful as the traditional and native brands. In Brazil, this is not so common anymore, but in the beginning, it was the opposite. So foreign brands got a lot of engagement from Brazilian fans. It was like, they were giving Brazil a chance. So I think we need to flip that switch. And we have been able to do it, but I think it's a different strategy. I think it's worth trying to engage with closer countries, like in Latin America, Spanish-speaking countries, because then you have an initial connection. And then you can go the other way and start establishing your brand in the US and Europe. We have fans from there. We get messages. Our videos are being translated into English and Spanish for the competitive teams there so that we can have some access, a foot in the door. But there's always going to be challenges. For example, this commercial side, well, it's counterproductive to have a team in the US playing in a league for the American audience with a brand or a sponsor that only has products in Brazil. So how do you have a team that's comparable to American teams, but reaching a target that your advertisers are not interested in? And sponsors there are not going to look at Brazilian organizations first. So there are many caveats there in how you can expand your brand and become globalized. Brazil is a huge market. There's a lot to explore here, but I think the next steps will require testing and experimenting. Yeah, I agree with Bruno. I think when we look at soccer, for example, you always want to make your brand international. You always want to reach new markets, but as Brazilians, we're lucky to be in a market of 220 million people who speak the same language. When we decide to expand to Europe, for example, there's no single language there. So what language are you going to produce your content in? German, French? British English is not the same sort of English that they speak in the US. There's a different accent. That's the challenge that European teams have, right? Exactly. So at the end of the day, you have a team of Brazilians who are seen as foreigners. So that creates a bigger entry barrier. You're spending in euros, but making money in Brazilian reals. So that's a big challenge. If we look at the market today, if we look at the Northeast or the North or the Brazilian Midwest, we have markets that are as big as the foreign market that aren't explored yet massively. And I think they're within reach. you can retrofeed into your commercial machine or your engagement in a much more effective way. I think we're still far from the Brazilian cap. I'm not saying that it's impossible to go international with your brand, but I think if we look abroad, all of the American and European teams that tried to go to the Asian market, they all failed because you can't be an American that considers commercial content for the Japanese market. I think the Japanese market needs to produce products for itself. So I think that's our advantage. We still have a huge market with a lot of space to grow commercially and in engagement and in creating communities. That's it. It's hard to get a made in Brazil brand, and it's even harder when you go abroad. But I agree with your vision. It is a huge challenge. And Brazil is a country that has a lot of potential, not only in audience, but also in revenue. I think some regions have much more potential than some international markets. So there's definitely a lot of space to explore in Brazil. But of course, you have to represent your brand in international markets. And I think that carries your some weight. Of course, it's not easy to create a strategy for it and acquire a new basis in international markets. It requires time and investments, and that's a huge challenge. So we need to go one step at a time. There's a lot of space in Brazil to develop things. Yes, and one of our biggest strengths is that Brazilians are very passionate, right? So I've gone to many sporting events around the world, but nothing compares to Brazilian supporters. And when you have Brazilian supporters at a foreign event, it's amazing to see how much we scream and jump. And I think that also is reflected in social media. When foreign journalists, fight with a Brazilian player, I think they regret it immediately because Brazilian fans are so passionate. Yeah, and supporters know how difficult it is to compete with a team from a completely different reality, right? It's a whole other story. Commercially and family structure. Some kids are training at a professional level from the age of 8 to become professional players and to get sponsorships and investments. So when a Brazilian team matches their strength, I think Brazilian supporters who are so passionate really value that. So I think, Brazilians support others unconditionally. They understand that it's a different reality, but they don't demand things in exaggeration. If you don't perform so well in League of Legends, it's because you're competing with someone that has a long history. Yes, I mean, in some places they have schools there you can start playing at the age of 7. It's just like, taking swimming lessons, and they start playing this as a profession in Korea. So when you look at Brazil, of course, we're in a completely different universe from these countries that are extremely developed. Yeah, and when we see a Brazilian team at an international competition winning and so on, we feel that national pride, right? It's a Brazilian team beating an American or an European team that has a huge budget and so on. So I know that people are investing a lot more abroad. Yes, and we recently had a case that was an example of this process of supporting an organization going beyond rivalries. So IBR was eliminated in the first round, and it was directed to Loud immediately. Yes, even if we work for a company, if there's only one Brazilian team in a competition, you support it because it shows that Brazil can do it. And I think that really is bringing us forward. We really do support our so-called rivals when they're the only Brazilian team left. But we don't do that in soccer, right? You're never going to support your rivals, or if Argentina is playing one of your rivals, you're going to support Argentina. But yeah, that's something I often see. MBR fans support Loud when they're there playing, and vice versa. That's a really cool thing to see. Yeah, I think gaming has that magic. You don't have consolidated barriers in other modalities, right? Like in soccer, again, striking an analogy with soccer, there is a huge sense of rivalry that sometimes goes beyond what is acceptable. Yeah, many things were done wrong in soccer, and we can fix it now in esports. Yes, for example, CBLOL has an in-person arena where supporters come in every weekend. And we know how to organize them according to the soccer standards. You have music, you have musical instruments, but, you know, in this game, rivals or rival supporters are sitting side by side, but they're not going to have a big rivalry. At the end, they're going to go out and eat together and drink together, and that's it. You know, you might support another team. I mean, there's a healthy competition. Yes, we're dealing with a lot of young people, and I think gaming attracts that. We can have a lot of influence. It's great to be passionate for a team, but in a championship, you're not going to bring in these examples of violence and aggressiveness from other sports. Otherwise, it will be terrible. We don't want to see, you know, those sad and terrible episodes we see in other traditional sports. Well, I think that's it, everyone. Thank you for being here. If you have any closing remarks. Yeah, I'd just like to thank you. I'm very happy to be here, to be sitting next to these three aces. You're also very important in our market. I'd like to thank Big and Omelette for inviting me to be here, and I hope that we can have these discussions more and more. If you're curious, if you want to get more information, our doors are always open at MBR. We're always ready to talk and explain what we're doing. It's a pleasure to have you, and thank you for joining us. We hope to see you again soon. Yeah, thanks, everyone. That's all. And we're going to have some more stuff going on this stage later on. Yeah, thanks for being here on a Sunday. And if you're interested in hearing more about us, about our market, with no commitment, you can come and talk to us. Thanks, everyone. This is the last day of Big Festival, and I know that you agree with me. We hope this could go on forever. I'll be here until the end of the event. My name is Arturiana, and we still have a lot on this stage. The next talk will be on forging strong partnerships, brands, and influencers in gaming. We're going to talk about the qualities of an influencer and how they can get closer to brands in order to establish partnerships. After all, influencers are at the top of the agenda today. So I'd like to invite to the stage Felipe. Wait, hold on. I guess we're not ready. I'm hearing voices in my head. So we're going to wait for a little bit. But once again, everyone, I'd like to invite you to look at our agenda. We recently had big awards that gave awards to the games participating in this event, from games from Brazil, Argentina, and around the world. And you can play these games close to the enemy stage. You can play and you can see all the other booths, so don't miss out if you're watching us. And besides that, we're going to have several other talks throughout the afternoon. I'll give you a few spoilers. We're going to have talks from TikTok and several other platforms. So as I said, the next one is about partnerships, which is a great topic for someone like myself who am an influencer. So we're just going to have a brief break, and we'll be back soon to invite our speakers to the stage. See you soon.
O maior desafio do surf não é ficar em pé, é se levantar, quantas vezes precisar. E é aí, meu irmão, que o brasileiro voa, porque na boa, a gente não fica no chão, nem debaixo d'água. No surf ou na vida, o bebê é apoio pra gente levantar a taça ou a cabeça. E juntos vamos inspirar todo mundo a buscar tudo o que imaginar.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Rapaziada, Biancolândia aqui novamente para trazer curiosidades sobre o mercado de games. A gente vai conhecer hoje a história do Joaquim. Ele é game designer e a gente quer saber um pouquinho mais de como ele vive, onde ele habita e do que ele se alimenta. Então, muito prazer, Joaquim. Como é que você tá, cara? Tudo certo?
Tudo ótimo, você?
Tudo bem também. Cara, a gente quer saber um pouco mais da sua profissão, né? Como é que você começou no game design? O que faz um game designer?
Tá, começar por onde eu comecei, né? Eu comecei fazendo um curso de design de jogos na IMB Morumbi. Eu fiz ele por 2 anos, a faculdade, mas eu tive a oportunidade de fazer um curso no Canadá chamado Vancouver Film School, onde eu ganhei uma bolsa. E lá eu consegui trabalhar com pessoas diretamente da indústria, né? Pegar experiência e feedback diretamente com eles, e foi muito legal.
And network with lots of people at the industry. So what game designers do essentially is we turn ideas into an actual game. My boss loves to say that ideas are problems disguised as solutions. So we like to find a problem and come up with all the different solutions to make a game intuitive and fluid. So are you more in the programming technical side of things, or do you work in the world of ideas? Well, my role is very cross-sectional. I really think about the game architecture, so I can speak the same language as the programmers and the artists to really convey the ideas and the concepts and find a feasible solution. And how long have you been here in the market? Well, since 2018, so it's been quite a while, actually. I started out at Gixxer, which is where I'm at today. Then I worked for 1.5 years at Koku, which is a very, very renowned company in Recife. And now I'm back to Gixxer, and we have 2 games on being showcased here. All right, so tell us about those. Of course, one is called Changer 7. This is the t-shirt I'm wearing now. It's currently in the prototype phase. It took us 2 months to develop, and we are looking for publishers to help us develop the game in its entirety. The other game is at Afrogames. This is a VR game that's currently under development. It's an on-rail shooter game. So it's like, you know, those old arcade games where you have that little gun you point and shoot, but in VR. And the response we're getting is really, really amazing. All right. And tell me more about your personal life. What does a game designer do in his free time? Well, I play lots of games, of course. We're always playing. But I also really like to read novels. I love fantasy, sci-fi. I like a couple different sports. I'm a surfer, skateboarder, and a bit of everything. There's always new things to learn. Awesome. And what about your relationship with games? What has it been like since the beginning, or? Well, I've always liked gaming ever since I was little. It was a very easy way for me to connect with people from different places. Let's say someone might like surfing but doesn't like skateboarding. But my brother, for instance, has always been with me in gaming. And when I got to university, I finally learned that you could actually make a living by playing games. I really fell in love with the Dark Souls level design. And I thought, oh my God, who thought of that? And I thought I wanted to someday get to that level. Okay, so what is level design? Well, game design is divided into many different disciplines. You have the UI or UX, which is everything you see on the screen, the HUD. And my job as level designer is to actually build the levels. So the spaces where you walk around and where you'll have the combat take place. So that's how I got started. And in Brazil, we have to wear many different hats in game design because we're not so big to the point where we can divide our team into sub-disciplines. So I learned a lot. Okay, so you're the one who's at fault when I can't beat a given level in a game I like. Basically, yeah. So if there's something that's too difficult or a roadblock in your way, it was definitely the game designer's fault. So forgive me if I've caused that. Well, it's really not a mistake, I guess. I personally love playing games, but in some games I have a really hard time sorry, there's the audio cut out. Apologies, we still have no... There we go. Our next talk is entitled Forging Strong Partnerships. And we're going to talk about what qualities an influencer needs to have to move closer to games. And so I'd like to invite up to our stage our three speakers. I hope you enjoy this talk. We're going to have a lot more talks in the future. And we're going to have some cosplay too. So now I'd like to invite up on stage Felipe, Alan, and Victor. So can we bring them up on stage, please? Well, I could just say I would now give you a great dancing performance. Unfortunately, I'm not a dancer, but I will just wait for them to come up on stage and leave you in their very capable hands. And you know, I'm an influencer too, so I know I have so much to learn from this talk. So, without further ado, let's give it up for Felipe, Alan, and Victor. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Felipe. Oh, you need to set your radio to the right channel. Sorry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Stage 3 Sebes. My name is Carmen Diaz, and I'll be here with you throughout this wonderful afternoon. And right now, as we speak, you from home will be able to watch a wonderful talk. Are you guys ready? I don't know, but this will be a very interesting talk titled Influencers Influence: How Gaming Influencers Shape the Industry. And to guide this wonderful chat, we have no less than Radioativo, Anna XD, and Alessandro as moderator. Welcome to the stage. Good afternoon, guys. Hi, good afternoon. Come on up, Anna. Hello. Well, Tiger will be joining us very soon. Well, everyone will be thinking that I'm Tiger with what we have on the screen. Well, if you just joined us, traffic is really chaotic, thankfully. So this means we have a packed house. And if you're home and would like to join us in person, feel free to do so. So my name is Alessandro. I am the CEO of Red Button. I just found a new way of pronouncing my company's name. Anyway, we'll be talking about how content creators shape the industry. But before we start talking about all of that, I'd like to ask each one of you to introduce yourselves. Starting here with the Radioativo. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm really, really happy to be here, joined by you and Ale and Tiger, who hasn't arrived yet. Anyway, I've been an influencer for a few years, especially in YouTube, but we're always trying to diversify to TikTok and Twitch. But we are mostly focused on the Free Fire niche, the news niche more precisely. And we are constantly posting videos about contents on the website, both about new games being coming to the market or new partnerships. So a global overview of everything that's going on. So if you missed out and don't know what happened in this or that championship, you will have all the details the next day on my video. So throughout the years, we've been building that confidence and, allowing people to be able to rely on us for League of Legends and other games, but most importantly, Firefight. Anna, you can introduce yourself. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna XD. I'm a host, content creator, and voice professional. And I usually say that I introduce the gaming world for anyone who wants to have fun. And one thing I love to do is to introduce this world to anyone who has an interest but don't really know much about it. I also create a lot of news content, not as much as Radioativo does, because it's just impossible to do that. Yeah, I don't know how he does that. Exactly. So I create news videos and comedy videos, and also provide services to companies, championships, TV shows, and also internet videos as well. I really lend my face to anyone wanting to introduce people to this industry. Yes, and myself as a game content consumer, consume the work that you do. Tiger will be joining us very soon. I can see her here already. And because we're talking about the influencer's influence, I believe that all of us here was at one point influenced by someone or inspired by someone and wanted to go down the influencer path, most importantly in the gaming industry. Now, Rad, when was it that you realized, okay, this is what I wanted to do, and who influenced you to do that? Who led you to want to be a gaming influencer? Well, there was a time when I got to the channel of this guy called Radio Beat, and I spent an entire afternoon watching all of his videos, and to me that was crazy. I kept asking myself, how could he keep me here watching all of these videos an entire afternoon? And it was after that, actually sometime later, really, I began to create my own videos and invest in my own work. But I had been inspired by this individual for a long time. But then I began to create video content about what I did then, which was I fixed mobile phones. Oh, so you're a cell phone man, right? Well, not very much today, but I began to invest and be an entrepreneur within what I already did. But next thing I knew, I was making more money online than I did working in person. So I began to study, and it was at that time that the gaming world came into the picture. So I was crazy about PlayStation games, PlayStation 1 and 2. I did not get the Nintendo 1 period, but this was the first impact that I had with gaming. But I already knew the YouTube platform because I had already created those videos. And my first, so much so that my first channel on YouTube is still yielding money for me, and I haven't produced any content for that for years. But that was my beginning. Yeah, I didn't start exactly with, you know, oh, I had this inspiration and then started. Of course, we sometimes meet people, but that's not always the starting point. In my case, because I started as a caster and show host, I actually started because of a shortage of other women. And this shortage actually gave me this boost, you know, gave me this will and confidence to be that person. And I'm really proud to say that I can be that person, that trailblazer. And then content creator came along in the wake of that, because what I wanted was to provide services. I even had a social media, but I wasn't really active there. All I would do was say, oh, we'll have that championship on such and such a date. But after that, I gained some notoriety in my work and gained followers as a result of that. But by then, I was already working with Free Fire, which was when I went from 300 subscribers to 5,000. And this was when I looked at it and thought, well, what can I do with all of these people? So obviously, I went to look at people who were working in the Free Fire world and creating content that I liked, such as Marulio, Gotti, Radiotiva himself became a source of inspiration to me. So when I started with Free Fire, I already had this community embracing me because of my work as a host and commentator. And after that, I had the opportunity to get inspiration from a lot of other people to create my own content. That's really great. Now, coincidentally or not, I think that everyone on this stage had their lives moved forward in a way with the emergence of Free Fire. And if those listening to us have never heard of it or never played Free Fire, and this is a gaming festival, so maybe some people might not have ever heard about Free Fire, just as we may never have heard of other games that are successful. Free Fire was really a comet that really came from the ground up and was shot up, spreading the word of mobile to everyone. Now, with that in mind, and thinking about this emergence, and Rat also came from a different world and dove into this gaming world, what would you say is a characteristic of an influencer that you also have, which is what has made you really influence people and draw them in? Of course, there's no such thing as a recipe for that, but maybe there are points where you will look at it and say, well, I think that my power, you know, let's pretend we're X-Men here, all of us. So what would be that superpower that you think you have and that you think might be important for any influencer to have? Well, I would say that to me, what's most important about any influencer is honesty. You know, you have to be yourself so that it won't be weird for your audience. I mean, if we're here, we're talking just the way we talk naturally. And, you know, in your stories, in your live streams. So to be clear to people, if you're not being yourself, you will not gain the confidence of your audience. And I think it's very important to be authentic and be original, to be yourself. Of course, you can, you know, adopt different taglines from other influencers, but ultimately to be yourself is the most important thing. Well, if I were to offer a recipe, I think that you have to think about what you have to say and what people want to hear. So what you want to show and what people want to see. So the quote unquote recipe for any influencer so that they can really influence other people is you need to want to talk about something and you need other people wanting to hear about that something. And the interesting thing is that we today have these subjects. In our case, gaming. I mean, some people talk in a more of a niche way, such as Radioativo. We started only talking about Free Fire, and there are lots of people wanting to hear about that. When I worked at LBFF Championships, I would watch his videos to understand what was going on behind the cell phone, because I was there seeing the competitions firsthand, but Radioativo goes beyond that. He also shows the human aspect and the organizational aspect, so I could just see myself in keeping up with all of that. And in my case, I can show a different perspective because I am a professional that works with that and was able to gain even international notoriety. And also because you can show people that that's possible. And as a woman, another thing that I think sets me apart is the way I speak. You know, I have a more didactic way to show my content. And for example, exploring my sexuality is not something that I do. I completely respect those people who do, but I believe that we position ourselves as individuals, and our authentic selves are a way or a path for us to connect with other people. I absolutely agree. I feel like audiences seek for something to relate to, and being authentic is critical for you to not be wearing a mask, which will ultimately fall. And now, speaking about the influence that influencers have and how influencers have helped to shape the industry. Yeah, I talked a little bit about Radioativo helped to shape me because I watched his videos to get inspired to do a work that was even better. Yeah, just plugged for you. You can Venmo later. Yeah, so it was shaped by the emergence of games, and Anna also in a way rode that wave. But we have tag coming up now. Now, how would you say an influencer helps the gaming industry, you know, I don't know, maybe selling more games or attracting more players? Obviously, the industry has grown, and we mentioned Free Fire, which is a game that helped a lot of influencers grow online, but we also have influencers. Hi, Tag. Come join us. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. I was told to come up as quickly as I could, but then you said hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for being late. I was surprised by the traffic on a Sunday, but I think that we can still talk. Please get me up to speed. Of course, we were talking about the influence that influencers have. I mean, sometimes they're influenced by the gaming industry, meaning they come to the gaming side of things to find a new niche or a new audience. But how would you say the opposite occurs? For example, PH is a guy that came from a different gaming niche and helped to grow Free Fire, Jelly Clash, and many others. And I know that influencers might have a positive impact on the growth of the gaming industry. How would you see that? Well, I think that especially when we talk about the gaming industry, we're talking about a growing industry, and it is exponential right now. So I think that influencers with clear ideals who know very well what their mission is and what their values are throughout their entire path, I think they naturally will create a tighter bond with brands because they'll have that empathy in terms of understanding what the issues they're going through. And there's this exchange, and there's a lot of professionalism involved in it. And I'm a firm believer that if we stick to those ideals, which is very challenging. I mean, our industry faces several different challenges. There are always great new things coming up. So we have to be focused and know where we want to go. Because these people with these ideals ultimately come to the brands which will say, oh, so this is the market. So these people are not just working for the numbers. They're also working for a cause. They're working toward equality in the market. And this business is growing in a way that's very immature, that's really going toward something big in the future. And an influencer may say, well, I'm more of a solo guy. I work with only 2 or 3 people, but you may set a huge example for new influencers who are coming up and might say, well, he has just 2 or 3 people working with them and they've grown their career this much over a period of only 2 or 3 years. So I think that this is how they can make a difference, whether they're working solo or associated with a huge organization. Anna, would you like to add anything to that? Well, I think that in your question, you gave a lot of the answer, but I think that our presence for the audience, beyond brands, and it's difficult because Taiga, myself, and so many other women and other minorities, we are already shaping this space just by being here. We're shaping the scenario at large just by being women who are up here working, forging these relationships with brands and with the audience. And to me, this is one of the first things that come to my mind when we think about shaping the industry, because this was my intention when I started. I wanted to be up here representing women and representing other minorities. And this was something that I believed, but I also discovered as I got here. I, had in my mind that I represent my brands, I represent gamers when I'm in a different environment. So it is really thinking about these very simple things, just by being who we are and doing what we do, we're already helping to shape the industry. In addition to everything that you said, I also see that the way influencers today address the narrative of the game. I mean, would you rather watch a game the way publishers show you or the way influencers describe or review that for you? So if you look at Coringa and Riot wants to publish a game, they will hire Coringa to talk about their game, and that will call a lot more attention to that. And I see brands doing that increasingly more, going to influencers and hiring them for them to show how their games work in a more entertaining way. That seems to work a lot more for them. And one other thing that's really successful today is the Legends Island from Baiano. They would rather watch that than know the games otherwise, because otherwise they don't even have narration. And they have all of these actors creating content for the game. These used to be professional players. Now they're influencers, but they understand the game and they provide entertainment and help to sell the game a lot more easily because it works. Another very clear example is Kaze with soccer. So there's this trend moving over to sports now already. Gaules as well. So it's a huge number of influencers watching and, creating their own content that way as well. And now you're influencers, but have you ever been influenced to such an extent to, for example, oh, I bought this camera because I saw this video of an influencer, or I bought this different brand of whey protein, or I don't know, as he said, I began to play League of Legends because I watched this influencer playing online. Was there any case where maybe you were influenced to buy or try something new and maybe you even regretted it? Well, I'm very often influenced to buy or start playing something. You know, sometimes we're like, I'm thinking about maybe buying this game. And then you think, well, let me check out this streamer playing it to see if I will really enjoy it. So for me, to watch BR Kai Sidhu on YouTube before I buy a game, it's just basic. That's what I always do. And for products, obviously, but mostly service provision, you know, hair products. If you maybe see a friend of yours that goes to this specific hairdresser, I keep thinking, well, would this work for me? Because I moved here to Sao Paulo as an adult already. So everyone who used to take care of my hair back in my old town didn't come with me. So whenever someone goes to a hair salon and tags it, I keep thinking, well, maybe I should check it out. I can't remember an example of a time when I regretted some decision, maybe some household product, but there were situations where I maybe didn't really like the service provider that I chose, but we just choose another one. So it was just simple like that.
When I'm a fan, I'm a fan. There's a lot of content creator from different areas, and I follow them. They don't even know I exist, but I'm a great fan of them. There's a girl called Bibi Laibas. She has a degree in quantum physics. She's super smart and started bringing in her content, trying to talk about people in science. So when she talks about skincare, this is a quantum physics person, and I'm going to follow her. I'm going to do what she tells me to do on skincare, because we work with this and we know when people know what they're talking about, when they say, look, I used this, I tested last year, I really enjoy this. All these things bring me comfort, but I am also influenced to the point that I want to just buy stuff to figure out if it's good or not. For example, let's test this foundation here. I just want to test. If I see somebody testing on YouTube, I'll be influenced to the point that I might want to buy something just to make sure it's good or bad. And I'm going to tell everybody, look, I tested this, and I agree, it's not good, it's great. So it's a kind of work that if you admire somebody, there's no way around it. You will be influenced. But if they break your trust, it's complicated. So once you lose that trust, you'll see that it wouldn't really be worth testing something. I think we are impacted daily with several products we see on a daily basis. So what I usually like to do is, okay, do I need something at that time? I need to decide if I buy it or not. But in the future, if I don't need it, and what do I do? So I have this credibility from somebody I was talking about. I've been watching this product for a while, and I'll make sure if it's worth it. I like researching on YouTube reviews to see if it's worth it. I read the comments. This is good. This is not. I'm always paying attention to this. However, I am somebody who, if I believe somebody who has certain credibility, I will try to speak to them to ask, does this really work? Or since I already have some experience with that person, I'll buy it. So I think it does work. I think everybody here is somehow impacted positively with that kind of thing. And just piggybacking on that for our games industry, which is our main niche, how do you think we could use this influence, like Taiga and Anna said, to actually bring opportunities for the industry, for small games that are getting started, brands that are just coming in? How do you think we could do this in a positive way, using our influence to bring in people to play new games, as Anna said, when she tries to play something. What do you think about that? And in a positive way within your content, how can you bring more reach for a new brand? Well, the YouTube platform itself is now highlighting new creators. So there's a specific tab on YouTube where it's just people who are getting started. So if you create really cool content, the platform will help you, will give you the support. And the chances for people to find you are greater. So this is a positive point. However, for a game that to have a more positive impact and have greater access, I think it's more related to gameplay, not just shorter content. But with gameplay, you can narrate a story, you can have more detail. So maybe a live stream could work better for these small games, helping them get access to more downloads. Another way we can connect these brands is actually having it be part of our life. When we truly like something and use a product, that all makes it easier. And I think about the non-endemic brands that have been very close to our industry, because the gamer can be a student, mother, father. We have a life, but being a gamer is a lifestyle. Sometimes it's somebody who would prefer to stay home, but you have to eat and you're going to consume stuff. And sometimes when you impact somebody's life, you're going to be authentic, even especially if it's something, it's a brand that we already use ourselves. Sometimes it is a privilege to work with a brand that we already have affinity with. So in my understanding, we need to understand how we can be authentic. Authenticity is very important. So it's great to be as authentic as you can, showing that you want to impact the scenario. Because when you think about the industry as a whole, it's no use just putting your name on there. Said, okay, put my name in your championship or on your live. It doesn't change anything. That's not going to impact anybody. And being able to talk about this and understanding the issues, showing our issues and try to help each other, that makes a difference. Well, I think you all answered really well. And I think it's already been answered, but one thing I've noticed, both from influencers showing how their gamer life takes place, and the brand also showing what the game really is. I think Riot works on this really well, because you have League of Legends and then the casual players and competitive players. Then you have supporters who sometimes are not even playing. And then the cosplayers who want to be on your stage showing what they do. And you have the supporters that are organized. There are several communities and they are doing a really good job in organizing all of them. You know, if you're going to cosplay the game, you're not going to feel left out. You'll see there's a whole community of other people cosplaying. You'll be able to go to a championship. Sometimes you get a ticket, you get an advantage. So I think this is really interesting. So I believe that increasing this proximity between your life and the life of the game will make these partnerships between influencers and the game and the brands grow a lot. And then we had now we have the Ignis Cup, which is an inclusive championship, and I think this really is driven by the pressure from the brands, because they do have a bargaining power. And as influencers, we do apply some pressure, but that combination of my universe of influencer and the universe of the games and their communities and the power of the brand maintaining their goals, I think this whole gathering combination can provide great results. And that's really important because we're talking about the influencer, but they also need support from the brands, be it publishers or games, etc. Those brands that want something from the audience, who wish to sell something, because the influencers need support. And as Taiga mentioned, for those who are just getting started and wish to become an influencer, what do you think people can try to find? Of course, we always go to the studio, to the study route, but what do you think is the way for somebody who is getting started and is coming into the games world? What is the actual personal path? It doesn't need to be a cake recipe. I think a good start is just to stop watching your influencers' content and understand if you want to work with that and understand what's going on in the on the backstage. So if they tell you every day that they're waking up late, early, and you're waking up at 4 p.m., do you think that is the way? So you need to just start accepting the boring parts of the job, and it's not such a magical job yet. But when you start your career, I think you need to do it right. And in the sense that you need to do everything you need to do. You've seen a lot of people building their careers like that. So if you decide to do that, take it seriously. Create your goals. What is important? What cannot happen for you? If you have a really cool editor, value them. It makes a difference, and keep that up, because that's going to make a difference. When you have an awesome team, even if you don't have an agency, sometimes you may have to work more than people in agencies. So you have to focus and know where you want to go. Of course, you might have to change your route and grow and move forward. But in addition to studying and the focus on study, you need to know that your job is not just going to sit down and play a game. It's much more than that. In addition to what she already said very well, I'm going to talk about how you should start. I think it's really interesting to have a very well-defined niche when you're starting. Some people just don't know what they want to do. Oh, they want to create a game. They want a specific niche. It's a micro niche. So it's interesting to know what is your target audience for your career as influencer. So I have that, Anna, Taiga, we all have that. Once you're established in the industry, you have a very well-defined niche, and we know how to talk to that audience. So it's very interesting to keep that in mind, and also be aware, because social media shows us that there's a revolution. Last year we didn't have vertical videos, and now it's there's a certain demand on that. TikTok has more access, more minutes watched than YouTube, that's been around for years. So every day things change, and it can change again. If you're left behind and you don't get updated, you're gonna miss views and access. So it's really interesting to be aware of everything that you hear about social media and know what you want to do, where you want to go. And also be realistic. It's important to understand what you want to do in that area and understand when things get rough and change. So I think it's what Radio Tivo said. If you have news of the vertical short videos, oh, I've never done anything like that. Well, there'll come a time when you will have to do it. So you need to be realistic with yourself. There are certain things that are necessary and certain things that you will have to let go. And like Taiga said, if this is your profession, if this is your career, there are certain things that you won't love, but knowing that at the end of the day, everything will be worth it. And it doesn't have to be all perfect. You also need to understand what people are receiving, what the platforms want. So being realistic is very important, because sometimes we get into this world thinking that, oh my God, the influencer is going to make so much money when I work with the brand, and it is cool like that. But we need to understand the realistic side of things. That's not always easy. Sometimes we do need to let go of things we enjoy and embrace others we don't like so much. We need to learn more things and also understand the moment, the time in the market. So if right now the market likes short videos, maybe in a little while the focus will be different, and it might be even more difficult to come in. Now is the time if you want to make a living out of this, because the more people in it, the harder it's going to be, because our market is growing a lot. But will we come to a halt at some point? It's going to be just like the entertainment industry, traditional sports industry, which is already hard. And I believe that our segment will become a huge segment at some point with this whole created ecosystem. So take advantage of this moment now, 2023, when everything is being created and you can get started too. I also remembered something I've been talking to my friends about. If you're somebody who became an amazing content creator by chance, and then you wanted to work on YouTube, it wasn't meant to be, but you're super successful, that is a plan. That is a career. But if you want a very long career plan and spend more than 5, 10, 15 years on the internet, take a breath. Don't get anxious just because you're forgotten. Your career is much more than just being remembered. It's made up of phases, and the phases vary according to the quality of your content, but also due to algorithms that nobody knows. So relax. If you had maybe 1 or 2 bad years, that's fine. Your career is going to last more than 10 years. So be calm. And after 2 years, you're going to be like Casemiro. Because he didn't happen overnight. He had been working a lot. Nobody saw before, but at some point his talent stood out. And it's not just working not to be forgotten. It's working to make your goals come true and create something in the long term, knowing that there will be difficult phases, and there'll be phases when you will shine, and another difficult phase will come after that. And that's just how things are going to go, again and again. Perfect. I think that the industry really has great demand, saying, oh, you have to do short videos today, tomorrow we need 20-minute videos, etc. So going back to what you're saying, you need to build something and not just try to understand algorithms and studying and trying to chase something all the time. But like, Taiga, what does a game influencer think about evolving their career? Because like you said, there might come a time where your YouTube is going to be in this really dark limbo where you can't really evolve, but there are other paths that you can take. What do you think the games influencer can do? Well, first, nobody loves one single thing. If you're a gamer, you can still like traveling, going to the gym, etc. And this can be brought into your content and to your audience. There's a lot more to explore and when you combine things with the games than just talking about the games all the time. That's awesome for me because I'm awful in League of Legends. And nobody wants to just see me playing League of Legends because I suck. But if I play League of Legends and do a live doing something else and making fun of myself and on TikTok, and then now I can maybe do a little dance, and just like the career of many influencers, you need to find your format to add other things, make it more original in a way. I think just adding to what she said, when we think about this is really personal. So I think if somebody finds a format and is happy with that, everything is working well, it's great. But at some point, the industry might shake you up saying you need to change. And if you can do it, just do it. In my case, I'm very restless, so I tried to see what else can I do. So I'm here today. Maybe tomorrow I might want to be over there or in another country or do something else. So I think this is really it really varies from person to person. And I feel that I was able to build something for other people to come in and make it grow. I can create something else in a different place, and that's how we go. That's how I started. I tried to represent myself and other women. Then I realized I could represent gamers in my country. And that's how I take things. I like representing people and recognition and building things. So my business is not just surfing the wave that is already quite high. I just like to swim calmly, and it's very personal. You need to understand your pace, your rhythm. We're talking about the markets, that it changes sometimes, but you have your own rhythm, your own pace. When do you want to show something different from your life? Oh, I want to dance on TikTok, or show that you have other nuances in your life and not just games. I think you need to understand your own pace, and I've done that several times, even when I left Free Fire. I left Free Fire when everybody told me, you just flip the tables. It was a meme of you flipping the table. She's crazy leaving Free Fire because nobody else was doing that. But that was it. I thought it was great. Okay, let me see where else I can go. And people who came after me did a wonderful job. So that is my way of doing things, and you need to find your way. The industry wasn't telling me it was time to leave Free Fire, but it was my restlessness. So you need to understand your own pace, respect your pace, like Taiga said. There might be a moment when you're calmer, things are easy, so take advantage.
Yeah, in addition to what the two of them said, I think you'll have to understand whether it's time for you to go or if you should stay. I mean, she left at a time when the game was really at the crest of the wave, and everyone thought that she was bluffing. She thought she did not have it in her. Yeah, it was a crazy decision. Yeah, but it's funny. We have two sides of it. Someone who left and it worked, and someone who stayed and it also worked. And the same is true for Taiga. She have been with Flesha for so much time. And I mean, it's interesting for us to see these differences. Yeah, I have a very interesting story just adding to that. 1 year ago here at bigfestival, I was told that the game was now turning down in popularity, and I thought, well, I have to do something about it. You didn't want to be the one playing the violin as the ship sank, right? Yeah, even though I love the game, I'm very unlikely to leave. Even though we're at the bottom of the well, I will still keep trying and sticking at it. But I began to find new niches, and I sort of made a move to League of Legends back then, and I've been with it for almost a year now. And we have to understand that sometimes you'll have to try to bust your bubble and try to find a new niche or a new audience. Yeah, I saw a live stream from yours the other day, and I was confused. I was like, well, weren't you working with Free Fire? Yeah, I was scared at first. Even though I knew what you were doing, I was scared. I was like, oh my God, he's talking about a different game. What's that? Yeah, I try to become a competitive League of Legends player. So this was the game I was closest to and that I understood something about. So following that, all I had to do was understand a little bit more about the characters and the player community. So I would start to keep things rolling after that. And of course, it's not overnight. An audience that enjoys game X not necessarily will enjoy game Y. Yeah, the two games we're talking about, Free Fire and League of Legends, has this classic rivalry between players. Right at the beginning, it was a war really online. Now, thankfully, the players are a bit older now. They're starting to say, that their game is getting stale. So when the community itself start trash talking their own game, then I think things get easier. Yeah, very cool. Well, guys, our time is running out now. This was really, really quick, unfortunately, but I'd like to thank you, Taiga, and you, Anna, and you, Rad, for coming. And I wanted you to really send your final message. I don't know if anyone has a question in the audience. If you'd like, you can just raise your hand. But I wanted you to, leave your final remarks saying what's the positive, what's the upside of being a gaming influencer? What do you look at that makes you think, oh, it's very cool to be an influencer because of that? Well, the money. Just kidding. Well, I think that I'm going to say this wholeheartedly. To me, it's a huge opportunity to be able to be part of an industry that's relatively new. I mean, I don't like to say it's just starting because, we're up there, we're growing now. But I think it's really a golden opportunity. In my family, I had many people who were really visionaries. And sometimes I will stop and think, well, I'm a visionary too. And when you're in a business that's just starting, you will have the opportunity to innovate in areas where you couldn't in other industries. So several things that I saw in the marketing world that I didn't like, I'm very careful about so that the same thing won't develop in our new market. And I think that's really cool. Anna? Well, I think that this is a very difficult final message. Well, just tell us what you think is cool. Well, I just like what I do. Isn't it true? In my case, I left a traditional market that I didn't like enough to, feel excited about doing that every day. And that's the cool thing about what I do right now. The cool thing is to wake up excited about doing something new in our industry, to, create some content or record stories or go to an event or talk to people. And I think that that's what's cool about it. It's the motivation. What about you, Rod? Well, in my case, I learned to enjoy it. It's better than just mess with your phone, right? Yeah, I didn't like it that much at first, but I felt like there was an opportunity to invest and to make a living out of that. So I just went with it wholeheartedly. And today I love doing it. I also left a traditional industry just like everyone here. And my father didn't even know how our business worked. And I think that everyone changing careers to our market will go through that, where you will have to learn how to explain how you do things and how things work. And it's a rough patch, but today I love what I do. Yeah, in my case, it's really because I really love this. I was a Counter-Strike player at internet cafes back in the day because we did not have what it was required for us to play at home. And the day I realized we could make a living out of it, and I go back to the same thing. I still have to explain what it is that I do. Well, once again, thank you so much. And thank you to Big Festival. And if you'd like, these guys will be around in the fair and you can just stop them and talk to them. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the wonderful panel. And
A galera agora para trazer outras perspectivas também, né? A gente sempre gosta de trazer esse papo aqui pro Big Festival. Então, eu tô aqui com o Yuri Black. Como é que você tá, Yuri?
Satisfação, salve, salve, super bem aí, curtindo o evento, tamo junto demais.
Show de bola. Também temos aqui os nossos amigos
Voice Makers, Lobo Gelado
e a Lariuba.
Maravilha. Cara, eu queria entender um pouco, né, de vocês, o projeto de vocês, né? O Yuri, eu sei que é rapper, é isso? Como é que você lida com essa questão da influência e sendo o rapper? Qual que é o seu grande diferencial e o que você traz pra galera dentro desse mundo?
Então, o que acontece é que a gente traz o rap para uma vertente geek, que a gente chama isso de rap geek. No caso, são raps voltados para séries, animes e games, e a gente tem uma premissa de pegar, por exemplo, vou dar um exemplo aqui, Samurai X. Eu pego o Samurai X e trago ele para minha realidade. Vou dar um exemplo aqui de uma rima, por exemplo, espada afiada, palavra de Yeshua, separando alma, juntar em medula, mergulha na água, sem medo, afunda, aprofunda no nível, força perpetua, tua Espírito Santo te cura, fatura de vida, sem medo, soma que é feliz, embora só vai, guerreiro do reino, samurai. Aí eu pego as coisas que eu acredito, as minhas ideologias, junto com o personagem e trago os princípios pra dentro do que eu quero fazer.
E sobrou fôlego depois de tudo isso? Porque...
A gente fica sem pulmão, né, cara? A gente começa a cantar rap, o pulmão já era, tá ligado? É isso, a gente nem sente mais nada.
Cara, legal demais, cara, legal demais. Depois eu quero até ver um pouco mais do seu trabalho lá, conhecer um pouco melhor nas redes sociais. Muito legal mesmo. E o projeto de vocês, o que vocês trazem pra galera aí dentro desse mundo de influência digital?
Bom, o Voice Makers, ele é um canal de paródias no YouTube. A gente faz principalmente paródias geeks, né? De anime, assim, a gente já chegou a fazer de jogos, de filmes também. E um grande projeto nosso também, que tá chegando, o nosso projeto autoral, que é o Colisão, que é uma animação brasileira, 100% autoral nossa, que tá saindo totalmente independente também, com as nossas vozes, com tudo. Participações especiais de dubladores, é um projeto bem interessante. Mas eu acho que o nosso carro-chefe mesmo é o Malandragem Ninja, né? Que é uma versão nova do Naruto, onde a gente tá meio que reescrevendo a história, adicionando mais comédia e coisas que a gente gostaria que tivessem acontecido.
As paródias em si mesmo. Tipo, a gente pega um contexto, tipo, de agora e põe nos animes. Tipo, coisas que nunca aconteceram. A gente redesenha, tipo, no caso eu redesenho, tipo, as feições e também algumas coisas que ele, tipo, não tem falando, mas aí eu tenho que fazer a labial, entendeu? Aí a gente, tipo, põe no contexto de agora, coisas de, tipo, animes de, sei lá, anos atrás, entende?
Que legal, cara, que interessante. Então vocês fazem a animação de novo, é isso? Vocês redesenham o anime, é isso?
É basicamente isso.
Caramba, cara. Bom, se juntar os dois aqui, dá pra fazer um projeto também, hein? Ele fazendo ali o rap dele, a animação aqui, como é? Já pode fechar isso aí?
Vai fechar com certeza. Eu, inclusive, já roubei um trabalho deles, eu já tinha avisado eles. Eu vi uma dublagem uma vez deles, eu usei no início de um rap. Eles nem tinham sabido disso, ainda bem que eles gostavam do meu trabalho, senão eu tava ferrado. Mas vai rolar uma parada, com certeza. Eles dublando, tem que ver a voz desses caras, é sensacional.
Sério mesmo? Então, não, tem o redesenho dos animes, mas vocês também fazem a parte vocal, é isso?
Exatamente. No caso do Colisão, como é uma história autoral, seria a voz original, mas nas paródias, né? É como se fosse uma redublagem.
A gente pega um contexto, tipo, o personagem vai, sei lá, chamar o outro de, sei lá, de otário ou corno. Aí a gente faz ele chamar, tipo, no anime, ele não tá com aquela feição, tá ligado? Ele tá falando, tipo, normal, assim. Aí a gente põe, tipo, a sobrancelha de bravo, ele gritando, tá ligado? Seu corno! E a gente põe, tipo, na paródia, entendeu?
Cara, entendi. Vocês têm que fazer esse retrabalho aí para poder trazer essa paródia. Cara, muito legal. Eu particularmente gosto muito de quando a gente junta dois universos, né? No seu caso, você junta o rap com os games, né? E vocês juntam essa questão da animação, da paródia, do humor com os games também. Eu gosto bastante disso, inclusive, sou muito adepto desses universos e tudo mais. Cara, muito obrigado pela participação de vocês, um prazer conhecer vocês. A gente se vê por aí no festival, é um bom festival para vocês. E para você que tá assistindo aí, curte mais palestra que tá rolando por aí, hein?
O quão isso significa para aquela pessoa.
Exatamente. Eu concordo e acrescento que no momento da gente contratar alguém, da gente fazer esse... É uma seleção de casting, né?
É um casting,
de elenco.
Totalmente um casting.
Seleção de casting. a gente vai entender o cosplayer como o rosto que vai estar ali no seu stand, que vai estar ali na sua ação. Então, essa pessoa sabe se comportar.
Do they know how to behave? Do they know how to speak to their audience? How do they walk? How do they develop it during the first 4 hours, and then you have a break, and then you need to be there for 4 more hours? Will they be able to do it? And will that cosplay last those 8 hours? Yeah, so it's about the build and also dealing with the audience, liking to deal with an audience. Exactly, because there are different cosplayers and different ways of creating a cosplay. With COVID, I think a lot of people started doing photo shoots and videos. So some cosplayers just do it for the aesthetic. You know, there was someone who I hired, and then when they got there, I was like, where's your cosplay? So I thought, wow, what am I going to do? Of course, we can always fix it. We always have to do the best. There were cases in which I contracted someone and they lost one of their horns when they were taking an Uber to go there. And I said, wow, that's great that you have a great profile, because that's all you're going to be seen from. Yes, and it's also about being in front of a booth and lending your face to that brand. If someone asks you to hold a baby, you can't say you hate babies, that you hate kids. That's right. You're going to have to hold the baby. You're going to have to smile with that baby. You need to have a lot of improvisational skills. And if you were only a professional without knowing that character, we have promoters, we have companies. I could choose a model that literally looks like Draven, and I could, get a bodybuilder, and that would be it. But that's not what brands want. That's an interesting point, because then we can go back in history and see cosplayers as a professional that is hired for events. And we know that this is something that has only happened in the last 10 years or so. We do a lot for booths as well. So we go from cosplay to hiring people. So brands started looking at cosplayers as a professional, as something that is worth having in their booth around 2012. Yes, 2012. And I remember that because of Draven. That was when we had that Draven video. I think probably you've seen it. It's one of the most successful cases at Riot. It's the Brazilian video with the most views on our YouTube channel. And that was the first time a company talked to a cosplayer to ask them to be dubbed by the character and to record as the character. And I said, do you think I'm going to be able to do what you're looking for? I had to be prepared if the video was not accepted by the community. I had to talk to a psychologist, and they said you might be hated. People might not like it. You might not be seen. And you might only get flames from the community. And we were prepared for that. Yes, I had that with Ubisoft, with Far Cry 4. I went to BGS, and, brands didn't know what to do with cosplay, right, before. So once we had a 3D character and people accepted it, it's an investment for the brand, and they want to make use of it. And we had a vehicle at Main Avenue in São Paulo, and it was amazing. So you had people, who were just walking on a Sunday, but you had geeks and even homeless people who were asking for money, buskers playing the flute. I mean, you have to be prepared for everyone. From the moment you go into an Uber, everyone is dealing with the Riot product. They're talking to Draven. Leon isn't hungry, he's never angry, he's never sad, regardless of his performance as a person or as a character. You have to do 100%. Yes, and that is something that happens at several moments. You have to understand that you're a cosplayer. So if you want to work with that in an event, what should you do? How do you begin? Well, the first thing is you need to have constant work, and it needs to be updated. You can't just cosplay as Lara Croft from the first Tomb Raider and be contracted now for the 5th game. Yes, it sounds like a coaching talk, but you need to believe in your potential and you need to keep going and never quit. Because if you're not seen, you're not going to be remembered. So yes, you have to leave your ego aside. With cosplay, you're never an official character. That's when you need to start talking to your therapist. So you need to leave your ego at the door, and Mauricio and I have been millions, trillions of time in an event without even getting food payment or even payments for the makeup that you would use on that day. Exactly. With every project, you have to start from scratch. I have been a cosplayer for 22 years, and we've been doing it for a long time. Yes, you were from the first era, and I'm the second generation. It's funny to think about generations, right? No one understands, but that's how it was. It's like different vampire lineages. It does exist. So when I have a new project, it can work as much as someone who's just starting out now because the techniques, if you don't update yourself, you can't compete with people who have 3D printing and so on. So some jobs will be about being the first. Some jobs will be about being the best. It really depends on what the client wants. Because sometimes, you don't have enough time to do your best. Yes, an interesting case that I recently saw was Diablo 4. Incredible, Mama Lilith. Yes, so I created the official one for Latin America. But I'm not the official Lilith. But this is what I do in Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador. And it was just a matter of timing. When the game started being produced in 2019, it was announced and I said, well, I want to do this character because I like it. A part of being a cosplayer is doing what your characters you love. So then COVID hit, everyone had to stay at home, the game was postponed, and now in 2023, I had 99% of it ready, so it was great timing. Blizzard Brazil wanted to find cosplayers for that initiative, and they came to me. I know it's a female character with a male cosplayer, and although it's 2023, that's still a conversation that needs to happen. So I was very glad to be able to do it and to break down that barrier. Yeah, I was very proud. If you don't know, drag is a predecessor to cosplay. As cosplayers, we take a lot from drag as an art form. So if there are any drag artists watching us, thank you for existing and thank you for opening doors for us. And it's great when companies know that it's not about Leon or Mauricio. It's about Lilith. They want a Lilith, regardless of who is in there. Exactly, and that's the next step. I think we're almost there. With Lilith, with Renata Glass from LOL, it's easy for a brand to want Draven. Commercially, it's very easy. It's easy to sell. But when Riot takes you to the finals at CBLOL with a very niche gamer audience, like online gamers, and has literally a drag queen, because I was in drag that day, as one of the main attractions in the game, they really are opening the conversation. Right, it starts the conversation. And in 2010, when brands started having cosplayers at a booth, Nintendo wants people there. And then next year, they start seeking people to do it, and Ubisoft and so on. I love Ubisoft, I love Riot and Blizzard. Level Up as well really gave us a lot of attention, because I think the milestone as cosplay as a serious thing was Ragnarok. That was an online game that started a lot of events, right? I remember Anime Friends, and I went there just to meet my online friends. So the first milestone I had in gaming for a character was with Ragnarok. So it's interesting to see how online games in the past started to create this spider web that brought us to bigfestival. Exactly. An important thing is understanding cosplay as something before and after COVID. It really changed a lot of different parts of entertainment. Of course, Genshin Impact brought a lot of people into cosplay, and it brought out other skills, and TikTok also. Yes, that's the point. Genshin was a milestone for me because we have a new audience, and it shows that you don't need to create your cosplay. You can wear it. You don't need to be the best costume designer, the person who knows how to sew. You don't need to spend millions. You can go to AliExpress and buy a ready-made cosplay, and then set your budget and see what you can do. And it's great because cosplay reached other niches. A streamer doesn't know that I exist as a profession, a cosmaker. They'll see someone at an event and understand it. It is a good door. And it showed to people who didn't know cosplay what it is. I love that Genshin Impact and AliExpress did. Yes, you have to know how to use it. We make our living doing this, and I'm thankful to this community. Yeah, me too, because it opens doors. I mean, when I talk about cosplay, I want the word cosplay to go as far as it can go. It can be with me, it can be with someone else. Tell us a little bit about your experience. Well, I had a great experience with Diablo, but I had with As de As. The first time we did it, it was great. And then Riot wanted to use official characters. We had the first pop star. It was amazing. But then during COVID, they were going to launch All Out, which was their last album. And Riot said, okay, we can't see each other. We can't have an event, but we want to give the K-pop universe to everyone. So we took our COVID tests, and if we couldn't, we wouldn't be able to be there. But what the action was me, a Rioter, and the 4 KDAs only. It was a mystery. We didn't know who was going to be there. So we created all of their costumes, and then when they dressed, we said, wow, that's how it begins. And KDI sort of glitched my mind because I had created this cosplay during COVID, and when I came back, it was at its peak. Everyone was doing KDA, so it was like a loop. Like I did it so long ago, and now everyone's wearing it. So Kitsune, Monica, and all of them, Adami, who were a part of KDA, through social media, they influenced other cosplayers to come. Yes, it's important to mention that because COVID, we talked that it affected TikTok, and we generated a lot of content at home. And other brands started looking at cosplay. We had a job for MasterCard. That is a credit card company that's not endemic to this market. So when you're trying to get into this industry, understand that you're being seen by people who don't know it. Exactly, and you need to have clean communications. You can't just be a great cosplayer and they'll go to your profiles and see that you're homophobic, transphobic, and so on. As a cosplayer, if you want to be a public figure, that comes first. Exactly. If you need to rant about a brand or something, use your close friends, close your profile. But, you know, if you have a terrible job and if it bombed, I mean, call your friend and tell them about it. Don't exactly tell it to your network. Have a good network. Talk to your fellow cosplayers and don't let them do it, because I've told people about a poor experience, and I tell my friends, you know, if you want to do it, great, but I can't tell you that it's going to be wonderful. Right. As a friend, I don't recommend it. As a professional, I don't recommend it, but you can make your own informed decision. Right. It's yours. You might, win the lottery. Right. We've talked about events. We've talked about non-endemic companies. We've talked about private initiatives, but there's another niche, which is being an online cosplayer. creating advertising videos for companies that often go beyond Brazil. Brazil is a continental-sized country, but we can reach other places through what we do. During COVID, Warner Games, I don't just mean Warner. Warner also is a big believer in cosplay, and I am in Mortal Kombat Collective, which is a group of artists contracted by Warner to promote Mortal Kombat. So we had Mortal Kombat 11, which had their campaign during COVID. So we had to have partnerships with people abroad, and it was all done online. So that makes a lot of sense. It does, especially because brands want to be seen. And, they want to say, wow, Leon is using this to create his costumes. Tech Geek had a great partnership with us. They really embraced cosplays like there was no tomorrow. They just said, that's it. We'll be along for the ride. If you need any materials to produce your cosplay, we love that initiative and we'll provide it and just have fun. Exactly. Tech Geek is great because they put us in touch with people from all of Brazil and all of the world. It's incredible. So this brings us to the next subject, which is the World Cosplay Summit, which came back this year. We had the pleasure of attending. I coordinated it, and Leon had was a host, and he was also a judge. Yeah, I loved it. It was like, wow, we're having the World Cup of Cosplay back in Brazil. Right, and we can have the cosplayer community not only as competitors and participants, but also as professionals collaborating with us. Because if you don't know, this is the biggest cosplay championship in the world. It's like the World Cup. And Brazil has been in it since 2006. It will be the 20th year. It will be hosted in Japan. And we talk about Brazil as a huge country. So how do you select the best couple from Brazil when you have the finals in São Paulo? We have to travel the country, and we did. We went to Recife, we went to Blumenau, we went to Uberlândia, Uberaba, all the different towns. It was a rush, but we were able to reignite that flame. I think that's what we did this year.
What our thinking needs to be is, if I'm taking a contestant or a contest all the way to Uberlândia, should I bring jurors who are exclusively from São Paulo? Obviously not. You need to be objective. So you have someone, at least one person in the organization committee that is totally outside of that milieu, so that you can have some kind of real objectivity there. You know that, we live in the world, we need to be honest, we need to be objective. Yeah, what I'm trying to drive at is that being a juror for one contest is one more activity, one more hat that you wear. So if you get regionals, for instance, like we had in Uberaba and Uberlândia, we had Foxy. I forgot her name. Oh. Anyway, we had two local girls who were absolutely amazing, and projecting their work to the whole country was also great. In Blumenau, we had Jesse and Pops, who are from the south. In Sorocaba, we had the Bronx. We had Kakai. So Brazil has so much talent. Yeah, and there are different points in the cosplay cycle. And just because you're a member of the jury, it doesn't mean you're better than the contestants. There's a whole story behind it. So if you're a member of the jury, then you have a fan base too, but so do the contestants. Yeah, the jury that we had here in São Paulo, I keep popping around because they're all very successful case studies. We had cosplays from the first generation, and then the second, who have already been to Japan. They represented Brazil. They've won lots of titles. We have Larry Anjos, who's also from another generation. Yeah, she was born when the internet already existed. We used to have film negatives. They had to be processed. Oh my God, you've never had a single roll of film processed? Are you crazy? When were you born? And Polaroids? Oh, don't even get me started about Polaroids. Exactly. So what I'm trying to say is, just because you've been a cosplayer for 2 years doesn't mean that you're never going to get any work. It's not exclusively about the length of time you've been in the career. Yeah, but you need to understand that there are different roles. So a member of the jury needs to have some kind of technical background, but you as a TikToker, if you have no other credentials to your name, then don't expect to be a member of the jury. Now, the jury is not going to know how amazing the video was for you to pull off, but each in our own space. Yeah, we need to demystify that. Let's talk about contests from the perspective of the jury, because the jury will say, oh, she was just competing in Anime Osasco. Well, members of the jury compete too. I'm a cosplayer, and that means I'm passionate about this hobby. So just because I was a member of the jury at a given event doesn't mean that I can't compete in another event. Right. They're not lifelong assignments. So, no one paid for my taxes. I pay my own taxes, thank you very much. Yeah, and Mauricio is working as being a member of the jury at Anime Friends for me, but maybe next year he will have a different role. And he is a cosplayer through and through. No one's going to take that away from him just because he works for a given company. Exactly. And there we butt up against the ego. Yeah, and I think the ego comes attached to your wig. Yeah, so I'm an official cosplayer. Oh, that just kills me when people say that. Well, get ready to die then. I don't know if this is from your time, but I'm sure you've received this type of document, resumes for being a member of the jury. So when someone asks me, what do you need to do to be a member of the jury? Well, let me tell you, don't ask, first of all. The importance that you have needs to stand on its own. Right. I'm glad that you think you're hot stuff, but who else thinks that? And let me ask you another question. Have you ever been to events? Have you been seen at events? Next question. Do you have any relevant experience somewhere else? How good is your wardrobe? How good is your makeup? All right, I forget the word, so next question. Charisma, that's the word. Charisma. Do you have it? So it's like, let's get a Megazord Robot 3D online version. Okay, but today with a 3D printer, you can create anything at all. So in short, today we, members of the jury, we look much more closely at your personality, the way you express yourself, much more than just a well-printed outfit. Right, and we are people who work in cosplay. I've got employees at Coca-Cola right now. The Diablo intervention too. Yeah, every outfit that everyone thinks is just made of foam. Guess what? You made those. So you can take this home with you as some advice, and if it reverberates with you, then great. If not, then fine too. Let's say you're in love with cosplays, but you don't want to be a member of the jury. That's fine too. There's room for everybody. You can be a wig maker, prop maker, costume designer. So when all the other cosplayers understand what I'm about to say, they will deliver great work. The fact is that no one can create a cosplay by themselves. There's just not enough time. I need to present tomorrow the ultimate skin that was published this Monday. How can I do hair, outfit, and makeup and be awake the next day to record? You can't. So as a cosmaker, as an wardrobe designer, You need to work with other people. And it's not always a competition. Of course, there are competitions. You're going to go up on stage and present. But just it's more important to look at it as a profession, as a production chain. There's a whole network of people, and you don't need to do everything by yourself. You can rely on other people who will be there to help you. Yeah, and the fact is that brands that are impeccable, at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, regardless of who created it, it's going to look great. But no one is ever going to see post-production just like you do, because your post-production is done online, is done by yourself on the computer with people. And if you see someone who does everything on their own, you're not going to say, oh, they're amazing. You're going to say, wow, I think they have no life. My development as a professional really grew when I realized that, hang on, I'm a human being. Where's my life? Yeah, and that's valid, If you don't have a job, if you don't have a day job, that's fine. You can spend the whole day working on your cosplay. But don't be afraid, especially to bring another cosmaker, another professional, and highlight their work, because they can be good at what they're good at, and you can be good at what you're good at. So I'm good at making outfits, but having a prop maker work with me is only going to add value. They are never going to compete against me. There's something very interesting, and it adds to the fact that if you're not seen, you won't be remembered. And that is networking. So if you have an employment opportunity today and you just can't get it for scheduling conflicts, and you send it and you refer someone else, at some point, they're going to turn around and pay it forward back to you. That's how the world works. So remember, in cosplay, yes, you have socials, you're a public person, regardless of how big your socials are, okay. But you're being seen. There's Samus, there's Sakura. I don't have my glasses on. Sorry. But you are going to be seen by people who hire cosplayers. Look at how many people are here. And guess what? They're all reviewing your outfit. It's a living, breathing portfolio. I always say that. Sometimes I'm, just taking it easy at the Nintendo booth, and someone just behind me says, "Oh my God, look at that cosplay." And if you say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't take photos now," well, guess what's going to happen, or what's not going to happen? You're going to miss that opportunity. I've sprained my arm. My face hurts because I'm always up for taking photos. That's what you're there for. Exactly. That's what we're there for. You don't own the character. You didn't create Draven. It's not your character. And this is important too. This is a huge topic. I'm wearing Lilith, I'm wearing Draven, but that doesn't mean I own that IP. So you're like a 3D model, essentially. I've heard so many arguments about who is the official Spider-Man. Who is Tom Holland? He exists. He's a real person. He is him. You can look identical to him, but guess what? Even his twin brother is someone else. But yeah, in short, keep your ego under control. It's very nice to be acknowledged, to be recognized. And I think essentially the most important thing is that just because XYZ person is at the apex of their career doesn't mean that just because they're great, you can't be any good. It's not true. We need to remember that we are an extremely tiny niche. So if you don't see a colleague of yours as an actual colleague, someone who's shining, if you don't think, oh, I want to be like them, If you see them as a competitor, then you're going about this hobby entirely the wrong way. Yeah, you need to sell your assets without criticizing other people's. All right, so we have some few minutes for some last comments. So when you arrive at an event and you make that transition from member of the audience to staff, what happens? Well, first, it's going to happen when you understand that events are public places, so you can be seen by everyone who's there. And that really depends on the style of the character you're cosplaying as. You know, what point is there in having a great outfit looking like Inuyasha, but they have nothing to do with Big Festival? No. If you're coming to Big Festival in cosplay, then you need to have something to do with a game character. And remember, we are not raining down laws. I'm just telling you what I did to make that switch. So socials, show how you create everything. Don't be afraid, you know, oh, someone's going to copy my methods. No, buddy, it's not going to happen. If someone wants to cosplay as the same character as you, they're going to do it. Exactly. Whoever it is, they're all going to do it. And today, the do-it-yourself movement is really growing, really exploding. So you will be able to show how you stand out if you show what you have that's different. And you know, maybe you're not the person being cosplayed, but you could create cosplay for someone else. Exactly. So when I realized that this was a public place, I knew that I would need to share my wardrobe, my dressing room with others. So get an Uber and arrive. Don't drive, you know, don't buy into headaches for yourself. Just arrive halfway done and finish up at the event, because otherwise you're going to want to blame the event for your mistakes. Yeah, and that's important too. Don't criticize the event after you come home. Please, for God's sake. If you have nothing good to say, keep your mouth shut. You know, man, remember that a brand is composed of dozens of other brands that all fall into the umbrella brand. And they all have employees who know the other employees at the other companies. Oh, I called Larissa to do cosplay, but she kept criticizing my event. And, you know, next person who wants to have an event is going to ask you, hey, have you ever worked with Larissa? And if you say, yeah, she trash-talked my event, guess what's not going to happen for Larissa? And, you know, there's so many people you need to work with to get anywhere. And it's a very small world. There's people on top of people. So I don't want to disappoint anybody, but this is something that needs to be said. So if you have a profile that's more focused on knowing what you need to deliver, you know, Leon Martins is Draven, okay, but the major niche is Leon Martins as the gamer girl. He's a guy with a beard who is dressed as Sailor Moon. So that was the big win for me. The big turnaround was when I dressed as Elsa for the first time. Yeah, the important thing is to know what you want to do, because some people say, oh, I want to work as a cosplayer. Okay. And then you get to the booth, you got that opportunity, and then you start complaining about your feet, about your head. You complain nonstop. You know, that's not for you. Do you think Coca-Cola cares whether your feet hurt or whether someone's kid has jumped on your back? No, they don't. If you're hired to complete a job, then you need to work for 8 hours. You could be Iron Man, but if you can't breathe inside your armor, you're not going to be an interesting person to work on that job. And remember, do you want to be your worst enemy? Because cosplayers are always their worst enemy. You say, oh, I need to create something that looks good and forget about comfort. Oh, my dear. Just remember that after a few hours, any kind of outfit is going to be unbearable. Now, let alone if your feet hurt. You know, if there's something that's itching the back of your neck and you can never look comfortable, and you know, there are some elements you're only going to see after the first time you wear an outfit. So do not wear an outfit for the first time ever at an event. Your makeup needs to be tested too. You need the right tone for photos. So wear it at home first, and then make whatever adjustments are needed to make it easy for you to put on and take off. And all right, let's use the word impersonate, but in a good sense, of course. Remember that you need to adapt your build to whatever character. So maybe you need big boobs or whatever. Okay, but it's also okay for you to adapt the character to your build. Yeah, that's really important. Because I think no one's ever going to be identical to a 2D character. Yeah, when I wore the seamstress, I always remember that the role is everything. It's not just a costume. You're actually playing the character. You know, if you cut it into a triangle, remember, it was on purpose. You know, a square is not necessarily better than a triangle. But pay attention to what you see around the socials, and don't try to go and ask someone who's you know, a professional seamstress, but from outside this niche. That's not going to work for you.
Yes, adapting your cosplay to your body shape is only going to favor your own job, right? You might have an armor that was floating, but come on, no one expects you to come in with a perfect floating armor. Like if I came in with a Final Fantasy IV character, perfect. And if everything looked right, I mean, how many characters have people seen? What they want to see is, wow, they're smiling just like the character. It's about the impact. It's about the play side of things. The costume comes secondary, and after COVID, we've seen great costumes in several local places, right? And you can even buy it online. We've talked about Genshin, and this is about how people will play the role and how you're going to talk and relate to the people who are hiring you. Of course, you're having fun. We're talking about how people can complain, that you've seen the same people, and sometimes they laugh at what you're saying, but I'm sure they're not going to hire you again. Yes, I'm that person. I'll laugh and say, wow, that's so funny. And then I'm talking to other people and saying, I'll never hire this person again. So how you behave throughout the entire job is the most important thing. Yes, exactly. It's the full package, but it's what you do for the community, especially League of Legends, that's focused on how that community is received by the game and by the events. It's much more about how the audience will see you and give feedback than about what the brand sees you. It's about how many pictures got tagged with your name, how many people interacted, and how relevant you were for the brand to showcase the product. Yes, we're talking about a job, and it's an investment. It's about money. The brand is paying you to be there, and they're paying a lot most times, right? So you need to give them something back, right? It's not about you. And I think it's important to read the contract, right? Read your contract carefully. What can you and what can you not say, especially about a product that is not yours. You're just representing a brand. It's okay to say no, but you have to be honest, and you have to follow what the contract said. The biggest problem is accepting it and then not doing it. Yes, the other day I did 8 hours and I said, you know, this is impossible. I can't. I have wings. I have horns. There's a lot going on. So I understand that my time spent for this cosplay would be 1.5 hours. And I was able to tell them that before the job. It's great for them to have someone there for 8 hours and just waving, but I would not be able to deliver it. So know your limits. Understand your human limits. Alright, so let's recap. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a cosplayer and cosmaker I have been for 19 years. I'm a stylist. If you want to find me, my name is Leon Martins, 2 T's. You'll see everything. The gamer girl, Draven from League of Legends. And the main thing for me is, if you're just starting out, understand that we are the ones who are going to hire you in the future. Cosplayers are hiring other cosplayers, so you have to be passionate and you have to be friends. Don't try to represent a product that you don't play, that you know nothing about. That will be a fiasco. People will people will know. People are not dumb. Like I said, if I wanted that, I would hire just a model. Just think, I was in line for an hour and a half to take a picture with Wednesday Addams. And if you don't even know who they are or what show that is, I mean, this is not based in true facts. I'm just going off the top of my head. Yes, but you can see 3D dolls if you want to, but they want to interact with a cosplayer. So welcome to League of Draven. And you know what the best thing is? We're going to conclude on a high note. After Instagram, every booth realized that we need to have 3D Disneyland. So you're the Mickey Mouse for that Disneyland, and you can't disappoint anyone. So that's my closing remark. That's what I expect when I'm hiring someone. We're living in the age of Disney, and cosplayers are just Mickey Mouses. Right, so if you want to do Mickey Mouse, have a good relationship with the company, enjoy talking to the audience, and know what you're doing and who you're talking to. Right, and be sure to take a lot of love to your job. I hope you liked it. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure to be here with you. That's it. Right on time, right? Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you who have been watching Stage 2 here at the stage at Big Festival. So we're going to have a quick break and we'll come back for the TikTok panel. And we're going to talk about the Afrogames project, a very interesting initiative. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
O maior desafio do surf não é ficar em pé, é se levantar, quantas vezes precisar. E é aí, meu irmão, que o brasileiro voa, porque na boa, a gente não fica no chão, nem debaixo d'água. No surf ou na vida, o bebê é apoio pra gente levantar a taça ou a cabeça. E juntos vamos inspirar todo mundo a buscar tudo o que imaginar.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Fala rapaziada, Biancolândia aqui novamente. A gente teve agora uma palestra falando da importância dos cosplays aí, difundindo todo esse assunto. Agora eu tô aqui com o Leon e com o Maurício pra gente conversar um pouco mais a respeito de como é ser um cosplayer. Eu quero saber, primeiro, Leon, eu queria saber inclusive qual que é o seu personagem, porque eu particularmente não o conheço, na verdade.
É o Draven, bem-vindos à League of Draven, sejam todos muito bem-vindos aí, ele é de League of Legends, personagem que eu tenho muito carinho e muito amor.
Que legal, cara. Inclusive, acho que é até natural eu não conhecer, porque não sou muito ligado ao mundo do LoL.
Do MOBA, fugiu do MMORPG.
Mas não tem problema. E Maurício, você também, a gente estava até conversando, você também faz cosplays, né?
Isso, eu faço cosplay há 22 anos, eu tenho 5 títulos mundiais no ranking de cosplay, e atualmente eu coordeno o maior concurso de cosplay do mundo, que é o World Cosplay Summit Etapa Brasil.
Caramba, que legal, cara. Inclusive, eu até confesso pra vocês que eu não sabia que existia toda essa competição e tudo mais. Então, cara, pra mim é um universo totalmente novo. Que legal poder estar trocando essa ideia aqui com vocês. Há quanto tempo vocês fazem cosplay?
Eu faço 19 anos, já vivi de tudo nesse universo de cosplay. Já trabalhei para as grandes empresas como Riot Games, Level Up, Ubisoft... Um monte, amigo. O mercado, depois que abriu as portas pro boneco 3D vivo, eles amaram. Foi paixão à primeira vista.
Que legal. E você? Quanto tempo faz?
Eu faço cosplay há 22 anos, levo como profissão, trabalho com figurino. Também faço ações para algumas empresas, Blizzard, Warner Games, a Riot também. Então a gente tá meio que se frequentando sempre.
Que legal, então vocês são conhecidos aí de longa data também. E diz pra mim, qual que é a principal dificuldade pra quem vai fazer um cosplay? Existe alguma preparação antes? Porque, por exemplo, eu sou caster, eu sou comentarista, e aí antes das transmissões eu preciso fazer meu aquecimento de voz, eu preciso ter alguns procedimentos. Vocês também têm esse tipo de coisa?
Tem todo o preparo, aqui são quase 3 horas de maquiagem, é cobrir sobrancelha, tem todo um rolê imenso, mas eu acho assim que a primeira e maior competência que você tem que ter é que quando você está num evento vestido como personagem, você é o personagem, então entregue o personagem, é o que os frequentadores e as marcas vão esperar de você.
Cara, que legal. E pra você também, essa é uma dificuldade, assim, pra quem faz os cosplays?
Eu acho que mais do que uma dificuldade, é um conselho, é você gostar do público. Você tá ali para lidar com o público. Você vai chegar com alguém que vai falar, segura o meu bebê, tira uma foto com ele. Você não pode falar, eu não gosto de bebê, entendeu? Então, tenha apreço pela ponta final do seu trabalho, que é o público. Então, acho que essa é a maior dica que eu posso dar.
Show de bola, Acho que a gente, nesse sentido, a gente trabalha mais na ponta mesmo, né? Dos jogos e tudo mais. Totalmente. Acho que isso, eu entendo um pouquinho também. E acho que isso também aproxima bastante, né? O público do jogo e também do personagem. Para vocês, qual que é a importância desse tipo de trabalho para poder realmente o público se identificar? Vocês acham que isso realmente existe, né? De trazer essa proximidade com o personagem?
98% dos eventos hoje em dia, meu amigo, se você não tem ali um cenário interessante no seu stand, um personagem fora do game, que assim, o que eles tratam muito o cosplay é como se fosse uma extensão do jogo, então são pessoas que jogam esse game, que estão nessa comunidade. Eu acho que é incrível você conhecer uma pessoa que é fã. O cosplay ele é uma carta de fã para fã, então quando você vai lá, tem interação com o rapaz e tá dentro do cenário, tá com o boneco do jogo do seu lado e faz aquela selfie, aquela foto e marca o evento, eu acho que é o maior case de sucesso que qualquer empresa hoje em dia que tenha games, que tenha envolvimento com esse universo lúdico pode trazer para os frequentadores da feira.
Show de bola, tá aí a visão, hein? Você também acredita que ajuda bastante a difundir assim, a imagem do personagem, do game também?
Acredito que é uma forma de você promover a imersão dentro do jogo. Por mais que tenha um cenário interativo, você ter o personagem, que é o 3D, né? Você angaria o público de uma outra maneira, você encanta o público de uma outra maneira. Como a Disney, você ter o meet and greet com o Mickey, com a Minnie, às vezes consegue inclusive personagem da Disney, se faz sentido com o universo do stand, entendeu? Então é criar o encantamento desse 3D.
Que legal, cara. Eu imagino que, até como você disse, né? Quando você tá fazendo um cosplay, pro público você tem que passar essa visão de que você é realmente o personagem. Você se sente o personagem também ou é mais aquele negócio da atuação e tudo mais?
Ah, cara, com esse daqui já é impossível. Tipo, desde 2014 que eu tô vivendo o Draven. Então, vivi ele oficialmente no vídeo do Draven do League of Legends. Então, pra mim, tipo, o Draven ele é uma extensão de mim, mas eu levo aprendizado meu pro boneco. É um momento que eu tenho de ter uma linguagem com o público que às vezes ele não ouviria o Leon pessoa falando, mas ele ouviria do Draven. Então eu consigo falar pra ele, olha, tu tá sendo escroto, tu tá sendo, ó, não tá legal. Vamos mudar essa vibe aí. O Draven não gostaria disso. Já eduquei muita gente usando um boneco. Eu acho que isso é a melhor coisa que o cosplay me traz. Um ponto de fala ao qual eu vou falar com o público ouvindo o Draven, não o Leon.
Cara, que legal, interessantíssimo isso. Tem alguma curiosidade que já aconteceu, assim, assim como o Leon disse pra gente, de você, alguma situação que te beneficiou por você estar como um cosplayer?
Eu acho que eu falo um pouquinho mais da questão de representatividade, né, da comunidade queer dentro do cosplay, que faz muito sentido também. Recentemente eu pude fazer a personificação oficial de uma personagem feminina, que foi a Lilith, do Diablo 4, né, para a Blizzard. Então entender um cosplayer LGBT tendo esse destaque todo dentro da comunidade. Eu participei do Summer Breeze Festival, que foi um festival de rock, né, de metal. Então houve a ação da Blizzard e era eu como a personagem feminina. Então isso eu acho que abre muitas portas para outras comunidades dentro de uma comunidade que é extremamente artística como o cosplay.
Perfeito. Cara, show de bola. Eu, particularmente, não conhecia nada desse universo. Acho que já deu pra pescar um pouquinho daqui, um pouquinho dali. E pra mim foi um prazer aqui conversar com vocês. Muito obrigado pela participação novamente. Tamo junto. A gente continua a programação aqui com as palestras que estão rolando no Big Festival.
É isso aí, pessoal! Então a gente teve aí a conclusão do nosso incrível assunto de cosplay, que inclusive eu também devo dizer, eu gosto muito. E o próximo assunto é tão relevante quanto...
Now the next topic is also very relevant. It's a partnership between TikTok and Afrogames, and they're going to talk about this partnership that was created by both and its implications for the students and athletes involved. It's titled TikTok plus Afrogames, How Does the Project and Partnership Impact Students? We're going to have Handimba, Pauly, Ricardo Chantilly, and Tiago Ribeiro. So we're going to ask them to the stage to talk a little bit more about this important project. I'm not going to give any spoilers because I'm sure they're going to tell you all about it. Welcome, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone watching. I'm here representing TikTok. My name is Handimba. I'm the leader of the corporate responsibility front at TikTok, and I have two friends here who will introduce themselves. Hi, everyone. My name is Ricardo Chantilly. I am a coordinator for Afrogames in Rio de Janeiro. Hi, I'm Tiago. I'm a game development teacher at Afrogames as well. Right, we're here to talk about a partnership between TikTok and Afrogames. This has been a very successful partnership, and we want to tell you about what TikTok does, and then I'll ask Ricardo a couple of questions so he can tell us about Afrogames, and we're going to ask the professor to also give his perspective. So I'm going to start by telling you about my job at TikTok, leading the corporate responsibility front. We call it internally TikTok for Good. This is an area of the company that is in the public policies department, and it follows four main pillars. One of them on digital well-being. The second one is diversity, equity, and inclusion. The third one is about environment and climate change. And the fourth one is entrepreneurship. So to tell you a little bit about each of these pillars, because I think they connect to what Afrogames does. Digital well-being is an umbrella term that includes some very important topics for TikTok. When you're talking about well-being, it's about the best way of using the resources that TikTok provides for safety and trust building. There are some areas that are more important and strategic, so fighting disinformation, media education, and we have a partnership with Agência Lupa. We produced a lot of content about creating awareness for our users about the risks of disinformation in our platform. There's another front on suicide prevention and mental health. We have a very strong partnership with the Vitaleri Institute that discusses mental health in our platform. When it comes to diversity and inclusion, we have several projects with 6 underrepresented groups: women, blacks, people with disabilities, LGBTQ plus, indigenous peoples, and people who live in the outskirts of cities. So we're going to talk about Afrogames here, but we have a number of initiatives not only in the platform, but also analyzing the impact that these organizations have in our society. And since we were talking about LGBTQAI plus initiatives, I can talk about a partnership with Xbox, where they help the trans parade and also the trans entrepreneur group. And on the environmental front, to tell you a little bit about our work, we have some partnerships that do reforestation and create awareness in our app. Last year, we had a partnership that was very interesting. So for every video created using the hashtag Uma Só Terra, TikTok would plant a tree. So over a week, we had over 140,000 videos tagged. We had partnerships with PNUMA, which is the UN's environmental agency, and some other organizations to create awareness content in our platform. And our last front was entrepreneurship. So we were trying to support entrepreneurs who use TikTok and organizations who have been trying to create more inclusion for entrepreneurs. So, for example, we had a partnership with Black Rocks. They created a program called Grow, where they select tech startups where you have diverse leaders. They had 2 editions. We supported them in the last years, and we selected 24 tech startups, which were then trained and are now focusing on diversity in their business. So I think this is something that can be strongly supported by these training programs. It's important to mention these 4 pillars because they connect to what Afrogames does. In this partnership with Afrogames, we're focused on the university because you created a very inclusive community, right? I love your project because it creates several bridges. There's an inclusive vision of creating opportunities in underrepresented communities, providing them better options for the future. And we also wanted to provide more sustainability to your work. So I'll let you talk about this partnership, but I see many connections and a lot of potential on working on mental health content. I know that you have a specific outlook for that. You have psychologists at Afrogames, but you can also contribute to communicate information on a very important industry that connects to, hate speech and diversity. So I'll give you the floor. I have a couple of questions, but first I'd like to ask you how you created the idea behind Afrogames.
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here at bigfestival along with TikTok, our partner. Well, I'm a music guide. I've worked with major bands in Brazil, like Orhapa, for instance. And in 2017, I started studying the world of games. And first thing I wanted to do was I wanted to change my lifestyle. I didn't want to be around artists so often, on the road with their egos. And so I started looking at the world of games. And, life has some amazing coincidences. I had very recently come back from a Dota 2 championship. I can't remember. Oh, Seattle. That was the city. And I had just come back, and then Jose Jr. gave me a music event related to that project. And I said, no, not music. Let's look at games. And so I gave him a presentation. Jose Jr. is the founder of Afrogames, an NGO that has celebrated its 30th anniversary. And ever since they were founded, they've been promoting education in Brazil. And so I helped produce a video, but there wasn't a single person of color playing the game or in the seats next to me. And I started thinking, and it's true. In all the championships I went to, there was almost no black participation. So, better than describing Afrogames, let's show you a video that describes it for us. Before Afrogames, I would just be on the street flying kites. But thankfully, I've never had to be involved in any more accidents. When I heard about Afrogames, I left that life. My mom is very proud of me for being here. She always says, "Oh, go to Afro Reggae." LOL means a lot to me. You know, in the past, I didn't even know what it was like to live, to be honest. You know, lots of friends of mine talk about Afro Reggae. They ask me what I do here, you know, and I tell them it's like a game house. There's so many games here. Afrogames is great. It's so much better than just wasting time on the street. This is our main hall. Here we teach 100 young people about League of Legends, Valorant, and Fortnite, among other games. This is our streaming room. Here we produce content for all of our platforms. This is the AFG eSports room, where our pro teams are located. Here, they're not students anymore. They're players. They receive minimum wage once a month, and they also work out. Here's our English room. All of our youth, all 150 of them, have English classes very frequently. Our last room is the mobile room. Here, they learn to play Free Fire. So, this is an NGO. Today, we have 4 different locations, working at 4 different favelas. The four favelas located in Rio de Janeiro and 1 located in Niterói. Today, we have 500 youth. So we like to say that we are improving the lives of 500 families. I've had the opportunity to visit that project at these locations. And one of the things that really draws my attention is the innovative nature through which you educate these young members, because the strategies you have with different groups shows how much attention is involved in what you offer for their realities. You offer support and knowledge that is linked to the games, but also linked to their lives and to the gaming industry. I'd like to ask you, what are the main challenges you face today when you first start working with one of these youths? Well, first and foremost is digital illiteracy. In the first class that we give them, we almost always have to teach them what email is, what Google Drive is, the very basics, the ABCs of a computer. Many youth don't even have access to a computer, only cell phones. So we need to teach them how to turn on the computer. Since we work with very young kids, some of them are 12 years old, many of them have never seen or touched a computer in their lives. Another challenge we often find is their levels of attendance to English classes, because in 2019, the youth wanted to learn to play games or even programming, but they didn't want to take quote-unquote formal English classes. Today, things are different. They understand that English is part of their lives, And the duo between improving their skills in the games and in programming requires them. They feel the need to learn English. And the third and major point is what we're doing here. We're showcasing the project for more companies, more sponsors, more supporters, more people, so that we can keep developing ourselves. Today we have 500 youths. We started with 100 youths in 2019. And now, very recently, we'll be opening 2 more locations. Our goal is to have 1,000 students, 1,000 families by the end of the year. We don't know if we'll make it to that target, but we've gotten to 500, which used to be unthinkable. We recently, last week, had Pedro win a Fortnite championship, $10,000. Game programming, Tiago's going to mention. He is one of the alumni from our project. He went to San Francisco, spent a week there learning in one of the programming events that we had there. And these achievements are some of the main ones that we've had over these 4 years. You mentioned this challenge, which is bringing visibility for the initiative. And I think I'd also like to say, when I first heard about the project, and I gained access to it from a colleague at TikTok, Guilherme, he introduced the project for us really with a focus on gaming. But there's so much more. There's English, there's programming, there's all of the context. There are the different groups that are involved. And not just within Afrogames, but also outside, with Tiago, as you mentioned, who went to a conference in San Francisco. But there are also other elements linked to programming, game development, music. And in this sense, talking about programming, Tiago, could you tell us a little bit about your experience within Afrogames? Well, when it comes to creating games, for me, before I joined Afrogames, I thought it was something pretty distant, pretty unrealistic. I thought I would have to get a degree and study a lot before I could start making games. But when I started studying programming, I realized it's a lot closer to me than I really believed. So it's a very basic tool, actually. I'm coding in Unity, or trying to anyway, but I definitely sense that it has opened a lot of doors for me in the game dev industry. And there are things I've wanted to do for a long time. I've always wanted to build games. I mean, I always did make games, but they weren't digital. I designed games, with pen and paper. That's how I got started. And that's it. And you were at GDC, right? Which is one of the biggest game development conferences in the world. That was in San Francisco, right? Could you tell us a little bit about that? What was that like? What did you learn? Yeah, I received a scholarship from Afrogames, a diversity scholarship. And initially that only covered the price of admission to the event. So after I got that, I needed to figure out how I was going to actually get there. So I needed some sponsors. I needed help from Afrogames too. So we had a crowdfunding that we did there. And then I had to go and get my documentation too, my paperwork. That was another challenge. So I had 2 weeks to get visas and passports. And, 2 weeks is not enough time for you to get a visa and a passport. It's more like a year that it is required. But I don't know, maybe it was God who helped me. But we were able to get all the paperwork ready in that time. So I went first, and there was someone else, Thais Xavier, who also won a scholarship. And she's in our cinema group. She also received a scholarship, but since we failed to reach the crowdfunding limit, we were pretty disheartened. So initially I went with some money that I had saved up. And then Thais went afterwards because by then we had gotten a sponsorship from, we got a sponsorship from a company 2 days before they boarded. So he didn't need to use his money, and neither did Thais. So we managed to pay 100% of all funds, of all fees, and the company is O Boticario. Yeah, I think it's interesting to mention because it was a sponsorship from a company that saw us, and they allowed one more person to go. So it was truly amazing. I'd always dreamed of going abroad, and this was my first chance. Really, being outside the country was as distant from my previous life as making games. I thought I would never be able to do something like that. And so I went. I also really wanted to try out my English because I've always studied English, but I didn't have anyone to talk to in English. Sometimes I would go to those, those random chat websites where you can talk to a random person, but I'd never really immersed myself in English. And everywhere I turned, there was networking to be done, relationships, lessons to learn. And I feel that really strengthened my skills. It was just absolutely amazing. And I was able to learn so much. I'm a teacher too, but before I was a teacher, I was a student. So I started teaching, and in San Francisco, I had access to information that used to be so distant from me. And today I can see how important they are to my students. And the fact that I can share these lessons with them is amazing. And it's really amazing. And just to add, Tiago started speaking by saying that he thought it was an impossible dream to study and build games. And now he's teaching game development. So we are now working to allow our best students to be employable, to start generating income within the favelas, and to hire labor from the favelas. So we always focus on our teams, our Fortnite and League of Legends teams. Those were the first. We always expected that. We never really expected them to perform. We thought it would be like the Jamaican bobsled team. But they wouldn't win. However, they would be the friendliest. And you know what happened? Because we wanted to build teams and really show professionalism by example, by showing that there is a way to live and breathe and make a living off of games. We always say that Afrogames brings the billion-dollar world of games into favelas. Very interesting. And you mentioned the sponsorship too. This project has so many powerful elements involved. For instance, for TikTok, the impact is clearly visible. And what Tiago mentions has so much more detail. But it's not just the impact, it's the change that you bring about in the lives of so many students who work with this project. So it's not only quantitative, it's also a transformation really that you see in the students. And this is highly aligned with our strategic pillars: diversity, as we mentioned, the environment, how solar panels are being implemented. But there's a lot of opportunity that is created for people in the outskirts of metropolises in Brazil. Tiago, could you tell us what it's like to do fundraising, to build relationships with companies when you present those projects? Well, things are a little bit better now because we have some major sponsors like Ambev, Globo TV. We have them as a media partner. The Rio de Janeiro state government was a partner for a while, Enel, the power company, and TikTok. So today, when I introduce a project and I show these brands, and when I show our history, the project is already a reality. So it's a lot easier to pitch the project. But it's still kind of slow because we don't yet have a bank sponsoring us. And we see banks saying they're changing the game in Brazil. And, you know, every time I pitch to a bank, it's a waste of time. To this day, no bank has ever wanted to sponsor us. We don't have a telecom company yet. We used to have Oi, but Oi was sold, and their acquirers didn't want to keep working with us. We don't currently have any partnerships with Vivo, Claro, or Team. The last time I tried, they slammed the door in my face. And they said, oh, I can't bring fiber optics into the favela. And I told them, with Afro Reggae, Afrogames, we can, but they didn't want to listen. But it's very difficult for us because we don't have a technology sponsor. So all our computers are hand-built. We don't buy them ready-made. We build the hardware at the Afrogames project, and they are extremely high-level machines. We have the best AC, the best PCs. We have partnerships with HyperX, so all the peripherals we use are extremely high quality. But it is so difficult for us to show companies that talk about diversity, that talk about inclusiveness, but at the end of the day, they put us at the end of the line. So it's still very challenging for us, and we try to show what we've been accomplishing and the importance of this project. We are achieving feats that really, they make us want to give up sometimes. But I don't want to minimize this. I don't want to sound corny, but so many youths die because of drug trafficking. And today, some of our students are still involved in drug trafficking, but they are students. And then there came a point where he needed to decide whether he wanted to stay in the mob or he wanted to devote his life, to Afrogames. And he picked us. So today, he has recovered completely. He has rehabilitated himself. And his whole life changed. His mom, every time she sees us, she weeps because imagine all of his friends, all of his neighbors, just imagine Tiago and Thais going to San Francisco, California, spending a week there. Look at what a change we have brought about. Now we've been invited to go to Germany for Gamescom. So it's a huge leap. Kids from favela, real talents from favelas, who would otherwise never have had any chance to be seen. What other opportunities would they have? Maybe to be a waiter, to work in construction, to get some kind of day labor. Maybe 1 or 2 would be able to leave, but not 500 like we have today. And I don't want to extend and go over time, but the speed at which technology is growing. Because when you bring formal education, sometimes you don't draw in so many people. But if you bring computers, tech, and games, then you can entice those youths to focus on employment instead of drugs.
When I went to TikTok, one of the first lessons I learned is that you can do anything incredible by yourself. And I realized every day how important it is to contribute in a team and how important it is to partner with companies that are aligned with what you want to do. So by talking to some colleagues, I heard how the gamer community grew in TikTok. In 2022, they grew over 60%, meaning the number of videos about gaming. And this is not just content amount. Creators are also a part of the gamer community in TikTok. And this reflects what you mentioned, the exponential growth that the industry has been having in the world. It's a multi-billion-dollar company. So when we talk about the potential of the industry, I'd just like to hear a little bit about what games you see that create more opportunities. And Tiago's, what games do you think attract students the most that are a part of this moment in which the industry is growing so much? I see a lot of people interested in Valorant, League of Legends, Fortnite, Free Fire. I think they're the ones that really draw people's attention, children and so on. when you overhear their conversations, that really shows how interested they are. These are the games that we hear about the most. And how has been your interaction with games? You teach about games, but there's a methodology for your specific audience, right? So can you tell us a little bit more about that? Right. So when you're teaching someone to be an athlete, I mean, that's Ismail, who's there every day. And I think people see that as an opportunity where they can be trained as an athlete. Before, I think they just played for fun, but there I think they feel that inspiration, wanting to compete, wanting to participate in things that are bigger than just playing by themselves or, creating a team, organizing their strategies. I see a lot of cooperation between them. They have strong friendships based on the game. So yeah. And there's Guga, one of our influencers, who says that when he arrived at Afrogames, he didn't want to hear anyone. And when he started playing, he realized that he had to hear others to be better. So that might be something that we disregard, but that's a lesson. It shows how a game can provide discipline and a place to go for someone who is young and nervous as a teenager and so on. So it's also important to draw this correlation. When you teach 500 young people, you don't expect all of them to be champions and professional players and so on. But let's say there's a hotel opening up in Copacabana. Then we bring in 2 kids from a favela, one that's in Afrogames and one that is not. When there's someone who's not from Afrogames, and if they get interviewed, if they can't use a computer or speak English, then they'll just be couriers. But if they know how to use computers, if they know how to use Google Drive, an Excel spreadsheet, and if they can speak English, then they work the reception. So regardless of the game, you've set the course for 2 lives. So one of them is going to have a much higher potential of getting a better job than the other. So I don't think games are an objective in themselves. I think when we receive young people, like I said, like I mentioned the case of this kid who was involved in drug trafficking, that's normal, right? That's something that's very common in a favela, unfortunately. But he was there and he saw the positive side of life and he moved away from a negative thing. No one talked about it to him. No one told him and gave him a lesson, but it naturally made him realize that there was a different direction that he could take. No one forced him to do anything. So I think that's a very positive example. In my department, we always try to understand the importance of what you do somewhere, the impact that you create there, but also at a greater scale, at a national scale. So one of the projects that we supported when it comes to diversity was a partnership that we had with the Setúbal Foundation to select organizations to have members from favelas and city outskirts. So we had a selection process. We had organizations across Brazil. And when we got projects that were already known by the foundation, they had a challenge of expanding their scale beyond São Paulo, for example. So you have a very consolidated project in Rio de Janeiro. You have a structure for it. You have a way of doing it. There's an intelligence behind it on how you deal with these communities in Rio de Janeiro. But what are the challenges of taking this program that is transformative for people to regions like the north and northeast of Brazil, or even to other states? Well, our plan is to reach São Paulo this year. But to be very honest, we work at a very high level of excellence in what we deliver to our young kids. So if we go to the north or northeast, I don't think we can maintain that same quality. So I think the journey for us is to do things well in Rio, which is an area riddled with problems, right? We have different gangs. Crime there is split into several gangs, and being able to go into all of the favelas of Rio is something that can only be done by Afro Reggae. It's a very specific thing. It's not just a project, but how you go to each favela, and each favela is different. So that's a big problem in itself. That gives us a lot of work, which is okay, but it's a very specific thing that we need to do. But when we expand to different areas, doing what we do in favelas, not around the favela, but inside favelas where kids don't leave, which is something I didn't know, but someone who lives in a favela will rarely go outside because they're afraid of other gangs, other crime lords, or even afraid of the police. So it's almost like a closed condominium. You have to go in there to really reach them. So our goal is to remain strong in Rio, expand there, and go to São Paulo. And we also want to serve as a role model, an example, and we can provide our methodology for other companies or other NGOs that want to do the work. We want to help them. Our dream is to be an example in Brazil so that the government, the federal government, the state governments in different cities will ask us to help them to replicate what we do under whatever name in other places, because we won't be able to do it. That's not what we're here to do. We're not franchisers. We really want to have a great project, and our biggest marketing is being real and having good results. That's what we want to do. Tiago, I asked my question about game development, but I think I skipped a very interesting stage. How did you contact the project? So what was your journey with Afrogames before you became a game developer? How did you find out about the organization for the first time? I'm not entirely sure, but I think it was a post online. I'm almost positive. I don't live far away from the project. I live in the neighboring neighborhood, and I think that really helped me to find it. Where do you live? I live in Yacari, which is close to Vigário Geral. So, Ricardo, how many stories like Tiago's did you see? Do you have any examples of people whose lives were transformed and who reached you through social media, slowly at first? Well, there are many of them. Yasmin, for example, is a 13-year-old girl. And we're going to show a video of a game that we developed. A 13-year-old black girl from the favela. And one of our employees is a friend of her mom's, and she started attending, and now she's a coder. She's a programmer. And there's another thing I want to say. We have 12 units at Maré, a favela that you visited. And that's a specific thing. I want to show you how difficult it is. We started 2 other units, one in Nova Holanda and one in Morro do Timbau, which are 2 favelas about 1 or 2 kilometers apart. They're not far from each other. You could walk, but they're each ruled by different gangs. So we made an effort of starting it in the 2 places to show that we weren't connected to any kind of gang or any kind or any of the crime lords. And that's thanks to Afro Reggae, because that have that capillarity. They have that reputation. So we were able to open up in both favelas without a problem. And our graduation was last week. And we did it symbolically in the middle of 2, because they have a demilitarized zone in Rio de Janeiro. There are several of them in Rio de Janeiro, not just one. So we had it in a school, in a gym that is exactly in the middle of the two territories. And we did it there so that both the families from both sides could attend. That's crazy. That's Rio de Janeiro. That's not, I don't know, that's not the war in Ukraine. It's right here. So you need to think about these things. It's like I said before. Our goal is to work in the favela so that people don't need to go anywhere else, because if they do, that can create an issue. So we go to them. We go to wherever they are. We want to start one in São Gonçalo, which is after Niterói, which is a very dangerous area with high incidence of crime. But we're going there because that's where they need us. Our area in Niterói now is at a war. I mean, there are two gangs fighting each other, but we're there. Yeah, acknowledging this vulnerability, and you're giving us a lot of detail about that. A part of what TikTok has been trying to contribute to is focused on two fronts. First, supporting this diversity of athletes that you receive. Women, people of color, people with disabilities, trans women. But the second side is these events, these exchanges that can happen with the app. And a third one is replacing the power system in two of your units, which are now starting to use solar power. So tell us a little bit about that. How important are these initiatives? Well, solar power will make us self-sufficient in energy. And you can imagine that we have many computers. Our power bill sometimes runs up to 9,000 Brazilian reals. And people don't think about these things, right? So why do you need so much money, people will ask? Well, we have to pay our water bill, our power bill, our professors. We don't work with volunteers. People get paid, right? So it's a project that needs to sustain itself organically. So with your sponsorship, we were able to make our dreams come true because we pay up to 9,000, and this dropped down to 600 Brazilian reals. So you're supporting and ensuring a 25-year sponsorship, which is very important for us. It allows us to plan for the long term. And I also want to illustrate something else here, but something I'd like to bring for people to think about. In India, that has a similar situation to Brazilian favelas. 20 years ago, a prime minister asked Bill Gates what he could do in India. 20 years ago, when Bill Gates went to India. And he asked if they could open factories. And he said, no, China's already do that, but you should create coders. You should invest in education and programming. And if you look at the biggest big techs in Brazil, half of them have Indian CEOs. So I think that's the change that we now have to consider. Our dream is to make favelas in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro especially, so that they have the same potential that India has. There's a lot of labor available there, but the market is just abandoned. And if we give them the right conditions for them to go to school, for them to learn, for them to get a job and to make money, I think we can change a whole generation. Right, we're coming to the end of our panel. Do we have time to play a video? You had a video to play, right? Yes, it's a video that shows how much we can do. This was a partnership that we had with Global Giga Club, and this was a video that we published during the World Cup last year. And the Giga Globe platform, and it was the third most played game on that platform. And it was made by our students at Vigário Geral. Can we play that? So everything in this game was created in Vigário Geral under the mentorship of 2 producers from Global. You worked on that project, right? Right. The producers were Uve and I can only remember that name, but we had 2. And what was that like? Well, the game was created in a game jam, so we were contracted to have an idea like this. The creator was João, who's one of our students. And based on that selection, we produced it under the mentorship of these 2 studios. I can't remember the name of the second one, but it was incredible. They helped us. I mean, we had the initiative to create. So I designed part of the game, and they came in, they polished it, but the starting points were all made by us. How the game would work, the gameplay, the mechanics were all created by us, and they just fine-tuned and mentored us, and of course helped with a lot of things. This was the first game with a black character in the Giga Globe platform. Now they have other games with black characters, but before this game, and this was something that we realized when we had a brainstorm session with Global and Giga Globe, we found that we couldn't find any games in the platform with black characters, and this was 1 year ago. There was no game. All they had were animals or white characters. And then this game became the 3rd biggest in the platform. Well, congratulations. We're almost wrapping up. So, Tiago, if you want to give your closing remarks, if you want to make your closing remarks, is there anything that you still want to do at Afrogames? What's your last message here? Well, after my trip, I really want more people to be able to participate and have the same experience I had. So I think that's something that's really driven me recently, so that I can pass it on forward, right? So that more people can experience that. Ricardo? Yeah, I hope that we can continue in this journey. So thank you, TikTok. Thank you, Big Festival. And that's all. When we talk about 500 young people affected, we need to talk about 500 young people and an old guy, because my life changed completely. And now I feel like my work makes a lot more sense. So this is what drives me forward.
I'd like to thank Big Festival I'd like to thank our colleagues from TikTok who are here with us, and to congratulate Afrogames and to thank them for their amazing work, this really life-changing initiative. And I'd like to leave the following message. Please, to other companies, please join us in helping us support the impact, the transformation of this NGO, and to expand the amazing work they've been doing. Thank you so much, everyone. A big round of applause. We are almost wrapping up this stage here. So I'd like to invite our guests to wait here on stage for a little bit, because we're also going to have a live broadcast interview. So let me get a new microphone. All right, let me have a seat here for a moment so we can give our live interview. I was listening to your talk, really touching, very moving. Thank you for sharing the project with us. And I have a question for Ricardo first. We know there's still a lot of stigma when it comes to games in the community as a whole. People sometimes tend to think that games can't be educational, or that games are a waste of time somehow. And so I'd like to ask you what your opinion is, knowing that games change lives, knowing that games educate, and games help convey such complex topics, such important topics such as teamwork. So how do you see this, not just for increasing the potential of the Afrogames project, but also to help us integrate games and education as a whole. What potential do you see? Well, as I mentioned, I think the potential is 100%. For anyone who still has a question, I'd like to give you the following invitation. Please leave your beautiful air-conditioned office that has lots of theory and visit Afrogames. We will take you, it's totally safe, and you'll see what there is to offer inside of favelas for a youth who's 12 or 14 or 15 years old. And then tell us whether your theory still holds true. Tell us whether games are still negative. Because when we bring youth to games, we are bringing them to the professional world, the formal world. You saw in the video, from our chair to our computer to our peripherals, our air conditioning, our lunch, everything is designed not just for quote-unquote favela projects, because this project could be headed or based out of a fancy neighborhood in Rio or São Paulo. But we're bringing all of that into the favela. So that is our civic duty. And when we bring one of these projects to the favelas, yeah, we're talking about games, but we're also talking about English lessons. We have lots of cases of youth whose formal education, their schooling, they started getting better grades because they learned English with us. And it's not a monster anymore. It's not that boring formal class anymore. So we're not aiming for them to be world-class players. Sure, maybe some of them could, and that'd be great, but that's not our aim. Our aim when we bring a project like this to the favela is because the game is what draws in the youth so that they can learn and be more employable. And also on the topic of English classes, something else I was wondering about is, do you have any ideas or plans to expand the lessons? For instance, not just English, but some other important lessons for job placement? Well, we have lots of things we'd like to have. What we don't have a lot of is money. And unfortunately, you know, this is very important. We need other brands, other corporations to support us. We need their support to make it feasible for us to offer everything we want. We have Afrogames Kids, which is a digital literacy project for kids aged 12 and up. So we teach robotics. We want to teach remedial topics for all sorts of classes. This is something we're trying to get off the ground, and it hasn't gotten off yet. We have financial literacy lessons that we want to teach. It would be stupendous if a bank were to support us. We also want to offer entrepreneurship classes. I talked to Andre about this today, about entrepreneurship. We have so much we want to offer. Just basic literacy, like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, other software that we can also teach. You know, the world is really limitless. We have the groundwork already. The platform is created. Now what we need is for other brands to support us so that we can increase the project. Absolutely. And I was listening to what you said, that you mentioned you got to know the project through social media. So I'd like to ask you, how can we reach the Afrogames project and learn more? Are there any channels outside of social media? Do you have a phone number or email address? How can we reach you? And how can companies reach you? Well, there's an Instagram, Twitter, we're on TikTok, we're on many different social medias. We've got portfolios of projects that have been made by our programming students. I heartily recommend that everyone go and visit. You can keep up with the different students and how they've developed. We're on YouTube too. Just search for Afrogames BR. On every social media, you can find our contact details. And, you know, send us a smoke signal and we will walk to you if the need be. All right. Thank you so much for your talk. Thanks for being here at the event. It's so moving to have you with us. I hope your project really is hugely successful and actually becomes a model for other educational programs. Oh, thank you very much. A big round of applause for them, please. And now I will say goodbye to the Afrogames folks. And my inner voice is requesting a break. So we'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're back with our second auditorium. And now I'm actually going to speak a little bit more before I invite folks up on stage, because this is a project I am strongly involved with. So let me share. We are in the early hours of the evening. Our festival is almost wrapping up, and we're going to have a talk about promotion projects in games and esports. And this is going to be given in part by the Banco do Brasil squad, and I'm a member of that squad. But I will not be speaking. I'm just going to MC for them. But let me tell you that it's an amazing project sponsored by Banco do Brasil. And I joined this program through a selection process. And they are going to talk a little bit more about that. Let me just check if everyone's ready. Not yet. And so I will tell you a little bit about Big Festival. Banco do Brasil is one of the sponsors. And if you want to learn a little bit more about Big Festival, there is a lot of support for indie games especially. And a few days ago, we had the big awards giving prizes to many of the most important indie games in the world. And if you're here in person, you can play next to the enemy stage. Now, if I could give you a suggestion, I would recommend Bloodless. This is the game that won the Brazilian Indie Game Award, and essentially it is a non-lethal combat game, and it's based on manga and anime. I know we all love that because that's what pulp culture is all about. I'm personally a huge otaku, so I like superheroes, I like anime, and that's my suggestion for you. But of course, there are many other games too. We have booths from Xbox, Nintendo, Epic Games, Blizzard is here. There are some other games too. There's the mobile world too, and it's really important. Actually, the indie games I mentioned also have some some mobile games for you to try out, and they really are worthy of your time and attention. Just like we saw for Afrogames, often it's much more affordable for you to have a cell phone than a computer. So that's why we have a mobile game category. Now let me check if everyone is ready to come up on stage. I think we do. Again, sponsorship programs in the games and esports worlds. So Mr. DVD Tavares, who will be our host, and Kururu, Meridian, and Marcos Tavares. Hello, welcome Ale. Mr. DVD, hello. Hello, Kururu. And hi, Mary. Well, the floor is yours. I hope you have a great time. And DVD, the floor is yours. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. I was just in the other stage talking about some news, but now we're going to talk about promotion projects. And a few of the cases we have, we're the Banco do Brasil squad with Aleph, Pururu, and Mary. I'd like to ask you to introduce yourselves first. I know we're old hands at this, but we should still introduce ourselves. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Marcos Aleph. I create and curate the indie game channel. And now that we've had so many different chances with stream battles, I actually started out as a stand-up comedian, and I try to combine those two dreams, those two passions of mine, which is to talk about games in a very light-hearted way. Kururu? Hello, hello. Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, DVD. Good evening, Marcos and Mary. Well, first, it's a huge pleasure to be here. I'm so happy to have the opportunity to sit here on stage and talk about our experience as content creators. And as Aleph mentioned, this is truly a dream. I'm a math teacher as well, and I joined the content creation business after I got involved with a sponsorship program, Stream Battle, as you mentioned. And today, having the chance to be here with Banco do Brasil, with all of you, it is truly I'm so grateful to be here. Anyway, that's it. Let's have a chat. I'm so happy to be here. Good evening, everyone. I am Mary CM. I'm involved in Banco do Brasil along with those guys. I'm a streamer. And today I focus on content creation for social media. I really like to post gameplay videos. I like to chat with my followers. I like to give them suggestions and advice. I really like style, not just games. So some people know me for, for the fashion side of things. So it's something I like to bring to social media. And, I also started with Stream Battle 2 years ago. This is a project created by Banco do Brasil, investing in new streamers. And I think we'll talk a little bit more about this during our conversation. Yeah, you mentioned the project, and I want to say a few words to start out. We are seeing some new developments, and the content creation format has really changed. The YouTube, then the Instagram, then the TikTok booms, they're all slightly different, and they're easier ways of creating content because they're in everyone's hands, right? Kururu is a teacher, but he has TikTok, and he can create any kind of content he wants. So maybe he teaches math, but he is making biology content, gaming content, all sorts of content. So it's really easy to create content, but we also have companies that do the promotion work, and they promote a more professional type of work, really segmented, really fine-tuned, similar to what Banco do Brasil did for you and for me. So I'd like to hear from you what the impact is in your lives directly. So you were involved in Stream Battle, which is a competition between different streamers. There were a number of different challenges, and you all stood out in that field as a whole. There were I think some 2,000 subscribers. Yeah, and then we curated them and filtered out that list. But I'd like to hear what the impact was for you. What did that mean for you? Well, man, Stream Battle, not just Stream Battle, but also the promotion project, the incentive, what really struck me was the geography. Because, yeah, I'm a content creator, but I had a technician's degree in electronics, and I just created content to get some extra cash initially. And a lot of people start and then stop, especially when you look at the geography. Because when I stopped to think, it would be much easier for companies, for the market. You know, I'm from upstate Rio de Janeiro, in Barra Mansa, 2 hours, a 2-hour drive from the capital. You know, it would be much easier for them to work with someone who is from the capital, who lives there. So this pulls us away from the dream of building content. Because something that's very interesting when we create content, we say that it's our art. Our art has a purpose, but we also need to put both feet on the ground and think that we do also need to work with the market. So the Stream Battle project, I had the chance to win thanks to another project I was a part of, the Account of Streamers. So I needed to go through many different stages, and having that opportunity was pivotal. And other streamers too. We're having the second edition of Stream Battle now. There's Gaho, who's from really far away in Bahia, and this project is so helpful because it brings a magnifying glass to people who live in the outskirts. Maybe they don't have a huge network, maybe they're not yet friends with someone or who's in the market.
Well, I think projects like this one, actually, this has been happening online, right? People have been the internet has been giving voice to those who didn't have it. I think that's the main thing, right? So Gargula, in a very small town in Bahia called Conceição de Coité, I mean, what were the odds that this guy would have a spotlight to show everything that they can show? If it weren't for a project like Stream Battle, for example, if it weren't an app like TikTok, for example, it gives voice to people who have a lot to say and often don't have an opportunity or a platform. So, yes, and I think this also came from pedagogy, right? Yes. So creating content for me as a teacher is sort of the same thing. Being a teacher and being a content creator are the same thing, but all that changes is the content you create. So these projects allow other teachers who sometimes have a great proposal, a great way of teaching, but that could only apply it to 100 or 200 students in their region, and they can broadcast it to thousands or millions of people when they're on TikTok or on Stream Battle or in streaming. And now I'm referring to myself. It allows me to show other sides of my own content, of my own personality. And this allows me to reach a higher number of people. And even students, if they're interested. I mean, it depends on what content you're creating. So I think that's very important. Just as Ali said, I'm from a big city, so I'm in a place that has its own privileges. Well, still, right? Who knows? Right, but especially if you're further away from a big city, that's even more important because it gives you a real possibility of having a much wider reach, a much broader reach. And then you find incredible people who could never be found if it weren't for these projects. Yes, a lot of what I thought when I was creating content, I mean, you would see people closing deals and so on. If a company sees me, they might really like my content, but my content needs to be 300% better it really needs to be an outlier for them to want to bring me to an event. Yeah, that makes sense. Mary, you're from Curitiba. Did you also feel that? Experiencing all the cold weather that you have there. But, being in a city allows you to travel a lot, right? Yes, and the great thing about this project, and they discussed this, is that and also meeting other people, networking is very important. And sometimes without this project or without this opportunity, you wouldn't be able to meet other people and invest more on your channel, create a community. So you are a little bit more restricted. So this project allows us to have a wider audience, right, as content creators. And Curitiba hasn't been very cold recently. It's been much colder here. My hands are freezing. Yeah, from Rio, when we talk to people from Curitiba, that's what we discuss. So it's important to see your growth. But besides this fostering project and besides networking, I'd just like to hear from you, because there's also, being backed by Banco do Brasil. It's like they give you a stamp of approval, right? Besides speaking from your own truth, you now have a major company that believes you, that is investing in you. And how has that impacted the relationships that you've had? It's been about 1 year or 18 months since this project began. So I'd just like to hear how your experience has been. Well, this was a chance of becoming more professional in something that started as a hobby. So having such a strong brand behind me, Banco do Brasil, not only does it set you apart as a professional, but it shows other brands and other content creators that you can provide an opportunity, that you can really do great work. Just a second. I got some feedback here. So that's it. I think that Banco do Brasil, since it's such a well-known brand that's so with such a great reputation, it shows us as content creators that we have the opportunity to do what we like to do professionally, but it also shows other content creators that they can do it too, especially in projects like Stream Battle. Well, today I make a living out of the content I create, working with Marcos and so on, but I know that some of you, like Kururu, still have to teach in a school and so on. So what's that like? Tell us a little bit about how it goes for you, how you can deal with teenagers online and travel and deal with teenagers at a school. And since you're very upbeat, people might think that they can't take you seriously, that they can't get your help in creating better teaching methods for your students and for your followers that you've been getting little by little. So how do you do that? And also, how do you deal with that in the classroom? How do you communicate with your students? And how does that match how you communicate online? Wow. I think that since I'm creating content online, and since I'm outgoing, since I play around, since I create funny content and so on, I think that brings me closer to my students because it helps me to speak their language. I think I can get serious without needing to be formal because I'm not formal at all. I never have been. So I don't believe that just because I became a teacher, I should be formal. I think it's a part of my personality to joke around, to make fun, to be crazy. And I think that brings me closer to students because it helps them to relate to me. Not only as, that seeing what I do as a possibility, because, you know, this generation likes to create content on Twitch, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter, everything online. So when I become a content creator, besides being a teacher, they see me as a role model because now they see that my teacher is a content creator and that I can also be a content creator if that's my dream. And it's great for them to have that dream. So it's interesting to see how this relationship takes place. Now, how do I make it work? How do I reconcile these two things? I think it's wonderful. It can get tiresome, you know, sometimes having to travel and then come back and teach a class is hard. But I think they understand where I'm coming from too. Especially when I come back from a trip, they know I'm going to be tired, you know. So when I come in, first, they talk about my trip. They already know what I did. I come in and I say, look, and they know what you did, right? They saw it on social media. Right, they know what I did. So I come in and I say, look, I'm tired. This is not a good day for playing around. So you need to help me out here, with all due respect. So are you the cool teacher? Do you see yourself as the cool teacher? I think so. I wouldn't say I'm a cool teacher. I'm just myself. I'm just a guy who who cares about, you know, having a good teaching method, about good teaching activities and teaching interventions based on, you know, developing character, maturity. I am very careful about doing that, but I also know how to talk to people. I need to know how to have a good relationship with them. I'm a relationship guy, you know. I have a very soft heart. Yeah, I really have a very soft heart. So, you know, I'm all about relationships. I think in a classroom, you have to establish a good relationship with your students. And it's a two-way street. So you can't just get there and try to dictate how this relationship is going to go from my own perspective. It needs to be something that we do together based on their language, what they say that they want, and based on what I know I want. So it's a relationship. So if you're doing it informally, if you create content, and if you play around, my suggestions are taken by them much more than if I were formal and if I, you know, was that normal math teacher that they expect to see. So I think I said a lot. Yeah, I did get curious. I'm here talking about myself, but I did want to know, you know, how you do things every day, because it's about adapting, right? I still find myself thinking about what language I'm going to use with my followers, how I'm going to deal with them, what I'm going to talk about, why I'm discussing certain topics. And I think that connects to what you do, Aleph. I know that your content changed a lot. Now you're making a living from what you do on social media. So how has that adaptation been like? Because your language influences how you're perceived, your persona, how you do things. And now I see that your persona is a little bit different than it was in the beginning when you started Stream Battle. You turned a corner at a certain point, and now you're a little bit different. So what was this process like for you? And when did you understand that you needed to create a persona with your content? Yeah, that's a crazy process, because when you start thinking about creating content, you want to have it well formatted. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be aligned to your persona. You need to be able to attract people in the first few seconds, including everything you look at online and everything you study. But it's a big process. You do it and you learn as you do it. If you watch your 10th video and you think it's good, when you look at your 100th video, you might change your mind. I like talking about games. I love games. I play them. I see what the market is doing, especially indie games. But I didn't want to see the language that I didn't want to use the language that people use, which is a little bit more technical. It's like Kururu said, I'm not a very formal kind of guy, and people are a little bit more formal when they talk about games. They talk about the technical aspects, and I think that's important for a certain audience. But when I tried to do that, it didn't work very well. You might not be, I think the microphone is cutting me off a little bit, but when I tried to do that, well, I realized that was something that I loved, but I started doing it in a way that I didn't love. So what brought me back was stand-up comedy. I thought, what if I take this kind of language, and I've only been doing this for 8 or 9 months, and then I started testing several things. TikTok, especially now where you can have longer videos and people want, better produced content that's more narrative and longer. And the more time you have, the more that people care about your persona. It's great to dance, but I'm not a very good dancer. Well, it's not that I'm not a good dancer. I can dance, but turning on a camera and then dancing is not what I do. So I needed to find myself. Yes, and finding oneself is a huge challenge, right? Yeah, because when you start creating content and you get carried away, you can think of 30 different formats, and then you start to funnel it down. You have to see what works, what matches, what you want to do. You might start with a format that you like, and the one that you didn't like works better. And some people might insist on the wrong one, but if you stop... While the microphone isn't really working. No, sorry, the headset. But if you stop and try to find yourself, you're always going to go back to zero. So you always have to test things. At one point we traveled for a bank and I left 14 videos prepared, but I didn't like them. I didn't like the pacing. I didn't like the script. I was just testing them. But if I didn't post them, I wouldn't get some feedback. And I wouldn't even get my own feedback looking at what I did. And that's something that stand-up comedians do. They watch their videos to change their tone, how they stand. On Instagram, even when you're answering like a DM, people understand what you're doing. So I started looking at gaming and I started thinking about how I'm going to say things rather than what I was going to say. Because when I was working on my persona, which is a process that I've been really doing for the last month, talking about indie games with the kind of language that I use, and which I now think is really taking off, with that I started thinking, if I ever want to change subjects, I can, because now I'm reinforcing my persona, not just my content. Yeah, really cool. And I'd just like to tell everyone watching and you as well that I have 2 theories about content creators. First, I don't like having a big and good idea, right? Because I think it's about consistency when you're on social media. And whenever you have a good idea, you're not being consistent. You're going to try that great big idea, and then after 2 months, you might have another one, and that will eliminate your consistency. So social media, algorithms like consistency, doing the same thing a little bit differently, but they like seeing the same sort of content. I've seen a bunch of people who had great content, and then when they changed, people left and never came back. So that's something I always say. That's some food for thought. And consistency is unbelievable. It's incredible to see how much people relate to the kind of content that you create. You really establish a niche. So I think that's something that's important to think about. Talking about relating to others, I think that leads to better relationships, right? You mentioned DMs, you mentioned community building. And how has that relationship been for you? How have you established a community? I know that it's not easy, it's hard work, but you start creating relationships and your community follows formats that might not be what you imagined. Is that how it goes? Well, I can tell you very quickly, they call me Baldy and I just take it. That's it. Yeah, I think community goes beyond just your audience, right? So like I said, I'm a big heart. I have a lot of love. And, you know, when you talk about community, you have your own community, people who follow you. And you also have your content creating community. So your community becomes stronger as you create stronger bonds between content creators. Because when you meet a content creator here or there, communities also start matching and embracing each other and getting aligned. So everything is about relationships for me. You're still on that, right? Exactly. So everything starts with a relationship, and a relationship with a community is not any different. So your community is going to relate to how you behave. At least that's what I believe in. Right, so going back to your persona, right, and not just the content. Right, so in every content I create, I have to bring on my own personal quality, what I believe in, my values. And I create bonds with people who follow me and people who surround me so that we can create eternal loves. Yeah, I think communities are built just like you start friendships. You meet someone, you look at them, you either like them or you don't, and that starts a relationship with them through your affinities, through your conversations, and that creates a closer bond. So communities work like that for me. Like I said, our community are actually our friends. That's how it goes. Right, now to talk a little bit more about content, niches, and so on. I say that your sources, where you draw inspiration from, impacts your content. Let's say you're talking about React, so your content is all about reacting. When you consume other contents, you might get a different idea, right? It's great, but it's not exactly what you've been doing. So your sources of inspiration might interfere on what you do. Of course, everything we do today, it's hard to create something that's brand new, right? So you end up following some references that you saw elsewhere, from foreigners, from friends. You have a little bit of your personality, but you have some references, right? So when you start getting a wider range of references, you can get lost. I've gotten lost by doing that a number of times, because when you find something that you really like, you need to think if that's something that your audience will like. Otherwise, you'll miss focus.
Having a good idea about what content you want to create is going to make a big difference in your outcomes. So something I often think about is how I can build consistency, a cohesive narrative. Yeah, I think about that too, and I think it's like you mentioned. Will this have an impact on my results? Well, I don't think so, not necessarily, but it will have an impact on the speed of your final results. So if you focus on a given niche and just insist on it, then I believe you will grow more quickly because you focused on a given type of content. Now, if you start working on a number of different types of content, this will build a more broad base of followers. So if you make a lot of heterogeneous content, people will start following you for your sake and not for the sake of the content you produce. So like me, I'm a person, I don't have one given type of content. I have a persona, and my style is impressed on all sorts of different types of content. So I remember you just said that today it's very hard to find innovative content. Is that the word you used? Anyway, a unique, exclusive, groundbreaking new type of content. Nothing is entirely groundbreaking. No academic paper is brand new. If you're writing a thesis, you're going to draw inspiration. You're going to drink from many different sources. And they're going to have an effect on your ideas. For any type of content you create, there's always someone who's done something similar to it in the past. So draw inspiration from here, draw from there. DVD and Aleph and Mary, they all have good sources of inspiration for me. And bringing them to my style, that's what's innovative. So the way that I link the different references and use my style and produce my content, that's what matters. Yeah, at the same time that nothing is exclusive, I mean, there are some exclusive things. Like, I like to bring everything to a more comedic bent. So, let's say there are people who follow 20 different comedians, and they want to hear everyone talking about the same topic. So it's not like, oh, person A did B, and they want to hear 20 videos from the same person, from the same style. There are people like that. Yeah, it's like the punchline of the joke. It's not going to be the exact same thing. If you see 20 different comedians telling the same joke, they're all going to be told in slightly different ways. You know, we had Elden Ring launch, and it was a huge explosive launch, so everyone always talked about Elden Ring. And, you know, it's the same game, so the content is going to be similar. I have a question. It's real quick, but how do you search for references? Because me, personally, I have a bit of a hard time finding references within my niche. So I look for references in other types that fall outside my comfort zone. So maybe not even game related, but I try to adapt whatever I read. You know, I mentioned I like fashion too, but I try to bring it all to the game world somehow. But there's the teaching aspects too. He's trembling over here. Is he cold? He needs a jacket. You know, I'd like to hear from you. How do you search for your references? I'm actually going to answer more than the question. But are you going to answer the question, though? Yeah, for sure. But I want to ask, how do you find your niche? Well, by affinity, right? By taste. Well, to answer your question, that's the same way. Just I look for things I really like to see. So, have you been doing that? Have you been producing what you like to see, or have you been producing what your followers want to see? You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't even know what my followers like to see, to be very honest. Because the people who interact with me, I understand that they like to see me, and that's it. Wow, and that's definitely a goal. Yeah, because I've done cooking segments. And you know, I'm a teacher. I have an account based on games, and I created content about recipes. And I thought it would be funny. I thought it would be a nice tip. And everybody eats, right? Everybody eats. Sometime it's true. And you know, people really liked it. And I just, I used my style. I tried to inject some humor in there. So I don't look for specific types of content. I like to see content created by people I like to watch. And they have their own style. And, you know, maybe she's talking about fashion. I think whatever she's done looks amazing, and I'll include that. You know, there's a content creator called Gaveta, and everything he talks about is focused on content creation and specifically video editing. But I think the way he creates his videos is amazing. I like his posture, his opinions, his style, and I use all that as references for me. So I look for references in people, not in contents. Well, my references are much more conceptual. It's like what Karu said about creators. So I like culture. I like Dave Shapiro. I like subverting expectations. So sometimes you want to build an expectation within your viewers that they wouldn't have otherwise. You know, and David has a style that I personally like, so I think, well, what if I could bring that to comedy somehow? And I'm also a big fan of horror. You know, the only difference between horror and comedy is tone. A very slight change in tone. I think for someone who's starting out and looking for references, your first step is to identify the references. So what do you like? Oh, I like Valorant. Okay, who stands out in the Valorant creator community? All right, so you research that, find those. Okay, among those, find the ones you identify with the most, and then figure out what they do that is different. Where do they get it right? And it's all trial and error. And at some point, you will see what they're doing, who's doing it, and how they're doing it. And then you will interpret that in your own style. So what Karudu said, he said lots of people follow him because he thinks they like his style. True. But there's also a style that the social media and the algorithm particularly like. So that's one important thing to keep in mind. Are you doing things in your style, or are you doing things you think your followers are going to want to see? So that includes searching for trends. So visit Google Trends, for instance. Figure out what is going viral, what is trending at the time. Because you have your content, yes, but it's also important to adapt your content for different topics that are going viral at any given time. That's also going to have an impact on your content and help you grow. Now, this is just my opinion, but theory is different from practice. Only you know what actually gets your followers blood pumping. So you might have an idea to really explode, but you know, that might be not a good fit for your content. Yeah, and we also, as we create content, we really want people to watch us. Sometimes we're not really ready to watch other people, and we have to. It's homework. So stop and think. Do you think that if you want to jump on a bandwagon, are you just going to copy the content? Or are you going to incorporate that into your niche? Now think, you don't need to speak exactly like someone you're drawing inspiration from. It's just an open door. You know, I think that's really lame. I'm really lame because I have a hard time finding trends. Well, you create your own trends. Look, on TikTok, if you click on the magnifying glass icon, you will see the trends. They're right there. Yeah, and that's important too for content creators. I know that I have a hard time doing that because I don't have a habit of looking for content. So that means I'm not really looped into the trends. Yeah, and sometimes I'll see content that everybody's making something about, and when I realize it, it was a trending topic 2 months ago, and it's over and done with. So that's something I have a hard time doing. You know, it's not really a problem in your style. It's just the mindset. No, I mean, there are many ways of looking for trends. One is Google Trends. Another is TikTok. The TikTok app itself makes it easier. There's Instagram too. There's some AI actually that make it so much easier for you. They draw a whole content tree for you, and you can click, and each time you click, it opens a new set of options for the most commonly searched for topics on the internet. And that's one way to search. There are actually lots of ways to do research and homework. Because yeah, you can create whatever you want, but it's also important to see what people like, to adapt it to your content. And now I was thinking about the huge diversity of topics we have. It's also interesting because we can offer content for many different elements, for esports, for gaming. So what do you think about diversity within the team? Certainly that's very important. We were talking about promotion, and this is good for individuals, for players, for gamers, for creators, and for the market too. Because sometimes, especially in sports, you get stuck inside a given ecosystem. There are already some people there, and they never open up the opportunities to newcomers to achieve their dreams. And it's important for us to increasingly open the door up for new people. There needs to be turnover. We shouldn't keep having just the same 3 creators. It's important to move from one team to another. There are changes that need to be made over time. Brazil is a huge country, and there are so many skilled people here, so many people who want opportunities. So having different projects that are diverse is crucial. It's a way of really broadening your scope. As Aleph mentioned, sometimes you get excessively stuck in one given segment. And Banco do Brasil is great in its work with games because it gives us a chance to get to know other sports. And I think lots of people in the squad are also, we can support a beach volleyball game or other sports. And I think it becomes a whole set, and it brings the different ends together and neatly into a loop. And I think Banco do Brasil has been really working on that front to pave the way for more fields. Maybe the esports people aren't so familiar with the gamers universe, or vice versa. And Banco do Brasil's efforts really help to bridge that gap. Yeah, and I think much more than games, Banco do Brasil is interested in people, in personas, in our style. And it finds in each one of us different qualities and different skills too. And based on those, it helps guide us toward different directions. And this is so important as creators, regardless of what we're going to create, of what niche we're working in. The way the brand looks at each person is important. It's not necessarily interested in the number of followers or in how many views your video is going to get. It's actually interested in how you make things happen, how you bring them to life, how you behave in the face of any given situation. Oh, for instance, there's going to be a volleyball broadcast, so we need someone who can improvise, or we need someone who's a good anchor, someone who can really coordinate a live stream. There are many different options, and I think this is crucial because it goes far beyond just the numbers. Exactly. And it also goes back to the topic of opportunities. All 4 of us, we're all here thanks to the opportunity that was Stream Battle, sponsored by Banco do Brasil. And just as we are creators who have had this opportunity thanks to incentives promoted by Banco do Brasil, we also have the esports field where esports athletes who would like to have opportunities and wouldn't have otherwise, they're also brought into those projects. At 7M, we've had all the different tryouts, the CS, CSGO, FIFA, Free Fire. All of those championships and tryouts are opportunities. So maybe it would have been super hard for some athletes to, maybe from the really, really tiny town in Bahia, but they had access to this opportunity thanks to promotion projects. And so I'm thrilled to be here at this event here in São Paulo, with the seal of approval from Banco do Brasil to present creators who might not have been here if not for this project. And I love seeing the combination between traditional and eSports. I think we often think there's a gap between them, but if you go back to the source, you know, Kururu and I, we were at Cuiabá recently, and we were interviewing someone called Evandro, and we made a joke, and his reply, you know, he actually said, "Oh, I'm from really far away, so thank you for the opportunity. I had the chance to come from my tiny, tiny town." And, you know, he was the champion. You know, it's when you identify with someone, it could be thanks to their sense of humor, their story, whatever the reason, but at the end of the day, we're all people. I forgot to thank you, Mary. We're almost out of time. We have 10 seconds. Kururu, thank you. Thank you, Aleph. All right, thanks to all of you who were with us. It was a huge pleasure to talk about this Banco do Brasil promotion. I'd like to congratulate you, Ituriana. You're doing great work as an MC. And she was also a winner in the Banco do Brasil squad. All right, give it up for our Banco do Brasil squad, and that includes me. I don't know if you're aware. I'm a member of the same team that they're in, but they definitely represented here. So now we will take a very quick break, just for you to get a breather, go to the bathroom, relax a bit, and our very last talk of the day and of Big Festival is coming up soon.
Passar essa visão ecológica, social. O gameplay do jogo é um hack and slash. A gente já tem algumas mecânicas implementadas de combos e troca de armas. Então, existem animais que foram corrompidos por essa ganância e a Caipora precisa lutar contra eles para poder purificá-los. E a energia espiritual deles vão se transformar em algumas armas para ela usar na tarefa. Então, o jacaré que apareceu aí na apresentação vai dar um machado para ela. Então, outros animais que a gente vai planejar vai dar outras armas. Então, vai ser um jogo de você saber a arma certa para usar no lugar certo contra o inimigo correto, né? E a gente está focando muito também na arte para chamar bastante atenção, né? A gente está escutando bastante isso ali no panorama, o pessoal está gostando bastante da arte. Quer adicionar alguma coisa aí?
Oba, tá me ouvindo?
Perfeitamente.
Bom, eu só queria falar mais um pouco da produção mesmo, né? De como é o nosso processo, porque basicamente a gente ficou assim uns 5 meses nesse projeto, sendo 2 inteiramente de pesquisa, conversando com muita gente, gente tanto estudioso mesmo da área indígena ou pessoas que estão na linha de frente da militância, porque a gente não queria fazer algo com viés, sabe? A gente não queria repetir esses ideais de generalização e estereótipo que a gente vê tanto. E mais que isso, sabe? O jogo, a história do jogo é sobre lutar contra a apropriação. A mecânica do jogo é sobre lutar a apropriação. E eu gosto de falar, então, que o Turi ele não é só um jogo de luta, sabe? Ele é uma luta inteira em forma de um jogo. Porque, ao mesmo tempo que a história dele é sobre isso, nós estamos lutando contra essa apropriação ao fazer essa pesquisa tão extensa.
Maravilha. Eu vou pedir agora, então, para os nossos jornalistas Diego Lima e Jean Mota fazerem as suas perguntas, e a dinâmica é assim, eles vão fazer umas perguntas, vocês vão responder, no fim das contas eles vão fazer propostas, e vocês vão ver quem que vocês aceitam. Diego, pode começar para a gente, por favor.
Vamos lá, então. Ó, com base no que eu vi aqui, parece bastante promissor. Realmente o estilo artístico tá de parabéns, cara. É impressionante. E de todos os jogos que passaram aqui, talvez seja o que mais tem cara de Brasil. Não tem nada de oriental, não tem uma influência externa, é uma coisa bem nossa. Isso dito, cara, vocês pretendem lançar para quais plataformas? Porque quando eu bato o olho assim, eu consigo imaginar algumas possibilidades, mas eu fiquei curioso em relação a isso especificamente.
A gente está no começo do projeto ainda, então a gente vai entender toda a atração que a gente pode ter, como estamos na faculdade ainda, mas a gente tem muita vontade, já teve muito apoio de muita gente. Então, principalmente PC, isso é com certeza, né? Continuar com PC, e Xbox e PlayStation, né? Assim, o mais realista que a gente consegue ver são essas plataformas, né? Mas nada impede da gente conseguir investimento para poder botar em tudo que for possível, né? Switch e tudo. A gente tem vontade que o jogo esteja em todo lugar possível, mas principalmente PC e console, né? Xbox e PlayStation.
Posso falar uma coisa? É importante você falar isso de... A gente tem muita cara de Brasil, né? Porque acho que um dos propósitos, assim, da gente como equipe é mostrar não só que tem muito Brasil para o Brasil, mas mostrar que tem muito Brasil para o mundo, sabe? E é até por isso que a gente está aqui no The Enemy, porque, sabe, tem tanta cultura aqui, e se feita de forma direitinha, a gente consegue mostrar todo o nosso potencial, não só para a gente, mas para o mundo inteiro.
Maravilha. Jean, contigo, vai lá.
Parabéns. É difícil ver alguém explorar bem a cultura e o folclore brasileiro. Isso eu sinto falta. Tudo é americanizado, tudo é o de fora. Então, parabéns pela iniciativa. É muito fácil como jornalista ficar palpitando, sabem vocês a dificuldade de vocês, mas comentei até com o Diego, esse jogo tem cara de mobile. Acho que ele se daria muito bem numa plataforma mobile, seria até mais fácil de viralizar e popularizar. Aí depende dos planos de vocês, claro. A minha pergunta só é bem simples. Por que a Caipora? Por que não o Saci? Por que não o outro personagem?
Cara, eu vou te falar por que a gente escolheu a Caipora. Basicamente, todo jogo é sobre luta, é sobre resistência, né? E há uma falsa ideia de que quando o homem vem na floresta,
I want to remind you that we're going to have Big Festival in 2024 in June. But before we announce the next talk, I'd just like to thank all of our participants and collaborators here at Big Fest, even you who are watching from home. You're also taking part, even if you're not here. And without you, this would not be possible. So now, the last talk for Stage 2 is titled Maximizing Your Content Across Multiple Platforms. We're going to talk about strategies to adapt and optimize gaming content to other platforms. So let's invite to the stage our participants. I think they're waiting. So welcome Ana, Caputilli, Marulho, Aninha Creator, and Lu from Magalu. So let's invite them to the stage for the last talk at Big Festival on Stage 2. Welcome. Hello, welcome, and the stage is yours. Hi, we're just going to put on our headsets so we can hear each other. So Pedro, please sit here. You're too important to be in the corner. Well, from what I understood, people can hear us. You can hear us. Thank you for being here with us. Hey, everyone. Good evening. My name is Ana Xde. I'm a professional content creator and host at Voz. I work in the gaming industry, and my goal is to introduce games to people who don't know it and represent people who are a part of this industry. So we'll be talking about maximizing content across multiple platforms, and we have a great roster. So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves to people who might not know you. Ladies first, please. All right, let's start from this side. My name is Leticia. My screen name is Caputili. I've had others, but my current screen name is Caputili. I am a Twitch streamer, but I've been in other platforms. I play games. I've worked with YouTube, Instagram, multiple platforms like many of us. Next person. Ladies first. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ana Carolina. I'm known as Aninha on social media. And I started as a makeup influencer. Then I started doing artistic makeup, which was what made me stand out. And now I'm on Instagram, TikTok especially. That's my biggest profile right now. Facebook. And I'm trying to go back to YouTube. I'm still looking at that as a possibility. I've tried to go to Twitch, but I was not born to do live streaming. I'm not very good at Twitch, but I do live stream on TikTok. You have to do a little bit of everything every day. But I also try to have different sorts of content. I produce travel content, couples content that I've been focusing on that. But makeup is something I always bring along with him. That's where I come from. My name is Rafael. After a while, you don't know if you're Rafael or if your scream name, which is Capitão Marulho. So I started live streaming on YouTube. I was contracted by Booyah for several live streaming platforms, but I currently work on YouTube Shorts. I do couples videos, short videos, and they've been doing very well. Great. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Lou from Magalu, and in my spare time, I'm Pedro Alvim. So I lead the social media and influence teams and creator marketing teams at Magalu. So I take care of their content creation strategy, and I play around on my free time as a content creator. So we're here to talk about this world of platforms and how you navigate all of them. But I imagine that that wasn't how you started. What was your first platform and why? Wow, I had social media profiles like anyone does, but at some point my tweets and my pictures started to get a lot of traffic, and I thought live streaming might be interesting. People didn't do it much at the time, but in our community, live streaming was very popular. That was about 5 years ago. So my first one was Twitch, live streaming. One day I decided to do it, and it was great from day one. It was very organic for me. It happened naturally. But what was yours? Well, mine was live streaming on YouTube. I had to monetize my content. I was on vacation from university, so I decided to begin on YouTube. So what happened was that I really enjoyed it. People enjoyed it. And after a month, I was getting 5,000 viewers. I had a deal to have a live every month. And I did very well with live streamings. And now we're starting over with YouTube Shorts. But thankfully, it's been doing very well. This month, we had over 400,000 views. So it's very gratifying to work with several platforms. I use TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram, Facebook, and people start to get to know you, and you see how you can adapt to each one. I'm a big fan of YouTube, and I really relate to their creative process. I like the community, and it's the one for me. I think I have the most different story because I started as a blogger. way back when. I've been online for 10 years. So I started in 2013 with a blog spot. And then I created my own domain, but I started with 2 other friends. I was studying law at the time. I only studied for 1 year, but it was great because that's how I found this world. And there were a lot of fashion bloggers back then. They had actual blogs with writing, and I would produce like articles. We'd also have some pictures, and video was still new. Let's put it like that. But I was first a blogger, and then we created an Instagram profile for our blog to post pictures on. And later in 2013, well, I did makeup. I liked makeup a lot. And in 2014, I dropped out of law school and created my own blog, and I started studying YouTube. I think on Instagram, you could post 15-second videos. So I did very quick makeup tutorials. So that's how I did. First blog, then Instagram, and then YouTube. Makeup tutorials. In the beginning, when you had bloggers with tutorials and so on. But that was my first job. Wow, I think I'm the oldest here in this panel. I started on Orkut and Fotolog. Yeah, you win. I loved Fotolog. Right, you have no idea. That was the first successful social network in Brazil. In Orkut, we had communities. I heard Marilio talking about YouTube, but that concept of communities came from way back then. I was a creator and moderator of a community called I Read, Answer, and Erase My Scraps. That was one of the biggest communities. I sold it for 300 reals at the time, and I thought I was a millionaire. I was a teenager at the time. But all kidding aside, I'm an early adopter. So I joined many platforms, created content for them, tried to find a way of using them for brand strategies, and they didn't even thrive. So I think I'm the old guy here. Yeah, the platform we start on often is connected to when we started, right? If there were videos or not, short videos or long videos, live streaming. But now you're in several platforms. So what was that like? How did you expand to other platforms? And how do you manage all of it since you have different audiences in each platform? Yeah, that's exactly it. You have to understand who's your audience in each platform to start things out, because sometimes they don't really match. For example, live streaming. I still use just chatting. I still do just chatting. I talk to my community, but on Twitch, you have a lot of gamers, and Instagram is not really the gaming world. It's people who want to know about my lifestyle, my day-to-day activities. So they're different communities. And to have them talk to each other, you need to be organized, but you can't try to do everything at once and the same time. If you're beginning, you have to choose 2 or 3 things at most and really focus on them. And you need to set a routine. I remember when I started, I have few followers on Twitter and Instagram, under 10,000, and I decided to do it. I went to Instagram every day. I had a schedule. They didn't even have stories back then, but I posted 1 picture every 2 days. I would answer all comments with more than 3 words. I would reply to every picture and then stories. And in order to communicate with other platforms, well, you have to understand who your audience is. At the end of the day, they all came from Twitter for me. And today, that's still how it goes. I feel that Twitter communicates across all of my networks. If someone finds out who I am, it's usually through Twitter, and then they go to what side of my content they like to see. Yes, mine, as I said, is YouTube. So when I look at metrics, what I really like about YouTube is that you can really measure how your videos are doing in detail. So you know what you got right and what you got wrong, what people liked and what they disliked about your content. So that gives you a great tool to benchmark yourself against. You can do things that are great for certain targets, right? So you can use YouTube to see how well you're doing, and doing well with all audiences is my challenge. So on some platforms, it's more difficult. So for Instagram, it's a little bit slower. Dealing with Instagram, you have slower videos. TikTok has a faster pace. YouTube Shorts especially has that faster pace as well. So creating a single piece of content for all platforms is kind of impossible, but you can post it. And if you have a audience, they'll connect to it. But I think it's very difficult to grow across all platforms at the same time because they are different audiences from different generations. And I think that's it. Yeah, creating a single piece of content for all platforms is a mistake because I think each platform works differently, and platforms also monetize themselves differently. So TikTok monetizes videos 1 minute and longer, but YouTube Shorts monetizes videos under 1 minute. YouTube has 3-minute long videos as a minimum. So Instagram isn't monetizing yet, but it will soon. And faster videos work better for Instagram because they have a higher throughput. So if you want to have the same video across all platforms, it's not going to work. You need to study what each one does, what they need. And currently, my Instagram content is completely different from what I do on TikTok. It's not the same. What I create for TikTok is the same as what I post on Facebook because they match, but it's not what I do on Instagram. So you have to see what works. On Instagram, what does best is usually content related to relationships, friends with a more humorous take, but TikTok is still all about makeup and especially horror makeup, 3-minute long videos. And if I post one of these videos on Instagram, no one's going to watch a 3-minute video on Instagram. So you have to look at each platform, see what works and what doesn't work, and create it according to each platform's needs.
Man, I think we've had at least one lesson already. What should be created for where? Pedro, you're smart. You always answer last. No, it's all about the content. Just to add, I think all the creators here mentioned, but I just came from VidCom in the US, and one of the topics that were most frequently debated by creators and platforms is the following. Use every single available format. Even though short videos are being prioritized on most platforms, use long form videos, use text and image, because the platform will deliver content based on people's behavior. And some people, they cannot consume videos. We're talking about a country where almost 60 million Brazilians don't have internet access. So if you're creating content, you need to think about being inclusive. So what the takeaway is, explore different strategies and different types of content. Pedro, so I have a specific question, specifically for you. How do you manage to adapt to all sorts of types of content when you have a fictional person? Well, behind Lou, there are many different people. It's a collective intelligence case study, not artificial intelligence. So there's YouTube strategist, there's a meta platform strategist, and so on. I always like to say that, above all, we need to be storytellers. Behind every character and every strategy, we need to be creative. Because being creative, we can draw more partners in through the ecosystem. But that requires you to think about how you're going to do that, how you're going to spread that content around. If only we could have specialists on YouTube and Instagram to help us out. That would be such a privilege. Lou has a leg up in that sense. But what about when we want to create different content for each different platform? What is your daily life like? What does your routine look like? Do you have a specific day? How do you deal with that amount of videos or text that you need to create all sorts of different content for your channels? Pedro, please start this time. Man, well, we have the habit of thinking about cold topics. So we really work on seasonal topics. So since Father's Day is fast approaching, we're creating topics on that line, and also hot topics. So things that are happening on that given day. So our day is divided into ongoing topics and opportunity topics. The opportunity topics, let's say, Barbie Malibu Dreamhouse was just launched, so we have to talk about that. They're two different efforts, two different ways of working. So we need to keep our eyes wide open to all sorts of communities so that we can follow all the different trending topics that society is discussing, so that we can add to them and build our business. Wow, it would be wonderful if we had someone to help us, a different person per platform. That would be amazing. But us creators, we do almost everything on our own. So we need to think about how we're going to organize each network. And I think it's like what Pedro said. We need to prioritize some networks above others. So what do? Do you have a specific day of the week? Well, my shift in content was exactly for that reason, because in the past, the networks didn't demand such frequent content. Now, today, if you don't post at least one piece of content every day, you're out of the game. So you need to think about ways to maximize your content. And makeup, specifically art makeup, I often took over 7 hours to produce one video. And that still is true today sometimes. So there was a lot of work for very little amount of topic. So that's why I needed to open up, broaden my reach. So I do still make videos for TikTok, but now when I tell a story, I used to create one story doing makeup, and then each different tiny story component was all about makeup. Now I don't do that anymore. Now I do one video putting on the makeup, one with the makeup applied, then another one without any makeup and talking about it, because we need to build volume. Otherwise, no one can keep up. We really do need a routine. All of us creators need to organize our day based on the content we create. There's no magic formula. There's no cookie cutter recipe. You don't have a spreadsheet that you can send to all the creators. Yeah, there's no cookie cutter recipe. Exactly. Each of us produce a different type of content on a different platform. Each creator is going to prioritize a different platform. So there's no recipe for success. It's all about individuality. You all need to know what is going to require the most amount of time commitment and prioritize cost efficiency. Yeah. Unlike you, who you spend 7 hours creating content, well, I spend 7 hours thinking up content. Because thinking of something that you can create that people are going to like, I think that's the biggest challenge. So since I have short form videos, I've incorporated that strategy to make quick cuts. So in like 20 minutes, I can produce a video, then 20 more minutes, I can edit it. So my job really is in finding content where I can write a script focused, targeted toward my audience, and the different platforms. And that's why today I only focus on YouTube, because it gives me the most reach and monetization with AdSense. So if I can create something personalized for Instagram and TikTok and YouTube like I did in the past, I would get nowhere fast with all different platforms at the same time. So again, focusing on one platform was crucial, and I picked YouTube and it worked out. But if you spend 7 hours thinking, when do you record? Or is it just like, oh, now I've got an idea, now let's record? Yeah, my wife records with me, and she gets really pissed sometimes because she'll put on her makeup and she'll spend the whole day in her outfit, and then I select a whole number of different ideas, and then she gives me a list of ideas and I say, no, this idea doesn't look good. So I have lots and lots of ideas, but none of them pan out, and then all of a sudden I get an idea, and then she complains. She's like, but that wasn't even on the list. Well, that's when creativity strikes, you know. So we have all sorts of extremes here. Organization and disorganization. Well, you know, it just, when it comes to mind, I'm a night owl. I will stay up till midnight and I will sleep for 6 hours. So sometimes I'll spend the whole day thinking, and other days I will record 3 different videos in one day. So it gets hard sometimes. But I also look at what videos worked. I look at all the graphs and charts, and I figure out why each of the videos worked. Oh, it's for X reason or Y reason. If it's something that I did wrong or right at the start of the video, I will fix that or replicate that. You know, I agree with everything my colleagues have said, but I will side with Marulho because I'm a total chaos. I'm very chaotic. You know, I think it really depends on each of our routines, because creators do not have a Monday to Friday 9 to 5 routine, because often we do everything at home. Usually we create content at home. So we incorporate it into our routine and we make it fit. So since I do lots of live streams, sometimes I will record a video in the morning, and other times in the afternoon, other times at night. The live streams have a benefit to them because they don't need to be edited. You just click and it starts, and then you click again and it stops. Then, of course, you can get VOD from the live streams, and then you can edit those. But I really like the synchronicity of live streams. When my demands are organized like that, it's great, but I have a very hard time organizing. So I'll set aside a given day, and let's say I have 3 things to do for that week. Well, I will try to organize myself based on the delivery deadlines. Yeah, I also have a fixed day of the week because I'm kind of chaotic, but I try to have at least one day of organization. Yeah, because if you don't do that, you're simply not going to do anything. You won't get anything done that week. Well, we're almost at the end here of our panel, so I have that beautiful question. What advice would you give to someone who wants to start working on multiple platforms? And where can they find you? Pedro? Well, let me start with the first question. I think the biggest piece of advice I usually share for people who want to work with content and social media within companies and organizations, and for people who want to make a living by creating content, I strongly suggest that you use the platforms extensively. Consume content on the platforms. You know, don't try to be a social media executive if you don't have a profile on Twitch and TikTok, if you don't consume content there, because you'll need to make decisions. So consume content. Figure out what's happening in those communities. And you'll find me as Pedro Alvim on any platform. But do follow Lou from Magalu or Magazine Luiza, and you will find her content there. Thanks. Well, I think my main piece of advice would again be to consume and study the platforms. See which one is the best fit for you. Find out what type of content you want to make. You can have live streams, short form, long form videos. Today, it's all very broad. So first and foremost, you need to find out what you want to do. Then study the platform to produce content that at least goes in the right direction so you don't waste time. Everything is very fast today. So honestly, if you study the platform, you'll have a huge leg up. And I'm at Anina, specifically on TikTok and Instagram. You can find me there. Well, as you mentioned, I think you're right on the money. It's all about finding the platform you identify with the most and having a focus. What type of content do you want to create? And most importantly, don't think you're going to be a hit overnight. People really want immediacy today. They think everything's going to work right when you get started. No, it took me at least 6 months, and that was kind of fast. But during my first month, I didn't get any kind of result, any kind of audience. And lots of people think that in just a month, you can tell whether or not you're going to be successful. But forget that. Forget the results. Focus on recording the videos. Focus on creating what you like. And you can find me on all media, all networks as Marulio. Look, the advice I give everyone is just do it. Just start. Lots of people say, oh, I will start after I buy that circle light, after I have that desk, after I have a tripod, after I get a good camera. No, that's not what's important. If you want to create videos, just create the videos. The results will come in due time. And as a result of your effort, your work, so you can only improve after you start. So record a video and then watch yourself and figure out how you can improve, because you will improve even if nothing else but experience. And just start, and you will find my networks. I'm at COMPARTILHE. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. I'm everywhere. All right. Thank you all profusely for this chat. We will see each other around the expo or on socials. Bye. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And folks, that time is here. It's time to say goodbye. It really is heartbreaking, but I'm positive that everyone who was here in person and who connected online is going to go home or be home with a huge smile on their face, because what would the game's outlook be like if not for all these amazing universes? And there's still more, because next year, 2024, is right around the corner. This has been Big Festival. Thank you so much to everyone who was here, and see you next year. Bye.